Chapter 901, Father, I'm coming. 2. He no longer had such concerns. However, after the passageway of the Demon God Mountain Range appeared, even though the Demon God Mountain Range itself is not dangerous, there are other dangers. The Demon God Mountain Range contains a large number of opportunities. Every time a passageway appears in the Demon God Mountain Range, a large number of experts will enter to search for opportunities. There are conflicts where there are benefits. Some people don't want to look for opportunities themselves, but want to directly plunder others' opportunities. These people are called tribulation cultivators. Many people who entered the Demon God Mountain Range to search for opportunities did not die in the danger of the Demon God Mountain Range. Instead, they died at the hands of tribulation cultivators. Bing Selen reminded him solemnly. Chu Zhou and the others nodded slightly. Actually, it wasn't just Bing Selen. They also knew that there would be tribulation cultivators in the Demon God Mountain Range. The entire universe ocean was in such an environment. Pirates and tribulation cultivators were everywhere. Too many people liked this kind of shortcut to becoming rich. There are many people who want to enter the Demon God Mountain Range. In order to avoid trouble, let's adjust our appearance and aura. Even though it's still very difficult to hide it if a universe lord or universe nobility investigates seriously. However, it's taboo to probe others. Under normal circumstances, no one will probe us. Moreover, there are probably many living beings who have come to Demon God Mountain. After we adjust our appearance and aura, we will be easily ignored. Chu Zhou suggested. Dragon and the others nodded in agreement. Their identities were too sensitive. If they were directly exposed, someone might treat them as opportunities and attack them without even entering the Demon God Mountain Range. They had come to the Demon God Mountain Range for a purpose, not to fight. Therefore, it was best to avoid trouble. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others' appearances and auras changed drastically. Chu Zhou turned into a cold and unreasonable black-robed young man. The coiling dragon landed at the foot of the Demon God Mountain Range. Chu Zhou and the others waited at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, there are many people who want to enter the Demon God Mountain Range to search for opportunities. Chu Zhou looked around and realized that there were many spaceships landing in the sky. There were also many experts who descended from the sky. There were also many experts standing on the ground nearby. They really did not attract anyone's attention after they changed their appearance and temperament. The main reason was that there were too many people at the foot of the mountain. One wouldn't attract attention at all if one wasn't famous or had a special identity. Look, those figures. Chu Zhou and the others suddenly looked at the three figures floating in the air not far away with solemn expressions. The three figures were covered in a divine light barrier and their appearances could not be seen clearly. However, the faint and oppressive aura that emanated from their bodies caused one's heart to palpitate. No living being dared to approach them. Three universe nobilities. Chu Zhou let out a long sigh. There was a hint of seriousness between his brows. Dragon and the others also wore solemn expressions. Although they had long known that every year when the Demon God Mountain Passage appeared, universe nobility would also come to the Demon God Mountain to search for opportunities. However, when he saw the three universe nobility, he still felt immense pressure. Universe nobility was too powerful. If universe nobility attacked living beings below universe nobility, it would basically be a crushing situation. The latter would not be able to resist much. If universe nobility attacked living beings below universe nobility, it would basically be a crushing situation. The latter would not be able to resist much. With my current strength, the Book of Dharma, and by Bai's help, even if I can't defeat universe nobility, I should be able to escape. Chu Zhou thought to himself and felt slightly relieved. Of course, he was still very vigilant. Even if he used all his methods now, he was only confident in escaping from a beginner universe nobility. However, if he encountered an intermediate grade or advanced grade universe nobility, it would be dangerous. It was not only Chu Zhou and the others who were afraid of the three universe nobility. All the living beings present looked at the three universe nobility with fear. However, even though they were wary of the three universe nobility, no one left. The opportunities in the Demon God Mountain Range were too tempting. Hello, my name is Haru. The Demon God Mountain Range is filled with danger, especially when there are despicable tribulation cultivators plundering it. It's too dangerous for a single person or a few people to enter the Demon God Mountain Range to search for opportunities. We've formed a team of about 50 people. Are you interested in joining us and taking the risk together to reduce the risk? My name is Fallen Leaf. I'm from the lush forest family of Sunset City. Are you interested in joining us and taking the risk? My name is Linden. How about joining us? Let's take the risk together. The treasure will belong to whoever finds it, but when we encounter danger, we'll face it together. While Chu Zhou and the others were waiting for the passageway to appear at the foot of the mountain, many people came over one after another, inviting them to join the team and take the risk together. Chu Zhou and the others rejected the invitation without hesitation. Many of these temporary teams were not familiar with each other and did not trust each other at all. Once a treasure was discovered, it was normal for them to fight each other for it. Moreover, some of the teams might have been organized by tribulation cultivators. They would first pull up the heads and wait for the right time to swallow them in one bite. Faced with Chu Zhou and the others' rejection, the experts who came to pull them over did not force them. They immediately turned around and pulled the others. Boom! Suddenly, a temple appeared in the sky above everyone. Surging holy light swept over like a tide, shaking the void. Chapter 902, Father, I'm coming. 3. One could vaguely see powerful figures standing in the temple. It's the people from the Holy Wings organization. They're here again. That's right. Every year, when the Demon God Mountain passage appears, the people from the Holy Wings organization will definitely come. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people looked at the temple filled with holy light in the sky with fear. Even the aura emitted by the three universe nobility floating in midair instantly rose a lot after the temple appeared, as if they were very afraid of it. Chu Zhou and the others looked up at the temple in the sky with solemn expressions. The experts in the temple did not seem to have any intention of hiding at all. They released their auras fearlessly. They sensed the auras of more than one universe nobility and at least a dozen universe lords from the temple. The Holy Wings organization is a powerful organization that rose rapidly in the Demon Mountain continent after the disappearance of the demons. In less than 100 million years, the Holy Wings organization has become one of the most powerful organizations on the Demon Mountain continent. Rumor has it that there is a universe overlord in the Holy Wings organization. Bing Sulin sent a voice transmission to Chu Zhou and the others. The origin of the Holy Wings organization is mysterious. No one knows how it appeared and rose up. However, when this organization recruits talents, they don't ask about their origins. No matter which race or force it is, as long as they are willing to join the Holy Wings organization and pass the test of the Holy Wings organization, the Holy Wings organization will accept them. In Universe Ocean, many traders of the cosmic races have joined the Holy Wings organization. Among them, there are also traders from the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest forces. Can the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions tolerate the actions of the Holy Wings organization? Chu Zhou said in shock. Bing Sulin said, logically speaking, the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions should definitely not sit back and do nothing about the actions of the Holy Wings organization. But for some reason, the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions have never attacked the Holy Wings organization because of this. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. It was obvious that the Holy Wings organization was not simple. It made the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions wary. Otherwise, the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions were not to be trifled with. How could they sit back and watch other factions recruit their traitors? One thing about the Holy Wings organization is also very confusing. Ever since this organization was born, every year when the Demon God Mountain passage appeared, this organization would send people into the Demon God Mountain range. I don't know what their purpose is, but they have never stopped. Bing Sulin continued. Looks like we have to be more careful. After entering the Demon God Mountain range, don't get into conflict with this organization. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and looked at the temple in the sky fearfully. Dragon and the others nodded seriously. The outcome would probably be very bad if they had a conflict with the Holy Wings organization with their current strength. Of course, it was impossible to say that he was afraid of the Holy Wings organization. They weren't even afraid of being chased by the 5 pinnacle races, so why would they be afraid of the Holy Wings organization? Half a day later, the layers of dark clouds surrounding the Demon God Mountain range suddenly boiled violently. The dark clouds in many places quickly dispersed, revealing huge passageways. The passageway has appeared. Many people cheered and rushed towards the passageways. However, the one who reacted the fastest was the temple in the sky that was surging with holy light. With a swoosh, it turned into a shadow and rushed in through a passage. Then, the three universe nobility charged into the demon god mountain range at a speed slightly slower than the temple. Let's go in too. As Chu Zhou spoke, he randomly chose a passageway with Dragon and the others and rushed in at full speed. Father! I'm coming to meet you. Chu Zhou's emotions surged. Chapter 903, Mysterious Call. Demon God Mountain Range. Chu Zhou and the others followed the crowd and rushed into a deep passageway. Countless worlds were born and destroyed in the rolling black clouds around the passageway, layers of black clouds rolled. It was shocking. No one dared to come into contact with the rolling black clouds. A moment later, Chu Zhou and the others suddenly saw light. They rushed out of the passageway and appeared in a vast mountain range. Countless towering ancient trees entered their sight. I've entered the Demon God Mountain range again. This time, I must find the Nirvana fruit that can help me break through the bottleneck to become an intermediate grade universe lord. I heard that the demons once built a demonic pool in the Demon God Mountain range. The demonic pool can speed up the cultivation of the divine body. I must find the demonic pool. The demons left behind many weapons in the Demon God Mountain range. I don't have high requirements. I just need to find an advanced grade universe lord weapon. The experts who rushed in along the passageway all looked very excited. Many people spread out and flew to various parts of the Demon God Mountain range. Let's go to the ruins of the demon race's Hall of Demons. Chu Zhou had a clear goal. He got Deep Blue to take out the map of the Demon God Mountain range and take a look. After confirming the location of the ruins of the Hall of Demons, he flew towards them with Dragon and the others. The Hall of Demons was the former headquarters of the demons, and it was also where the Great Heaven Demon God lived. The Hall of Demons had slowly turned into ruins ever since the Great Heaven Demon God and the mysterious disappearance of the demons. According to the information Chu Zhou found, his father, Chu Donglei, had killed more than 10 foreign race universe lords in the ruins of the Hall of Demons. Therefore, after he entered the Demon God Mountain range, he immediately brought Dragon and the others to the ruins of the Hall of Demons. Someone actually went to the ruins of the Hall of Demons. As the former headquarters of the demon race, the ruins of the Hall of Demons have already been searched countless times by countless experts. Do they think that there are treasures in the ruins of the Hall of Demons? That's right. For countless years, the ruins of the Hall of Demons have basically been turned over by the people who entered the Demon God Mountain range. If there were treasures, they would have been taken away by others long ago. How could they have the chance? It's just a waste of energy. Some experts sneered when they heard Chu Zhou's words and saw Chu Zhou and the others flying towards the ruins of the Hall of Demons. Some experts sneered when they heard Chu Zhou's words and saw Chu Zhou and the others flying towards the ruins of the Hall of Demons. Is this where the Hall of Demons used to be? It's really majestic. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. A series of buildings entered their eyes. From one side of the mountain to the other, they continued to the other side of the mountain. These buildings were majestic and massive, unknown which great era they were built in. They were majestic and intimidating. Any creature that walked here would be suppressed, unable to help but want to submit, kowtow. From this, it could be seen how glorious this place used to be. Pity that the glory of the past had been ruined by time. More than half of the buildings had turned into ruins. The ground was covered in broken walls and rubble. Occasionally, there were huge weapon fragments, stone cauldrons, lifelike statues carved from stone, and huge rotten wood. Crack! Chu Zhou moved his feet and walked step by step, crushing a tile. He bent down and picked up the broken tiles. He found that they were greenish-black and engraved with universe engravings. They were extremely sturdy tiles. It was only because of the corrosion of time that it became fragile and could not withstand the power of people stepping on it. The marks of time. The once glorious Hall of Demons has now become a pile of ruins. Chu Zhou sighed as he looked at his surroundings. Dragon said in a deep voice, even though the Hall of Demons has turned into ruins, it might not be impossible for it to appear in the world again. Don't forget that the Great Heaven Demon God has already reappeared in the demon world. Furthermore, the Lord of Moment is still following the Great Heaven Demon God. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. Exactly. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. With the terrifying power displayed by the great heaven demon god when he defeated the Lord of the Universe Light and the Lord of Thousand Faces, it did not seem difficult to rebuild the glory of the Hall of Demons. At the thought of this, the emotions Chu Zhou and the others felt when they saw the ruins of the Hall of Demons faded a lot. "Father, did you kill more than 2 foreign universe lords here?" Chu Zhou quickly remembered his purpose for coming here. He strode into the depths of the ruins and prepared to find out if his father had left any traces here. Dragon and the others quickly followed behind Chu Zhou. Boom! Suddenly, black chains of order appeared in the ruins. Black divine chains of order intersected like iron chains. With demonic characteristics, they flashed with black light and pierced towards Chu Zhou and the others at high speed. This is formed from the remnant power of the Hall of Demons. Be careful! Chu Zhou sensed carefully and knew the origins of these chains of order. The power of these chains of order was comparable to an elementary grade universe lord's attack, so he didn't take them seriously. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liujin should be able to deal with it. Only Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha had yet to become universe lords. They had to be careful. With a casual strike, he shattered the chains of order that pierced over like divine spears. Zhou Yu, BMG Sulin, and Shi Liujin also attacked and easily blocked the chains of order that pierced through. Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha were very serious. They tried their best to unleash the power in their bodies and used incomplete ancient divine runes. They also summoned a Universe Lord mechanical puppet each to resist the attacks of the chains of order. Originally, one of the 3 Universe Lord mechanical puppets was controlled by Bing Se. Bing Sulin handed it to Dragon after Bing Sulin became a Universe Lord. When Chu Zhou saw that there were no problems with Long and the others, he continued to stride forward. He walked in the ruins and saw many skeletons of living beings scattered in the ruins. These bone monsters had been extinct for countless years. Some of them were as huge as mountains, while others were as tall as ordinary humans. Chu Zhou's eyes were deep. The few bones he saw were all bones of universe nobility, and they were extremely powerful. With a light touch, the universe nobility skeletons suddenly turned into ashes and dissipated. These universe nobility were so powerful when they were alive, but they were so weak after they died. Chu Zhou could not help but feel a little sad. However, his attention was focused on finding the traces left behind by his father. He ignored the skeletons as his gaze carefully scanned the ruins. His divine sense was like a spider web as it spread out bit by bit, not missing any blind spots. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Chu Zhou searched for 3 days in the ruins of the Hall of Demons, but he could not find any traces left behind by his father. It was as if the remnant power of the Hall of Demons would erase all traces left behind by outsiders. Some living beings passing by could not help but sneer when they saw Chu Zhou and the others searching back and forth in the ruins. Why haven't we found any traces of father? Chu Zhou was a little anxious. Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha were also anxious. They also reunited with Chu Donglei. Chu Zhou did not give up. He activated his divine sense and searched the ruins again and again. In the end, he even activated the nomological power to search. However, when he used the power of the law of reincarnation, he was suddenly stunned. Somehow, he sensed that something was calling him. This is... Chu Zhou suddenly stopped and looked at the ruins in surprise. He looked deep underground. He sensed that the call was hidden deep underground in the ruins. Is that summoning because I used the power of the law of reincarnation? With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou instinctively mobilized more power for the law of reincarnation. Instantly, he felt an even stronger call. He immediately closed his eyes and spread his consciousness along the mysterious call. A moment later, he saw an incomparably majestic ancient building complex. The state of the ancient buildings seemed to be both in reality and in the void. What? What are these buildings? Chu Zhou thought in confusion and looked at the buildings. Suddenly, he saw a huge black stone tablet. On the black stone tablet were engraved 3 bright red universal languages of the Hall of Demons. Traces of peerlessly domineering and terrifying pressure that could suppress the world spread out from the words Hall of Demons. When he saw the words Hall of Demons, Chu Zhou's heart immediately rumbled. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in the depths of his heart. This is the Hall of Demons? Then what is that ruin in the Demon God Mountain range? Chu Zhou thought in shock. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Could the Hall of Demons that he saw through his consciousness be the real Hall of Demons? The Hall of Demons that had turned into ruins in reality was actually fake? It seems that there is indeed a big secret hidden in this demon god mountain range. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He continued to look at the Hall of Demons. At that moment, he felt how terrifying the Hall of Demons was. In his perception, there seemed to be countless terrifying ancient demon gods hibernating in the Hall of Demons. Once those hibernating existences inside woke up, the world would collapse and shock everyone. Chu Zhou forcefully controlled his emotions and his consciousness spread towards the faint call. Soon, he saw an incomparably huge black palace. The black palace was actually the largest among the ancient buildings. The call he sensed came from the black palace. What's inside? It's actually calling out to me. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and controlled his consciousness to spread towards the black palace. In the next moment, his heart trembled, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. Xiao Zhou, you're here. A familiar figure appeared in front of him and smiled at him. Chapter 904, Meeting Father Again. Demon God Mountain Range. Chu Zhou's consciousness followed the call and entered a huge black palace. Then, he saw an extremely familiar figure and his heart trembled. Xiao Zhou, you're here. That familiar figure was smiling at him. Looking at the familiar face that he hadn't seen for 50 or 60 years, the longing that had accumulated in his heart for many years erupted like a tidal wave, like a broken dam. Thousands of words, thousands of words. In the end, everything became one word. Dad. Chu Zhou looked at his father, Chu Donglei, excitedly. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. Little Zhou, you've finally grown up after so many years. Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou in relief. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. He gently patted Chu Zhou's shoulder. Looking at his father's gratified gaze, Chu Zhou smiled faintly. A long-lost warmth surged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Zhou, I already know about your experience in the universe. Chu Donglei smiled, and a hint of parental pride appeared on his face. You've done very well all these years. I'm proud of you. I have some small successes, at least I didn't disappoint you. Chu Zhou chuckled. That's good. There's no need to be humble, Chu Donglei scolded jokingly. By the way, Dad, I can contact Xiao and Auntie through the Mirror Universe network. They must miss you too. Shall I let them meet you? As Chu Zhou spoke, he prepared to contact his sister and aunt. You don't have to. Chu Donglei stopped him. Chu Zhou looked at Chu Donglei in confusion. Now is not the time for me to meet Xiao and Kinga. Chu Donglei stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes and explained, my existence and what I'm going to do next are relatively dangerous. The fewer people know about my relationship with them, the safer they will be. It's the same for you. Chu Zhou was shocked hearing this. His father was already in existence that could easily kill more than 10 universe lords of foreign races. His strength might very well have reached the universe nobility level. Chu Zhou could basically do whatever he wanted among the universe lords. Moreover, he had his teacher, King Bei Kang, and even the entire human race as his backing. Under such circumstances, his relationship with his father was exposed, and it was still very dangerous. Ufiaf is his father's identity. What is he going to do now? He actually has such a huge scruple? Why? Chu Zhou could not help but ask the question in his heart. Actually, he already had some doubts in his heart. He was a cheater himself, which was why his cultivation speed was so fast. In just 50 to 60 years, he had gone from a normal creature on Earth to a universe lord who stood above countless creatures in the universe. But what about Dad? His cultivation speed was not slower than his at all. It seemed to be even faster. That was strange. That didn't make sense either. Therefore, he had long guessed that his father had a big secret. Chu Donglei was silent for a while before saying, there are some things that are too important and can't be told to you. It won't be beneficial for you to know. It might even cause an extremely serious impact and threat to you. Dad, didn't you say that I've already grown up? Chu Zhou was not satisfied with this answer. Am I not qualified to know? The qualifications are still a little lacking, Chu Donglei said with a mocking expression. Chu Zhou looked at his father's expression and knew that he was talking about 100 million. He could not help but be speechless. Then there must be a standard. You can't keep me waiting, he said. Chu Donglei smiled faintly. Perhaps you will have some qualifications when you become a universe overlord. Chu Zhou was dumbfounded. What is he saying? Only after becoming a universe overlord would he have some qualifications? Even a universe overlord was not fully qualified? Dad, why do I feel like you're trying to trick me? Chu Zhou muttered. Universe overlords are already unparalleled giants at the top of the pyramid of the universe. Our Mirror Universe Corporation only has 6 universe overlords. How many things are there in this universe that even universe overlords don't have the qualifications to know? Hee. Chu Donglei laughed and patted Chu Zhou's shoulder again. Even though I've barely grown up and my strength is passable. But the situation hasn't changed yet. Chu Zhou's face darkened. Even though he did not think highly of her, he did not look down on her either. His current strength was basically invincible among the universe lords. Such strength was not bad among humans or the myriad races in the universe. No matter which faction it was a high-level faction. Why did his father say that it was just barely passable? More importantly, he actually said that he had yet to open his mind. If the person in front of him was not his father, Chu Zhou would let him know why the flowers were so red. Why? You don't believe me? Chu Donglei saw the dissatisfaction on Chu Zhou's face and said with a faint smile. I don't believe it. Chu Zhou looked straight at Chu Donglei. Then I'll let you experience it. Suddenly, with a bang, it was as if the entire universe was boiling and shaking. A terrifying pressure that shook time and space and suppressed the world suddenly erupted from Chu Donglei's figure. The entire universe seemed to be about to collapse in an instant. An unimaginably vast pressure pressed down on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's expression changed. He felt as if a multiverse was pressing down on him. Endless weight and loss completely suppressed him. Chapter 905, Meeting Father Again. 2. His soul and body instinctively trembled in fear. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly weak. He felt that he was not a universe lord who could command the universe and easily destroy galaxies. Instead, it was a fragile ant. He could not even move a finger. Even his thoughts had slowed down countless times. As for using the various nomological laws and powers on him, it was even more impossible. Powerless. Unprecedentedly powerless. In addition, in his eyes, his father, Chu Donglei, seemed to have become a terrifying existence that ruled over the ages and suppressed the heavens. He just stood there, not moving. The universe trembled. Terrifying. Really terrifying. It made one tremble. Was this his father's true strength? At this moment, Chu Zhou directly overturned his guess about his father Chu Donglei's strength. Previously, he had thought that his father might be a universe nobility expert. Now, he was certain that his father was a universe overlord. He might even be a super universe overlord. They were much stronger than normal universe overlords. Tisk. My father was actually a universe overlord? I have a universe overlord father? So, I'm a powerful second generation? Then, do I still need to work hard? After confirming that his father, Chu Donglei, was a super universe overlord, Chu Zhou was shocked and had many strange thoughts. At this moment, with a thought from Chu Donglei, the terrifying pressure emanating from his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Chu Zhou felt the suffocating pressure on his body disappear and immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. He really did not want to experience that feeling again. How is it? Do you believe me? Chu Donglei looked at Chu Zhou mockingly. I believe you. Chu Zhou nodded. Has your mind broadened? Chu Donglei asked with a smile. It's broadened. It's completely broadened. Chu Zhou chuckled. I parted the fog and saw the moon. Today, I know that I'm me. It turns out that I'm a hidden powerful second generation. Sigh. I've wasted so much time in the past. With my conditions, what's the point of fighting? I'll just ask you to get me 4 or 5 universe nobility as guards, a bunch of universe lords as servants, and some top universe beauties as life mates. What's the point of fighting? You can just say this to me. If your mother hears this, she will break your legs. Chu Donglei glanced at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was stunned. Dad, you're already talking about my mother. What about my mother? I haven't seen her yet. Can't I see her now? Chu Zhou suddenly said with a complicated expression. He'd always had a mother but he had never seen her. This was a huge regret in his heart. A hint of guilt appeared on Chu Donglei's face. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Child, I'm sorry. It's indeed not the time for you to meet your mother. Your mother's identity is also a little special. Even though I've already used some methods to hide the karma between you, me, and Xiaowu, you'll still expose some things and be discovered by some existences if you meet your mother. What I'm about to do will harm some people's interests. For the time being, we can't let them know about our relationship with you." At this point, he paused for a moment and continued earnestly. The universe is huge, and there are many strong people. It's also far more dangerous than you think. There are some things and some words that cannot be said. Once said, it is very likely that some existences will sense it even if they are separated by endless space and time. Not only will this cause a huge variable to the original plan, but it will also cause a huge crisis to those who are listening. At this moment, Chu Donglei's expression was very serious. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned before he was shocked. There are some things and some words that could not be said. Once said, was it very likely that some existences will sense it even if they are separated by endless space and time? This shocked Chu Zhou. He looked at his father's serious expression and knew that his father was not joking with him. This was probably true. However, this was too shocking. Even though he was only a universe lord now, he was sure that universe nobility definitely did not have such an ability. A universe overlord probably didn't have such an ability. Then, it was very likely that it involved the universe saints. Could his father's so-called some things and some things be related to the universe saints? Once he said it, it was very likely that the universe saints would sense it. Moreover, the universe saint would attack the person who spoke, the person who listened, and even everyone related. Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. He seemed to understand why his father was so cautious. He guessed that his father was very likely going to do something big, and this big thing would seriously affect the interests of a universe saint or even many universe saints. That was why he had to be extremely cautious. What was his father trying to do? It might actually involve the universe saints. A trace of worry appeared in Chu Zhou's eyes. Even though he had never come into contact with any universe saints, he was now considered a higher up of the human race. He naturally understood how terrifying the universe saints were. The reason why humans could become one of the 6 pinnacle races. The fundamental reason was that humans had a universe saint like the martial ancestor. Strictly speaking, apart from the martial ancestor, humans also had the universe saint, Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi had already disappeared for countless years. No one knew where he went, nor if he was even still alive. This was also one of the top secrets of humanity. Chu Zhou was not qualified to interact and understand it yet. Apart from humans, the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, and the origin race were all like humans. They could become one of the 6 pinnacle races because of the universe saint. It was the same for the 9 strongest factions. It was also because of the universe saint that they could become the strongest factions. A universe saint was enough to support a peak race and a supreme faction. From this, it could be seen how powerful and terrifying the universe saint was. It was definitely unimaginably powerful. And what his father wanted to do might very well involve the universe saint. How could Chu Zhou not be worried? Even though he guessed that his father also had a shocking secret, he was still worried. Chu Donglei saw the worry in Chu Zhou's eyes and immediately saw through his thoughts. He smiled lightly and patted Chu Zhou's shoulder. "You needn't worry about my safety. Even though the universe is big and there are many strong warriors, I've never been afraid of anyone. No matter who it is, it's very difficult to kill me." His figure was ramrod straight, and his gaze was filled with confidence. He faintly carried the domineering aura of a sovereign ruling the world, causing others to be convinced. Chu Zhou opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. He knew that he could not stop what his father wanted to do. Everyone had their own pursuits and things to do. He had his pursuits and so did his father. Based on his understanding of his father, it was impossible for his father to give up his pursuit and what he wanted to do in order to avoid danger. Therefore, he did not try to persuade him. Originally, Chu Zhou felt that he was not bad after becoming an advanced grade universe lord and becoming almost invincible among advanced grade universe lords. However, he was deeply reminded again of how weak he was. As a result, his father did not dare to say some things to him in order to protect him, and he couldn't help his father either. I want to become a universe nobility. I want to become a universe overlord. I want to become a universe saint. Chu Zhou shouted in his heart. Once again, he steeled his determination to become stronger. He was not strong enough. He wanted to be stronger, even stronger. Alright, I've prepared a gift for you since it's rare for us to meet. Chu Donglei suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a translucent human skin flew out from the depths of the palace. Chu Zhou looked at the human skin, and his eyes widened. He was familiar with this human skin. It was almost identical to the molting of the Lord of Reincarnation's soul. Moreover, it was also filled with incomparably intense law of reincarnation fluctuations. Could this be the second soul molting left behind by Lord of Reincarnation? Chapter 906, Increase in Strength, comparable to a universe nobility. Is this Lord of Reincarnation's soul molting? Chu Zhou looked at the transparent human skin that was emitting strong reincarnation waves in shock. That's right. Chu Donglei nodded. Seeing that Chu Donglei did not deny it, Chu Zhou's mind raced. He instantly thought of many things. Suddenly, he had a guess. Dad, are you? He said with a moved expression. You can't say it. Chu Donglei knew what Chu Zhou wanted to say. He hurriedly pressed down on the void with his palm to stop Chu Zhou from continuing. It's good that you can guess some things, but don't say them. You can't say it. Chu Donglei knew what Chu Zhou wanted to say. He hurriedly pressed down on the void with his palm to stop Chu Zhou from continuing. It's good that you can guess some things, but don't say them. He knew that he might have guessed correctly. At this moment, he vaguely understood why his father could advance so quickly. It was even faster than a cheat like him. If it was really as he had guessed, it was normal for his father to advance quickly. At this moment, Chu Zhou was extremely excited. It would appear that you've already guessed something. Chu Donglei smiled and reminded her, after you leave this place today, remember not to tell anyone about this. Don't even think too much about it. Amongst the many laws in the universe, there's one called the law of karma. Among the myriad races in the universe, there are some terrifying existences who cultivate the law of karma. Once you leak any information related to me, those people might sense it through the law of karma. In that case, you'll be in danger. Dad, I know the severity of the matter. Chu Zhou knew that if his guess was true, he could not reveal any news about his father. Otherwise, not only would it affect his father, but he would also be in danger. I'll keep my mouth shut. Chu Donglei smiled. Let me help you refine this soul molding. His palm suddenly pressed on Chu Zhou's head at lightning speed, pressing the soul molting into Chu Zhou's head. Chu Zhou clearly saw that soul molting directly fly towards his soul under the control of a vast force, enveloping it. At the next moment, the phantom of a giant wheel that was billions of miles long appeared in his mind. Rumble. The incomparably huge reincarnation giant wheel phantom slowly rotated, causing billions of space-time to spin at the same time. One could vaguely see 6 huge black holes emerging from the giant wheel's phantom. Endless soul phantoms surged into the 6 black holes. An invisible grinding force was projected from the huge shadow of the giant wheel and landed on the molting skin that enveloped Chu Zhou's soul. An invisible grinding force was projected from the huge shadow of the giant wheel and landed on the molting skin that enveloped Chu Zhou's soul. Instantly, Chu Zhou's soul was rapidly strengthening. In addition, a large number of insights into the law of reincarnation and the reincarnation technique kept appearing in his mind. Suddenly, his soul broke through an invisible barrier and advanced to a new level. At this moment, he felt that his soul had become at least 100 times stronger. He instinctively circulated the ultimate technique, soul armor. He had long cultivated this absolute art to the 6th level. However, when he cultivated to the 6th level, he encountered an invisible barrier. Due to the strength and quality of his soul, even the attribute board could not help him break through to the 7th level. At this moment, the quality and strength of his soul had broken through to a new level. He naturally cultivated the 7th level of soul armor. A new layer of armor appeared on the surface of his soul. At the same time, after absorbing a large number of comprehensions of the law of reincarnation and the reincarnation technique, his comprehension of the law of reincarnation had also increased to 30%. The reincarnation technique had also increased from the reincarnation of one thought to the reincarnation of all life. In just a short moment, Chu Zhou's strength increased exponentially as his soul, law of reincarnation, and reincarnation improved. My soul should have broken through to the universe nobility realm by now. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised by the breakthrough in his soul. It was not inferior to the surprise brought to him by the law of reincarnation and the reincarnation technique. Souls were of utmost importance to flesh and blood. However, there were not many treasures in the universe that could greatly enhance one's soul enhancement. There were even fewer people who could enhance their soul's enhancement by 100 times in a short period of time. This was also why Chu Zhou was so excited. After all, the strength of the soul was different from the law of reincarnation and the reincarnation technique. It could be directly increased through the attribute board. With my current strength, I should be able to match a beginner universe nobility. Chu Zhou felt the explosive increase in strength in his body and could not help but be overjoyed. At this moment, he was already confident that he could face a beginner universe nobility. Thanks, Dad. After regaining his senses, he immediately expressed his gratitude to his father, Chu Donglei. It's time for you to leave. Chu Donglei smiled slightly and said, bring your companions and leave the Demon God Mountain range as soon as possible. A huge battle might break out here. Your strength is still a little weak. You probably can't even withstand the aftershock of the battle. It's best for you to leave as soon as possible. Chu Zhou was shocked. He immediately understood that this so-called battle was very likely related to his father, Chu Donglei. However, it wasn't easy for her to see her father, but they were separated again so quickly. He was a little reluctant. Chu Donglei seemed to have seen through Chu Zhou's thoughts. He smiled and said, let's leave. Our lives are very long. As long as nothing goes wrong, there will be a lot of opportunities to meet in the future. With that he waved his hand, without waiting for Chu Zhou's response, and Chu Zhou's figure instantly disappeared from the palace. On the ruins, Chu Zhou's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes and found Dragon and the others surrounding him, guarding him nervously. Chu Zhou, what happened just now? Why did your consciousness suddenly leave your body? Yes. What happened? Your consciousness suddenly left your body. We thought something had happened to you. Dragon and the others asked nervously when they saw Chu Zhou wake up. They were all a little worried that Chu Zhou had been cursed by the evil techniques in the ruins. Chu Zhou's heart warmed seeing the worry on Dragon and the others' faces. He smiled and said, yes, but this is a good thing. You don't have to worry. As long as it's a good thing. Dragon and the others were relieved when they heard that. As for Chu Zhou, he did not say that it was a good thing. They would not ask further. They knew that Chu Zhou would definitely take the initiative to tell them what needed to be said and what could be said. Since Chu Zhou didn't say it now, it wasn't convenient for him to say it. Hence, they knew their limits. Let's leave the Demon God Mountain range immediately. Chu Zhou said to Dragon and the others. What? Leave now? Chu Zhou, aren't you looking for your father? Are you not going to look for him anymore? That's right. It doesn't matter if we can't find it here. We can look elsewhere. Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou in shock. In order to find his father, Chu Zhou had spent almost 6 years before coming to the Demon Mountain continent from the wreckage of Universe 03. During this period, he also experienced countless difficulties and dangers. It was not easy for him to arrive at the Demon Mountain continent. It wasn't easy for him to get here. He suddenly stopped looking. They expressed their incomprehension. Chu Zhou understood what Long and the others were thinking. He looked at Long and the others with a deep gaze and smiled. I've achieved our goal. Let's leave. Dragon and the others were stunned when they heard that. Achieved his goal? Chu Zhou found his father, Chu Donglei? When did that happen? Suddenly, Dragon and the others recalled what had just happened to Chu Zhou. Just now, Chu Zhou's consciousness mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that Chu Zhou's consciousness had already found his father, Chu Donglei, and met him? Realizing this, Dragon and the others understood Chu Zhou's words. Whether it was Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, or Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, or Shi Liuyuan, they all felt a trace of regret at this moment. They all realized that they could no longer meet Chu Donglei. Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha felt regretful because they could not reunite with their old friends. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liujin felt regretful because they couldn't see Chu Donglei, whom Dragon and the others respected greatly. They couldn't see with their own eyes what kind of person Chu Donglei was. Chu Zhou, even if we've achieved our goal, there's no need for us to leave the Demon God Mountain Range in such a hurry, right? There are many opportunities in the Demon God Mountain Range. The passageway only opens once a year. Since we're here, it's a pity to leave just like that, Soul said. Dragon and the others also looked at Chu Zhou. Their meaning was similar to Soul's. Since he was already in the Demon God Mountain Range, why not find some opportunities and miss this opportunity? I know what you're thinking, Chu Zhou said with a solemn expression. However, there will be great danger in the Demon God Mountain Range. It's best if we leave immediately. Dragon and the others were shocked when they heard that. They all knew that Chu Zhou didn't like to joke. Since Chu Zhou said so, he must know something. All right, we'll listen to you. We'll leave the Demon God Mountain Range immediately. In the end, Dragon and the others agreed with Chu Zhou's suggestion. After reaching a consensus, Chu Zhou and the others immediately flew towards the passageway at full speed. Soon, they found a passageway and left the Demon God Mountain Range. Not long after Chu Zhou and the others left the Demon God Mountain Range, a temple with surging holy light suddenly flew above the ruins of the Hall of Demons. Powerful figures stood in the temple and looked down coldly at the ruins of the Hall of Demons below. Those demonic beasts are truly well hidden. We've been searching for them for so many years, yet we still haven't been able to find their hiding place. Yet, I wonder where they're hiding. Do you think most of the demons died back then? The remaining people were brought to the demon world by the Lord of Moment. With the collapse of the demon world not long ago, most of the demons died too. Impossible. Apart from the 6 devil kings, the rest of the devils who left with the Lord of Moment are not the main force of the devils at all. The main force of the devils must be hiding somewhere. Voices filled with anger came from the temple. A moment later, someone else said, "Humph. This must be where the Hall of Demons used to be. It hasn't been completely destroyed yet. Let's completely destroy it today. It's really an eyesore. It's indeed an eyesore. Let's completely turn it into dust," another person said. The next moment, a huge pillar of holy light erupted from the temple and blasted towards the ruins of the Hall of Demons below. Chapter 907, Great Prophet. Chu Zhou and the others had just come out of the Demon God Mountain Range when they felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation coming from the Demon God Mountain Range. The entire Demon God Mountain Range shook violently. A violent airflow that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged out from the mountain range. The forest at the foot of the mountain bent under the pressure of the airflow. Many of the dark clouds that covered the sky above the mountain range were dispersed, revealing the situation inside the mountain range. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked up in the direction of the roar and saw a vast pillar of light that pierced through the dark clouds. Even if they were very, very far away, they could still feel how terrifying that pillar of light was. It blasted through heaven and earth like a doomsday energy cannon. That direction seems to be the direction of the Hall of Demons. Will anyone attack the Hall of Demons? I don't think so. The Hall of Demons is already in ruins. Why would they attack the Hall of Demons? Dragon and the others looked at the pillar of light in shock. Just sensing the energy fluctuations emitted by the energy pillar from afar, they felt their hearts palpitate. They were certain. The attack power of that energy pillar had definitely reached the universe nobility level. With their strength, even if they approached such an attack, their lives would be in danger. Dragon and the others suddenly looked at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had just said that the Demon God Mountain Range was about to be in great danger. Then, he had brought them out of the Demon God Mountain Range in a hurry. Could it be that the danger Chu Zhou was referring to was this pillar of light in front of him? Chu Zhou did not speak. He just stared fixedly at the pillar of light. If Dragon and the others only suspected that the energy beam was targeting the ruins of the Hall of Demons, then he was basically certain. Among the experts who entered the Demon God Mountain Range, other than the 3 universe nobility, only the people from the Holy Wings organization can unleash such a powerful attack. The 3 universe nobility are clearly here to search for opportunities in the Demon God Mountain Range. They shouldn't attack the Hall of Demons for no reason. In that case, we can basically confirm that it was the Holy Wings organization that attacked the ruins of the Hall of Demons. Chu Zhou thought quickly. He quickly concluded that it was the Holy Wings organization. In the Demon God Mountain range, many living beings who were searching for treasures, including the 3 universe nobility, were also alarmed by the sudden appearance of the Pillar of Light. Many living beings who were searching for treasures near the ruins of the Hall of Demons encountered a calamity. Rings of mighty energy illuminate suddenly swept over and bombarded these living beings. Among these living beings, those below the Universe Lord level were all blasted into blood mist before they could even let out a scream. Some Universe Lords were also severely injured by the energy illuminate. What? What's going on? Is there a battle between Universe nobility nearby? The expressions of the heavily injured Universe Lords changed drastically. They hurriedly used all their strength to escape far away from the Pillar of Light. The other living beings far away from the ruins of the Hall of Demons also looked at the mighty Pillar of Light in shock. It's the Holy Wings organization. Did they encounter a powerful enemy in the Demon God Mountain range? The 3 universe nobility and many living beings could not help but release their divine senses towards the Pillar of Light. However, when they saw the Pillar of Light bombarding the ruins of the Hall of Demons, they were speechless. Are they crazy? They attacked a ruin for no reason. Why do I feel like there's a blood feud between the Holy Wings organization and the former demons? They won't even let go of the ruins left behind by the demons. Crazy. The group of people complained when they saw a temple attacking the ruins of the Hall of Demons. In the temple, the figures standing in the holy light also looked coldly at the buildings that were constantly collapsing under the impact of the Pillar of Light. The reason why they chose to destroy this ruin was purely because they felt that this ruin was an eyesore. This ruin was left behind by the demons after all. Boom! Suddenly, under the gazes of many figures in the temple, the ruins of the Hall of Demons shook violently. In the center of the ruins, a huge abyss split open. Demonic chi that was like smoke rose into the sky from the abyss. Terrifying energy fluctuations directly dispersed more than half of the black clouds that enveloped the Demon God Mountain range. Without the cover of the dark clouds, Chu Zhou and the others outside the mountain range could immediately see the situation inside the mountain range clearly with their divine senses. Hiss? What's going on now? Dragon and the others were shocked. Could Dad have made a move? Chu Zhou thought. Demonic chi, what dense demonic chi? In the Demon God Mountain range, all the living beings looked at the surging demonic aura that soared into the sky in shock. In the Demon God Mountain range, all the living beings looked at the surging demonic aura that soared into the sky in shock. Ha ha ha, what a surprise! I just thought that the ruins of the Hall of Demons were an eyesore and wanted to completely raze them to the ground. I didn't expect to find the hidden main force of the demons by mistake. After searching for so many years, there's finally going to be a result. In the divine temple filled with holy light, the figures covered in divine light were all excited when they saw the abyss below that was filled with demonic chi. They all thought that they had found the main force of the demons. Chapter 908, Great Prophet. 2. How could such earth-shattering demonic chi leak out otherwise? Continue to attack and force the demons hiding here out completely. In the temple, a universe nobility said excitedly. That's right. Even if we have to completely destroy this place today and dig 100,000 meters into the ground, we have to find those demons. Another universe nobility said coldly. Immediately, one mysterious symbol after another appeared on the surface of the temple. Countless symbols emitted a dazzling light and vaguely formed a huge array. It was like a whale sucking water, absorbing the cosmic energy. Boom! Another earth-shattering pillar of light erupted from the temple and blasted into the abyss below. This beam of light was even more terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated layer by layer. However, a huge black demonic claw suddenly stretched out from the abyss before the pillar of light hit the abyss. The demonic claw spread its 5 fingers like a demonic cloud, casting a large shadow. Almost instantly, the beam of light was torn apart by the demonic claws and turned into countless light spots. Then, the demonic claws that covered the sky grabbed at the temple slowly but quickly. What? What's that? How terrifying! Be it Chu Zhou and the others or the living beings in the Demon God Mountain range, the moment they saw the demonic claws, they instantly felt a huge tremble. They seemed to be instinctively afraid whether it was his physical body or his soul. In the temple, the figures standing in the holy light saw the huge demonic claw that was grabbing at them, and their expressions changed. This demonic claw was more terrifying than they had imagined. Damn it! This is a universe overlord. Let's go! A universe nobility shouted with all his might. Let's go! There's a demon magnate hidden here. He's not someone we can deal with. In the temple, many of the Holy Wings organization's experts were almost scared out of their wits. They only wanted to find the main army of the demon race, but who would have thought that they would dig out a demon magnate? They activated the temple with all their might. Circles of silver spatial ripples rippled out of the temple, and the surrounding void instantly distorted. This temple was actually a spatial treasure. It was obvious that the experts of the Holy Wings organization wanted to activate the temple and escape after sensing that something was wrong. Swoosh! The temple suddenly became blurry before completely disappearing. The experts of the Holy Wings organization reacted in time. Before the huge demonic claw could attack the temple, they successfully let the temple escape into the depths of space. However, even though the temple disappeared, the demonic claw that covered the sky continued to grab at the original location of the temple. It was as if he would not stop until he captured the temple. Crack! A large area of space was instantly crushed into powder by the demonic claws. Then, under everyone's gaze, the demonic claw followed the shattered space and entered the depths of the space. In just a breath's time, that terrifying demonic claw came out of the depths of the space with a divine temple that was surging with holy light. In just a breath's time, that terrifying demonic claw came out of the depths of the space with a divine temple that was surging with holy light. Many living beings felt their scalps tingle when they saw this. Even Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The law of space had always been his greatest reliance. He had also manipulated the law of space many times to escape into the depths of space and perform a spatial jump. Whether it was escaping or ambushing the enemy, these were all very good methods. He finally knew that the law of space was not omnipotent. If he encountered a sufficiently strong opponent, even if he escaped into the depths of the space, the other party would still have a way to capture him from the depths of the space. That's a warning. Chu Zhou warned himself. At that moment, in the God Temple, when they saw the God Temple being pulled out of space by the demonic claws, they all panicked. The huge demonic claw ignored the reactions of the experts from the Holy Wings organization. After grabbing the temple, the 5 tough fingers that seemed to be made of black divine gold suddenly exerted strength. With a loud bang, the entire temple was crushed. Countless fragments flew everywhere. At the same time, the experts in the temple suddenly lost their lives. His physical body was intact, but he was dead. Only 2 universe nobility level figures survived. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 universe nobility level figures turned into 2 after images the moment the temple exploded. They split into 2 and fled quickly. However, they had only flown less than 10,000 meters when 2 black chains flew over and wrapped around their bodies, making it difficult for them to move. Chu Zhou and the others could see very clearly that the 2 black chains extended from the demonic claw that covered the sky. The 2 black chains suddenly erupted with a terrifying energy fluctuation. The 2 universe nobility that were entangled by the chains suddenly froze and stopped moving. They're dead. These are 2 universe nobility. They actually died just like that. Gasp! Terrifying. In the Demon God Mountain range, many living beings felt their scalps tingle when they saw the scene in the sky and sensed the 2 lifeless universe nobility figures. Universe nobility was a big shot in the universe. In many universe races, universe nobility was also known as the Divine King. The meaning was that he was the God King. From this, it could be seen how powerful and high the status of universe nobility was. But now, in front of them, the 2 universe nobility were easily killed like 2 ants. How could everyone not be shocked? The 3 universe nobility who had entered the Demon God Mountain range to search for opportunities immediately rushed towards the tunnel after seeing the 2 universe nobility from the Holy Wings organization being killed as easily as ants. Damn it! The Demon God Mountain range was too dangerous. It was simply not a place for humans to stay. It was a form of respect to leave first. When the other living beings saw that the 3 universe nobility had chosen to retreat strategically, they came to a realization. One by one, they all fled out of the Demon God Mountain range. Outside the mountain range, Dragon and the others were dumbfounded and broke out in cold sweat. Hiss! Fortunately, we listened to you, Chu Zhou, and left the Demon God Mountain range long ago. The Demon God Mountain range is too dangerous. That's right. Even universe nobility is dead. If we stay inside, once that demonic claw attacks us, we probably won't be able to resist at all. Dragon and the others said in fear, looking like they were lucky. Chu Zhou did not speak. He knew that his father must have made a move. Dad also said that it would be dangerous. It doesn't seem to be too dangerous. He took care of the people from the Holy Wings organization in a few moves. Chu Zhou thought in confusion. Suddenly, his face lit up. He received a voice transmission from his father, Chu Donglei. His father wanted to hand over the corpses of the Holy Wings organization's experts to him. Chu Zhou hurriedly let his divine kingdom open an entrance in the depths of the void. In the next moment, he saw corpses flying into his divine kingdom along the entrance. Among them were 2 corpses that were filled with the fluctuations of universe nobility. In the eyes of Dragon and the others, the 2 universe nobility corpses wrapped in 2 black chains and the corpses of the Holy Wings organization experts floating above the ruins of the Hall of Demons had vanished into thin air. No one thought too much about this. He just thought that the owner of the demonic claw had kept the corpse. 2 universe nobility corpses, 10 universe lord corpses, and 50 world overlord corpses. After converting these into attribute points, it's estimated to be more than 2.2 million trillion. I can level up again. Moreover, other than the corpses themselves, the weapons and other treasures hidden in these corpses, as well as the divine kingdoms and worlds, are also a huge fortune. All in all, I've made a killing. Chu Zhou counted the corpses and the other benefits brought by the corpses and was in a good mood. At this moment, an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura came from the sky above the Demon God Mountain range. An incomparably huge face suddenly appeared. In an instant, be it the living beings in the Demon God Mountain range or the living beings at the foot of the mountain, they all felt the pressure. Chapter 909, 3-Element Advance Grade Universe Lord. A huge face suddenly appeared above the Demon God Mountain range. The incomparably heavy pressure made the living beings inside and outside the Demon God Mountain range feel suffocated. This is a universe overlord. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge face. Using resistance to transform into a huge human face was a common method used by universe overlords. Furthermore, the enormous human face's oppressive might was so frightening. He was undoubtedly a universe overlord. Chu Zhou and the others had seen universe overlords use similar methods several times. If someone from the Holy Wings organization dares to be killed, this huge face will descend. Without a doubt, this is the universe overlord of the Holy Wings organization. The Holy Wings organization is indeed powerful. The members of this organization have just been killed and a universe overlord has already descended. Many people looked up at the huge human face in the sky and thought in shock. Chu Zhou and the others also looked at the huge human face solemnly. Fortunately, we didn't have a conflict with the Holy Wings organization. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Zhou Yu said. Dragon and the others nodded in agreement. Someone in the organization had just been killed, and an overlord had already descended. Such an organization was indeed difficult to provoke. The huge human face in the sky looked coldly at the huge demonic claw that stretched out from the abyss. Its eyes flickered with billions of lightning bolts. Who are you, sir? The huge face asked coldly. A terrifying pressure spread out from the huge face. The void around it was constantly shattering. However, there was no response to its question. The demonic claw that stretched out from the abyss suddenly poured out its arm slightly. Its palm faced the huge human face, and a huge blood-colored demon eye grew out of its palm. The blood-colored demonic eye looked at the huge human face coldly. In the demonic eye, there seemed to be an endless sea of blood floating. The huge face did not receive a response for a long time, and a trace of anger gradually appeared on its face. Since you're not going to answer, die. The huge face said coldly. In an instant, countless nomological patterns spread out from that face and interweaved in the void to condense into an ancient spear interweaved with lightning. The moment the ancient spear appeared, the void boiled. A terrifying pressure swept through heaven and earth. Countless white cracks appeared in the sky, and countless cracks spread on the ground. It was as if the heaven and earth had collapsed. Chu Zhou and the others also felt that their bodies were about to collapse. Their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly mobilized the power of laws to resist the terrifying aura and stabilize their bodies. However, living beings below the Universe Lord realm could not resist the impact of that terrifying aura. Many people had spiderweb-like bloodstains on their skin. Blood seeped out. Boom! The ancient spear that was intertwined with lightning suddenly shot towards the demonic claw. The sky above the demon god mountain range immediately shattered. That ancient spear was like the spear of doomsday, wanting to destroy everything. Scram! The word scram suddenly came from the demonic claw. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the weather changed. With a loud bang, the terrifying ancient spear that pierced through the void shattered. Following that, the huge human face in the sky also suffered a terrifying impact. The huge human face looked deeply into the abyss before shattering into countless specks of light. That's it. Seeing the ancient spear and the huge human face shattered with a bang, many people were stunned and had yet to react. This seemed to be a battle between two overlords. However, why did it seem like it ended too easily? However, everyone soon understood. It didn't end too easily. It was because the owner of the demonic claw was not simple. The overlord of the Holy Wings organization would not hold back. However, the owner of the demonic claw could shatter the ancient spear and the huge human face with a single roar. It could only be said that the owner of the demonic claw was more terrifying than he had imagined. Gasp! Who would have thought that there was actually a demon giant hidden under the ruins of the demon halls? After the news spreads, I reckon the entire Demon Mountain continent will be in an uproar. It's not just the Demon Mountain continent. The entire universe ocean will probably be in an uproar. The former devils were indeed a force that ruled the entire universe ocean. Even though they had been silent for countless years, there were still magnates like the Lord of Moment and the Master of the Demonic Claws. More importantly, the Great Heaven Demon God still had remnant souls. It's said that the Great Heaven Demon God and the demons suddenly disappeared back then. A portion of the demon army left with the Lord of Moment, but the main force of the demons mysteriously disappeared. This means that the main force of the demons is very likely still there. In this case, once the Great Heaven Demon God reorganizes his old forces, it's not impossible for him to rise again. At the foot of the Demon God mountain range, many living beings were discussing in shock. At this moment, the strange black clouds in the Demon God mountain range gradually enveloped the Demon God mountain range again, preventing the people outside from seeing the situation inside. Let's go. Chu Zhou took a deep look at the Demon God mountain range, then took out the coiling dragon and left on it with Dragon and the others. As for the news of the Demon God mountain range, it quickly swept through the Demon Mountain continent through various channels. Countless experts and factions on the Demon Mountain continent were shocked. As the news spread out from the Demon Mountain continent to other places in the universe ocean, more and more shocked living beings appeared. After Chu Zhou and the others left the Demon God mountain range, they did not return to back ancient viewing city. Instead, they landed in a hidden desolate mountain range billions of kilometers away from the Demon God mountain range and prepared to rest here for a period of time. In the Divine Kingdom, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the Myriad Laws Hall. Attribute points, 2.2 million trillion, plus 2.2 million trillion. After Chu Zhou devoured the 2 Universe Nobility Corpses, 10 Universe Lord Corpses, and many World Overlord Corpses of the Holy Wings organization, he obtained 2.2 trillion attribute points. Upgrade the space-time law. Chu Zhou's heart stirred. In an instant, a terrifying strange force erupted from the attribute board. Unknowingly, time and space shook. A huge time and space torrent suddenly appeared above 5 Elements Mountain. It poured down like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens and drowned Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou's body and soul were being tempered crazily by the power of the laws of space and time. His time and space stats became stronger and stronger. In his consciousness, countless comprehensions of the space-time law surged out like a fountain. His understanding of time and space became deeper and deeper. The time and space nomological sparks slowly appeared above his head. The symbols and nomological patterns on the surface of the nomological sparks became more and more complicated. At a certain moment, the pressure of the nomological sparks suddenly increased. Chu Zhou's aura also rose rapidly almost at the same time. A terrifying pressure spread out from his body and enveloped the entire Divine Kingdom. Attribute points, 1.7 trillion. 5 elemental laws, 30%, metal and wood laws have fused more than 60%. Law of reincarnation, 30%. Space-time law, 30%. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board. He couldn't help but laugh. The comprehension of the 5 elemental laws, the law of reincarnation, and the space-time law had all reached 30%. In that case, he had cultivated these 3 laws to the limit of a Supreme Universe Lord. He was now an advanced grade Universe Lord of 3 elements. Perhaps it's time to find a beginner Universe nobility to practice with. Chu Zhou felt the increase in strength in his body and muttered to himself. However, before finding a beginner Universe nobility to practice, he had to settle an old score. His gaze instantly turned cold as he recalled the ambush he had encountered on the way to the Demon God Mountain range after leaving Ancient Viewing City. In that ambush, a total of 6 people attacked him. Other than Daphne and Njigad, there was also Zelnaga from the Zerg race, Zermatt from the Mechanical Lord, and Chiga from the Crystallizers. There was also Ancient Viewing City's Bullen family's Akin. In addition, there was also a person who secretly activated a holy scepter to ambush him. Chu Zhou concluded that Daphne and Njigad were not dead, but he did not know where they were, so he could only ignore them for the time being. Zelnaga, Zermatt, and Chigu had already been killed and devoured by him, so there was nothing to say. However, the Bullen family that Akin was in had to be settled properly. Also, the person who secretly controlled the holy scepter to attack him, although he had never seen the person behind the scenes. However, he was certain that the person in the dark was most likely Twyla of the Saint Nar family. This had to be investigated. If it was confirmed that it was Twyla, he would take revenge without hesitation. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? It's just that I was in a hurry to see Dad earlier, so I temporarily suppressed these matters. Chu Zhou smiled coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 910, Breakthrough. 16 Slaughter Sword Diagrams. 1. In the 10,000 Techniques Hall in the Divine Kingdom, the nomological divine power around Chu Zhou was vast and mighty, revolving like a vortex. The power of the 5 elements rule, the power of the reincarnation rule, and the power of the space-time rule surged out of the surrounding void and entered his body. The aura on his body had reached a shocking level. Boss, how abnormal! Is he still a Universe Lord? Bai Bei squatted on a chair and muttered as she looked at Chu Zhou. It had seen many Universe Lords, but it had never seen a terrifying universe Lord like Chu Zhou. The current Chu Zhou was no longer weaker than a beginner Universe nobility in its opinion. Outside the Myriad Laws Hall, a towering ancient tree that was filled with a demonic blue light stood tall. There was a huge 5-colored vine wrapped around the towering ancient tree. 1,000-star vine, isn't our master a little too heaven-defying? I feel that us Universe Lords are on a completely different level from a Universe Lord like our master. The ancient blue demon tree sighed deeply. As the ancient blue demon tree and the royal family of the Mana race, it was at least 3 to 4 times stronger than creatures of the same level. In particular, it had also absorbed the origin of the other 2 ancient blue demon trees. One of the ancient blue demon trees had even reached the level of an advanced grade Universe Lord. This made it stronger than the other ancient blue demon trees. However, compared to its master, Chu Zhou, it felt that its strength was not worth mentioning. The 1,000-star vine nodded vigorously in agreement. It had followed Chu Zhou for many years and had grown up with him since Earth. It knew too well how abnormal its master was. In the 10,000 Techniques Hall, Chu Zhou was planning to settle scores with the Bullen family where Akin was. He was also prepared to investigate whether Twyla had attacked him that day. If Twyla made a move too, he wouldn't be polite. However, he did not take action immediately. The Bullen family and the Saint Nar family that Twyla was from were both one of the top 10 families in Ancient Viewing City. For these 2 families to be able to dominate Ancient Viewing City for countless years, their foundations were definitely extremely deep. Perhaps he had enough foundation to deal with Universe nobility. If he wanted to deal with these 2 clans, it was best for him to continue to increase his strength. Not to mention, the waters in Ancient Viewing City were very deep. Who knew if he would attract other enemies and forces if he attacked the 2 families? Therefore, the stronger he was, the better. I name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Grade Universe Lord, I attribute points, 1.7 trillion. Rule/law. 5 elemental laws, 30%, metal and wood laws have fused more than 60%. Law of reincarnation, 30%. Space-time law, 30%. Gravity law, 90%. Repulsion law, 90%. Absolute arts. Book of 7 calamities, first level. Initial mastery of the 7 powers of joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, and shock. Reincarnation technique, level 2, reincarnation of all beings. Divine text with the word A, comprehension and control have reached the level of an advanced grade Universe Lord. Myriad transformation secret manual, level 2, can control 6 types of attack power at the same time. Soul armor, level 7 soul armor. Killing sword art, level 8, comprehended 8 slaughter sword diagrams. Chaos Dharma body, million-meter chaos Dharma body. 1000 bodies holy scripture, 7 advanced grade Universe Lord clones, 4 elementary grade Universe Lord clones, 1 world overlord clone flowing moon movement technique, first level, body like the waning moon. 6 radiance shield, first level, able to block attacks from Universe Lords. Chu Zhou looked at the information on his attribute board and carefully thought about which laws or ultimate techniques to upgrade next. The 5 elemental laws, the law of reincarnation, and the space-time law have all reached the limit of a Universe Lord. They can't continue to improve. As for the law of power belonging to the law of gravity and the law of repulsion, there's no need to comprehend them for the time being. The 3 laws are enough for me to use now. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou focused his attention on the ultimate technique. The realm of the reincarnation technique was directly related to the comprehension of the law of reincarnation. This law of reincarnation had reached the limit of a Universe Lord. He could only cultivate the reincarnation technique to the reincarnation realm. The realm of soul armor was also limited by his soul level. Reaching the 7th level of soul armor was also the limit. The realm of the myriad transformation secret manual was more restricted because of his overall strength and foundation. Currently, he could only cultivate to the 2nd level. Furthermore, he felt that if he wanted to master the last level of the myriad transformation secret manual, which was the 3rd level, he would have to become a Universe Overlord. In that case, the remaining choices were the Book of 7 Calamities, Divine Rune with the word A, Killing Sword Art, Chaos Dharma Body, 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, Flowing Moon Movement Technique, 6 Radiance Shield, and so on. Let's prioritize improving the Killing Sword Art. After deliberating for a moment, Chu Zhou made a decision. Upgrade the Killing Sword Art. With a thought, his attribute board instantly flashed. In an instant, book after book filled with boundless sword chi appeared in his consciousness. There were a total of 720 volumes of the Killing Sword Art. Volumes 1 to 10 were the general outline of the Killing Sword Art. In the general outline, it fully explained the core concept of the Killing Sword Art and the foundation of the cultivation of the Killing Sword Art. Books 11 to 700 recorded 1008 exquisite and comprehension methods. Chapter 911, Breakthrough. 16 Slaughter Sword Diagrams. 2. These 1008 exquisite techniques covered an extremely wide range. They contained different rules, different laws, and various attacks that formed various different ways of exerting strength. Books 701 to 720 recorded 24 slaughter sword diagrams. Every slaughter sword painting contained a slaughter intent. The 24 slaughter sword diagrams matched the 1008 essences. Comprehending the 1st to the 42nd essences could form the first slaughter sword painting. Comprehending the 43rd to 84th essences could form the second slaughter sword painting, and so on. After comprehending all 1008 essences, it would form 24 slaughter sword diagrams. In his consciousness, many books opened one after another. Countless words and sword chi intertwined, turning into a slaughter sword diagram with shocking killing intent. These were also the 8 slaughter sword diagrams that he had already comprehended. At this moment, as countless new comprehensions of the killing sword art surfaced in his heart, new books kept opening and condensing into a new killing sword diagram. The 9th slaughter sword diagram. The 10th slaughter sword painting. The 16th slaughter sword painting. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter sword painting in the depths of his consciousness had increased from 8 to 16. A terrifying killing sword intent that could cut through everything spread out from Chu Zhou's body like a storm, instantly engulfing the entire divine kingdom. In Baibei, the ancient blue demon tree, and the 1,000 star vines senses, endless scarlet blood seemed to have suddenly surged out of Chu Zhou's body. The scarlet blood was like waves and tidal waves. It first rushed out of the 10,000 Dharma Hall, then quickly drowned the 5 Elements Mountain before sweeping towards the entire Divine Kingdom. Bai Bei, the ancient blue demon tree, and the 1000-star vine instantly felt their blood run cold. Too terrifying, too terrifying. If it wasn't Chu Zhou sitting in the 10,000 Dharma Hall at this moment, they would definitely have turned around and fled. Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. A strange scene appeared in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a roaring sea of blood. Countless corpses of gods and devils fell into the sea of blood like a rainstorm. There were 2 sword chi vortexes formed by billions of sword chi above the blood sea. Looking at it seriously, the 2 terrifying sword chi vortexes were his 2 eyeballs. There are a total of 24 slaughter sword paintings. In fact, every 8 slaughter sword paintings is a major stage. Now that I've condensed 16 slaughter sword paintings, it means that I've already cultivated the second major stage of the slaughter sword art to perfection. At this level, I seem to have touched the power of the essence of slaughter. Chu Zhou lowered his head and looked at his palm. The surrounding void trembled slightly, an invisible killing intent gathered towards his palm. In the next moment, billions of sword chi that were countless times thinner than the hair of a cow appeared in his palm. Billions of sword chi spun in his palm, forming a sword chi vortex. Then, the sword chi vortex gradually turned scarlet. Vaguely, 16 terrifying slaughter sword diagram phantoms appeared in the scarlet sword chi vortex. A terrifying killing intent that could destroy all living beings suddenly erupted from the sword chi vortex. In an instant, the void in the 10,000 spell palace was directly annihilated and turned into a dark void. In fact, if Chu Zhou had not deliberately controlled crowd control, the entire Myriad Laws Hall and even 5 Elements Mountain would probably have completely disappeared. Bai Bei exploded and stepped into the torrent of space and time immediately, dodging the impact of the terrifying killing intent. This is the essence profound of the killing sword art. A wave of killing intent can destroy everything. Lotus, rain, sword light planet, and so on are just external appearances. Chu Zhou subconsciously thought of the Book of 7 Calamities as he spoke. He discovered a similarity between the killing sword art and the Book of 7 Calamities. The core of these 2 absolute arts did not lie in the nomological laws, but in some kind of powerful origin power in the universe. The origin power of the killing sword art was the endless killing intent that filled the universe. The origin power of the Book of 7 Calamities was the 7 extreme emotions in the hearts of all living beings in the universe. Teacher, he obtained the divine rune inheritance of the word kill in the divine general ancient city and rose to prominence. He also created the killing sword art. As for the great heaven demon god, he once obtained the divine rune inheritance of the word demon in the divine general ancient city. The Book of 7 Calamities was very likely created by the great heaven demon god based on his own comprehension of the divine rune of the word demon. And the origin power of these 2 absolute arts is different from the power of laws. The origin power seems to come from all living beings in the universe. Could it be that the inheritance of the god language is another power system that is different from the system of laws? Chu Zhou could not help but think to himself. He vaguely discovered the strength of the divine text inheritance. Then, he recalled that the 2 human saints, Emperor Shi and Martial Ancestor, had also obtained the inheritance of the word Shi and Wu from the divine general ancient city. Moreover, after they became saints, they still retained the word Shi and Wu in their titles. It was hard for Chu Zhou not to think too much about it. His intuition told him that the inheritance of the divine language was much stronger than what he knew. Moreover, it was very likely that there was another power system that was different from the nomological system. He was not sure if his guess was correct. However, he had already placed great importance on the divine rune he had obtained. Attribute points, 200,000 trillion I. Killing sword art, level 16, comprehended 16 slaughter sword diagrams. Chu Zhou glanced at his attribute board and realized that after upgrading the killing sword art to the 16th level, he had spent a total of 1.5 trillion attribute points. The remaining attribute points were clearly unable to continue upgrading the killing sword art. The further he progressed in the killing sword art, the more attribute points he needed to level up. He estimated that he would need at least 10 trillion attribute points to successfully cultivate the last 8 levels of the killing sword art. Looks like the attribute points are still far from enough. He sighed in his heart. He had too many absolute arts that he needed to improve. Moreover, the higher the realm of these ultimate techniques, the more terrifying the attribute points needed to level up. He still needed to continue working hard. After closing the attribute board, with a thought, 10 world hearts filled with universe lord nomological fluctuations appeared in front of him. This was what he obtained after refining the divine kingdoms of the 10 universe lords of the Holy Wings organization. With 10 world hearts, he could condense 10 universe lord clones through the 1000 bodies holy scripture. I can also refine 2 noble level world hearts. Unfortunately, I'm still a universe lord and can't condense a universe nobility level clone. He muttered to himself and immediately circulated the 1000 bodies holy scripture with all his might. He released the blood energy, origin power, soul power, nomological power, and so on in his body, forming mysterious arrays and runes that enveloped the 10 world hearts. Half a day later, 10 figures filled with the aura of universe lords appeared beside Chu Zhou. 1000 bodies holy scripture, 22 clones, 9 advanced grade universe lord clones, 3 intermediate grade universe lord clones, 9 elementary grade universe lord clones, 1 world overlord clone. He had 22 clones now. 4 of the elementary grade universe lord clones were sent back to the human territory to prepare for the establishment of a cosmic nation. There was also a world overlord realm clone left beside his sister, Chu Yu. The remaining 15 universe lord clones were all by his side now. I also have 15 universe lord clones. This should be an extremely huge force. Yes, I don't need to rely on anyone or any faction, I already have a huge faction myself. Chu Zhou let out a long breath, his eyes filled with confidence. Now, it's time to collect the debt. With a thought, he left the divine kingdom and appeared in a cave. At this moment, Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, Shi Liujin, and the others were all waiting for him. Chu Zhou, you broke through again. Dragon and the others could not help but curse in their hearts when they sensed the aura on Chu Zhou's body that had become stronger again. Let's go to the ancient viewing city. Chu Zhou decisively summoned the coiling dragon. Soon, coiling dragon transformed into a black line and flew towards ancient viewing city at nearly the speed of light. Chapter 912, Collecting Debt. 1. A black line was rapidly advancing in the sky. It was as fast as a flowing light. It left a long mark in the sea of clouds. Chu Zhou took out a broken holy scepter and placed it in front of everyone. Let's first investigate the origin of this holy scepter and see if it belongs to an expert of the Saint Nar family. He said to Dragon and the others. Okay. Dragon and the others' consciousnesses were connected to the mirror universe's network. Dragon allowed the mirror network to scan the holy scepter directly. Through the image of the holy scepter, he searched for information about the holy scepter. Soul and Chang'e Saha went to find some friends they knew on the myriad race continent in the mirror universe and asked if they knew this scepter. Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, and Shi Liujin contacted the human and alien universe lords of the Human Alliance to inquire about the holy scepter. At this moment, Chu Zhou received a message from his teacher, King Bei Kang. Information from teacher? Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. He knew his teacher very well. Unless it was something major, he rarely took the initiative to send him messages. He opened the message. Our core upper echelons have received secret information that the 5 pinnacle races, including the Zerg race, the Freedom Alliance, the Primordial Alliance, and the other 2 supreme factions have already sent universe nobility to the Demon Mountain continent to deal with you. In addition, there are also local forces on the Demon Mountain continent that are prepared to attack you. Safety first. Be careful. Chu Zhou was shocked. He had not expected the 5 pinnacle races to send universe nobility to deal with him. Furthermore, other than the 5 pinnacle races, the 2 strongest factions in the universe, the Freedom Alliance and the Primordial Alliance, as well as some local factions of the Demon Mountain continent, had actually targeted him. Is it for the law of reincarnation on me? Or are you afraid that I'll really grow up? Perhaps, there are all kinds of reasons. Chu Zhou thought to himself with a cold gaze. No matter what the reason was, these forces were prepared to attack him and he would never give up without a fight. He continued to read. Be careful, but there's no need to be afraid. The powerful humans have also rushed to the Demon Mountain continent as quickly as possible. We humans are not to be trifled with. If anyone doesn't know what's good for them, they will stain the heaven and earth with blood. These words were domineering and filled with killing intent. When Chu Zhou saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Exactly. He Chu Zhou was not a lone wolf. He also had a backer. The 5 pinnacle races, the 2 supreme powers, as well as the local powers of the Devil Mountain continent were all targeting him. This might scare the others, but it wouldn't scare him. I've found information about the Holy Scepter, the dragon said. This Holy Scepter is really called the Scepter of Dawn. It's an advance-grade Universe Lord weapon. About 60 million years ago, a tomb of an advance-grade Universe Lord appeared in the Demon Mountain continent, causing many experts on the Demon Mountain continent to fight over it. At that time, someone obtained the Scepter of Dawn from the tomb. I've also found out about it, said Zhou Yu. A Universe Lord I know in the Human Alliance once roamed the Demon Mountain continent for more than 1,000,000 years. By chance, he encountered a few intermediate-grade Universe Lords fighting. One of them suddenly took out the Dawn Scepter and killed the other 2 Universe Lords. At that time, even though the Universe Lord who took out the Scepter of Dawn was covered in a divine light shield, the colorful wings on his back still revealed that he was an expert of the Saint Nar family. Sol, Changa Saha, Bing Selan and Shi Liujin did not find any information. However, the information provided by Long and Zhou Yu was enough. Chu Zhou had already confirmed that the Holy Scepter belonged to the experts of the Saint Nar family. As for who from the Saint Nar family did it that day, that was not important. He could just settle the score with the entire Saint Nar family. Twyla, were you the one who secretly attacked that day? Chu Zhou muttered to himself with a cold gaze. However, whether it's you or not, it doesn't matter anymore. As long as it's someone from your Saint Nar family, I can settle the score with the entire Saint Nar family. He tidied up his emotions and displayed the message from his teacher in front of Dragon and the others. Look at the message from my teacher. A message from Lord Bei Kang? Dragon and the others were shocked when they heard that. He hurriedly read the message sent by King Bei Kang seriously. After reading the information, Dragon and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions changing. What do we do now? After reading the information, Dragon and the others felt their scalps tingle. Fortunately, the latter part of the message said that the experts of the human race would also arrive. Otherwise, they would have been able to escape. What should we do? Let's do as planned. Chu Zhou said calmly, I reckon that it's already too late to escape the Demon Mountain continent. In that case, we might as well follow our original plan and continue heading to Ancient Viewing City to find the Bolin family and the Saint Nar family to settle the score. Dragon and the others pondered for a moment and finally agreed to Chu Zhou's plan. Exactly. If the 5 pinnacle races, 2 supreme factions, and some local factions of the Devil Mountain continent wanted to deal with them, how could they give them a chance to escape? At this moment, they had probably already set up an inescapable net around the Demon Mountain continent to prevent them from escaping. Since that was the case, he might as well follow the original plan. Chapter 913, Collecting Debt. 2. The Ancient Viewing City. The Saint Nar family. Twyla and the head of the Saint Nar family, Sadista, sat opposite each other. Father, good news. The Zerg race and the other 5 peak races, the 2 strongest factions, the Freedom Alliance and the Primordial Alliance, as well as some top factions of our Demon Mountain continent, are actually going to attack Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is dead for sure this time. Twyla said happily. Sadista smiled. This is indeed good news. In that case, our family doesn't have to personally kill Chu Zhou. This Chu Zhou is too involved. He's a huge problem. The last time you participated in the sneak attack on Chu Zhou and failed to kill him, you've already buried a huge hidden danger. Once he finds out that you've taken action, with his personality, he won't let our Saint Nar family off. When Twyla heard this, he couldn't help but recall the scene of Chu Zhou forcefully killing Daphne and the others. He secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He did not expect Chu Zhou to be so terrifying. So many advanced-grade Universe Lords had joined forces to ambush him, but he had actually killed them instead. Fortunately, he hid in the dark that day and only controlled the Dawn Scepter to attack from hundreds of millions of miles away. After the ambush failed, he immediately retracted his aura, and escaped the calamity. However, just as his father said, he participated in the ambush and lost the Dawn Scepter, which left a huge hidden danger. With the intelligence system of humans, it was not difficult to find out that the Scepter of Dawn was his. At that time, with Chu Zhou's personality, how could he let their Saint Nar family off after knowing the truth? Fortunately, Chu Zhou was about to die. As long as Chu Zhou died, all hidden dangers would be eliminated. Father, should we interfere when the various factions join forces to deal with Chu Zhou? Twyla asked. Sadista tapped his right index finger on the table and pondered for a moment before saying. Sadista tapped his right index finger on the table and pondered for a moment before saying. Depends on the situation? Isn't it our Saint Null family's mission to eliminate the people on the Demon Mountain continent who have comprehended the law of reincarnation? Twyla asked in confusion. This is indeed our family's mission. Sadista's gaze was deep as he said in a deep voice, but Chu Zhou is a huge problem. He is the #1 prodigy of humanity, and his teacher is King Bei Kang. If we kill him, be it King Bei Kang or the higher-ups of the human race, they will fly into a rage. Humans are one of the 6 pinnacle races. Furthermore, humans rule one of the 9 strongest factions, the Human Alliance. It can be said that the strength of humans is unimaginably powerful. Once humans go berserk, they'll take revenge on a certain living being. Even if the other party is a universe overlord, they'll probably die. Other than the universe saint, no one can ignore the revenge of humans. Our Saint Nar family is too insignificant in front of a behemoth like humanity. It's just that due to the family's mission, we have no choice but to attack Chu Zhou. However, it would be best if Chu Zhou could die at the hands of others. Our goal has been achieved, and we don't have to anger humans. Twyla nodded in agreement. Exactly. Humans were too scary. It was best not to offend him if possible. A blurry black line suddenly stopped outside Ancient Viewing City and turned into a spaceship. Chu Zhou and the others flew down from the coiling dragon and put it away. It's Chu Zhou and the others. Many living beings entered and left the city gate of Ancient Viewing City. The moment Chu Zhou and the others appeared, they were immediately discovered by many living beings. It was relatively confidential news that the 5 races and other factions wanted to deal with Chu Zhou. Ordinary living beings did not know. Therefore, when they saw Chu Zhou and the others return to Ancient Viewing City, although many living beings outside the city gate felt a little strange and shocked, they did not think too much about it. However, a very small number of living beings from the 5 top clans and other factions changed their expressions when they saw Chu Zhou and the others. Then, they immediately spread the news through secret methods. Chu Zhou and the others turned a blind eye to the surrounding gazes. Should we settle the score with the Saint Nar family first, or with the Bulin family first? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou, waiting for him to make a decision. The persimmon has to be picked first. The Bulin clan has declined. Let's go settle the score with the Bulin clan first. Chu Zhou strode into the city as he spoke. Dragon and the others followed. Chu Zhou and the others did not hide their conversation just now, so the living beings at the city gate heard it. I didn't hear wrongly just now, right? Chu Zhou and company are planning to seek out the Saint Nar family and the Bulin family of our Ancient Viewing City's 10 great families to settle the score. You didn't hear wrong, I heard it too. Gasp. Something big has happened. At the city gate, many creatures were in an uproar. I heard that Chu Zhou and the others encountered an ambush not long ago. Could it be that the Saint Nar and Bulin families were involved in that ambush? That's why Chu Zhou came to settle the score today. No matter what the cause is, I know that Chu Zhou and the others are about to start a war with the Saint Nar and Bulin families. Such a huge incident hasn't happened in our Ancient Viewing City in tens of millions of years. We can't miss such a thing. Many living beings rushed towards the Bulin family. The Bulin family was located in the south of Ancient Viewing City, about 10 kilometers away from the Saint Nar family. With Chu Zhou and the others' speed, they arrived outside the Bulin family's manor in the blink of an eye. Chapter 914, Collecting Debt. 3. This is the Bulin family. Chu Zhou and the others sized up the ancient manor in front of them. This manor occupied a large area of more than 100 acres. Inside the manor, there were many palaces and pavilions. Above the manor, there were war fortresses that were filled with a dangerous aura. A faint aura that could threaten a universe lord spread out from the depths of the manor. It was clear that even though the Bulin family had declined, there were still 3 kilograms of nails on a rotten ship. The Bulin family still had some foundation. Who are you? How dare you spy on our Bulin family so brazenly? A group of guards formed by world overlords rushed out of the Bullen family clan with a murderous aura. However, when the group of guards saw the faces of Zhou and the others, their expressions changed drastically. Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou and the others had arrived at ancient viewing city and even participated in the Saint Nar family's tea party. Their images had long spread throughout the entire ancient viewing city. Therefore, these guards recognized Chu Zhou and the others at a glance. There was a blood feud between the Bullen family and Chu Zhou's teacher, King Bei Kang. This was no secret in ancient viewing city. Now that Chu Zhou suddenly came to their door, these guards immediately felt extremely uneasy. Kill! Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha attacked. Boom! The dragon's body shook, and a vast and desolate ancient aura erupted. The phantom of an ancient mammoth that was as majestic as a mountain appeared behind him. He took a step forward, and the huge ancient mammoth phantom also stepped down fiercely. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook violently, as if countless large worlds had been destroyed. More than 10 world overlord guards were trampled into meat paste. Soul's figure flashed, and flaming chains of order flew out from his body. World overlords were penetrated by the chains of order and died. Changa Saha killed elegantly. Countless beautiful and demonic mandala flowers suddenly grew beside her. She smiled and stepped into the flowers. Beside her, world overlords suddenly fell one after another. Their vitality was extinguished, and there was a smile on their faces. Dragon and the other two had all grown up during the age of cataclysm on Earth. They had experienced countless darkness and hardships, so they were decisive in killing. In an instant, they killed all the world overlord guards who rushed out of the manor. It seems that Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha's foundation is getting deeper and deeper, and their strength is getting stronger. At this rate, they should be able to pass the Universe Lord stage. Chu Zhou watched the battle between Dragon and the others and realized that their strength and foundation were no longer comparable to Zhou Yu and the others before they became Universe Lords. He could not help but be secretly happy. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for Dragon and the others to become Universe Lords. Gasp! Chu Zhou and the others are indeed going to attack the Bullen family. That's right. He's too ruthless. He was killed without any mercy. At that moment, many living beings of ancient viewing city watched from afar. When they saw Dragon and the others directly kill the Bullen family's guards, they immediately realized the determination of Chu Zhou and the others. It was obvious that Chu Zhou and the others were going to fight the Bullen family to the death today. Who is it? How dare you act so impudently in our Bullen family? An extremely furious roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the Bullen family, shaking the entire ancient viewing city. Chapter 915. Eradicating the Race. 1. Who is it? How dare you act so impudently in our Bullen family? An angry roar sounded from the depths of the Bullen family, shaking the entire ancient viewing city. Countless living beings in ancient viewing city were alarmed. Rumble. A figure shot into the air above the Bullen family's entrance, bringing with it an earth-shattering wave of air. It was a golden-robed old man. His gaze was stern, and he had the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. No one dared to look him in the eye. This is the old patriarch of the Bullen family, Westings. Many people who were observing from afar recognized the golden-robed old man immediately. Westings looked at the Bullen family guards who were injured and dead all over the ground. His eyes were wide open as his anger soared like a volcano that was about to erupt. A substantial killing intent swept out from his body. Their Bullen family had been established in ancient viewing city for so many years, but they had never suffered such humiliation. Someone actually dared to kill a member of the Bullen family in front of the Bullen family's gate. His gaze was like a knife as it swept towards Chu Zhou and the others. When he saw Chu Zhou, his sharp gaze could not help but freeze. Chu Zhou. Westings squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. You recognized me. Chu Zhou's expression was indifferent. Then guess why I'm here today. Westings didn't say anything. He just looked at Chu Zhou with bone-deep hatred. Seeing that Westings didn't say anything, Chu Zhou didn't mind. He looked at him calmly and said. As the saying goes, a gain in your wit. But why do I feel that your Bullen family is filled with idiots? Chu Zhou, what do you mean? Westings was furious like a furious lion. His golden hair moved even though there was no wind. What do you mean? Didn't I make myself clear? Chu Zhou sneered. Your Bullen family once suffered such a huge loss at the hands of my teacher. Logically speaking, you should have learned your lesson, hid and kept a low profile. At the very least, you shouldn't have provoked me. However, I've only just arrived on the Demon Mountain continent, yet your family's Aiken dares to ambush me. Tell me, aren't you guys courting death? In ancient Viewing City, many people only understood why Chu Zhou and company had attacked the Bullen family today when they heard that. Aiken. Upon hearing Chu Zhou mention Aiken, Westing's body trembled slightly, and the killing intent emanating from his body intensified. Aiken was the new generation prodigy of the Bullen family. Their Bullen family had spent countless efforts and resources to nurture Aiken into an advanced-grade Universe Lord. The entire Bullen family was looking forward to Aiken advancing to the Universe nobility level and leading the Bullen family back to its peak. And yet, Aiken was killed by Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had already been cut into pieces by Westing's if looks could kill. It seems like you know about Aiken's ambush on me. Or rather, this was arranged by your Bullen family. Chu Zhou's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, there's nothing much to say about this. We can only exterminate your Bullen family today. What a joke! You, a mere Universe Lord, want to destroy our Bullen family. Chu Zhou, you're too arrogant. Our Bullen family is not a place for you to be impudent. A disciple repays a teacher's debt. Chu Zhou, your teacher caused our Bullen family to decrepify. That debt will be repaid by your disciple. Today, you will die here. 3 figures filled with the aura of Universe Lords flew out of the Bullen family and stood together with Westings. Chu Zhou looked at the 4 Universe Lords of the Bon family. He could not help but exclaim. This Lin family was indeed impressive. Including the dead Aiken, a family like the Bullen family actually had 5 Universe Lords. Such a family was even stronger than many God race humans. Of course, Chu Zhou did not take it seriously. We'll know if it works after we try it out. Chu Zhou said coldly as a majestic aura suddenly rose from his body. It was as if a sleeping primordial behemoth had suddenly awakened, causing the heaven and earth to change color. The entire ancient Viewing City trembled. Westings and the other 4 Bullen family Universe Lords felt suffocated as their expressions changed. Chu Zhou moved. He simply rushed forward and threw another punch. In an instant, a power that made all the living beings in ancient Viewing City tremble erupted. Under everyone's gazes, a large area of space was directly punched out of the void by Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's simple punch shocked many Universe Lords in ancient Viewing City. However, Chu Zhou's punch did not hit Westings and the other 4 Bullen family Universe Lords. His fist was blocked by an ancient spear that was wrapped in blood lightning. This is the weapon left behind by the former Universe Nobility Blood Lightning King of the Bullen family, the Blood Lightning Ancient Spear. Someone recognized the origin of that ancient spear. Universe Nobility level weapons. Chu Zhou looked at the ancient spear that was blocking his fist and instantly retracted his fist. How can this Chu Zhou be so strong? I almost died. Westings and the other 4 Universe Lords from the Bullen family looked at Chu Zhou in fear. Chu Zhou's punch just now had made them truly feel the danger of death. If they had not summoned the weapon left behind by their ancestor, the Blood Lightning Ancient Spear, at the critical moment, they would have died. Quick, return to the clan and activate the foundation. The old patriarch, Westings, roared as he brought the 3 Bullen family Universe Lords and quickly returned to the Bullen family. Chapter 916. Eradicating the Clan. 1. Activate your foundation and kill Chu Zhou. A loud roar sounded in the Bullen family's manner. The expressions of all the members of the Bullen family changed drastically when they heard the roar. Then, all the members flew to a place at full speed and sat cross-legged, circulating the power in their bodies with all their might. In an instant, mysterious and profound cosmic engravings began to spread within the Bullen family. These cosmic engravings passed through the bodies of every Bullen family member and connected them together. Rumble. Countless dark clouds suddenly appeared within the Bullen family. Thick electric snakes that were as thick as thighs surged within the dark clouds. A terrifying aura spread throughout ancient Viewing City. In ancient Viewing City, all the living beings below the Universe Lord realm collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. They felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts, as if a calamity was about to descend. All the Universe Lords also felt a fatal threat. Even some Universe nobility who lived in seclusion in ancient Viewing City felt a sense of danger. This is the Bullen family's Calamity Cloud Array. The Bullen family has actually activated their greatest foundation. Chu Zhou's strength is actually so terrifying. He forced the Bullen family to use their trump card. Chu Zhou is in danger. The Calamity Cloud Array is a universe nobility level array. Once it's activated, not only can it easily kill a universe lord, but it can also pose a threat to a universe nobility. The battle between Chu Zhou and the Bullen family had long been watched by countless universe lords in ancient Viewing City. At that moment, many experts in ancient Viewing City saw the entire Bullen family turn into a terrifying sea of rolling dark clouds and interweaving lightning. Their expressions changed. Especially those experts who had some understanding of the Calamity Cloud Array. He also knew how terrifying the Calamity Cloud Array was. Twyla, the leader of the Saint Nar clan, Sadista, was also observing the battle with his divine sense. Not long ago, they were shocked when they heard that Chu Zhou and company had returned to ancient Viewing City and were preparing to settle scores with the Bullen family. They did not expect Chu Zhou to come back at this time. Then, when they found out that Chu Zhou and the others had attacked the Bullen family, they used their divine sense to pay close attention to Chu Zhou and the others. They were all shocked when they saw the power that Chu Zhou had erupted with just now. They could all tell that Chu Zhou's punch was just an ordinary punch, but it made them feel the danger of death. This made them feel a huge threat. They were all wondering if they should immediately intervene and join forces with the Bullen family to kill Chu Zhou. At this moment, the Bullen family activated the Calamity Cloud Array. Is this the Bullen family's Calamity Cloud Array? It's said that the Bullen family once used the Calamity Cloud Array to kill a universe nobility. Twyla looked at the black sea of lightning in the distance with a hint of fear in his eyes. Which of the 10 great families of ancient Viewing City doesn't have a foundation? Sadista sighed and said, the Bullen family's greatest foundation is the Calamity Cloud Array. The Bullen family has indeed relied on the Calamity Cloud Array to kill universe nobility. Sadista sighed and said, the Bullen family's greatest foundation is the Calamity Cloud Array. The Bullen family has indeed relied on the Calamity Cloud Array to kill universe nobility. Twyla smiled. The Calamity Cloud Array has even killed a universe nobility. Then, Chu Zhou and the others are doomed. When they were outside the city, they even threatened to settle scores with our Saint Nar family. I reckon that Chu Zhou already knows that I made a move that day. I was a little nervous, but it's fine now. They're going to die soon. Sadista also smiled and said, if it's just the Calamity Cloud Array, we might not be able to kill Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is the #1 prodigy of humanity and King Beigang's disciple after all. He definitely has some powerful trump cards. However, the Calamity Cloud Array and the Blood Lightning Ancient Spear. In that case, it's useless even if he has some trump cards. Twyla and Sadista looked relaxed. They knew that if Chu Zhou and the others successfully dealt with the Bullen family, their next target would definitely be their Saint Nar family. They were not afraid of Chu Zhou. The Saint Nar family also had a very powerful background. If Chu Zhou dared to attack their Saint Nar family, they were confident that they could kill him with their foundation. However, out of concern for King Beikang and the humans behind Chu Zhou, they didn't want to kill Chu Zhou in front of countless people in ancient Viewing City. Otherwise, once they angered King Beikang and even the humans, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, everything was fine. Someone was going to get rid of Chu Zhou for them. The Bullen family. Under the joint activation of all the members of the Bullen family, the Calamity Cloud Array erupted with a pressure that made even universe lords tremble. Dark clouds rolled and billions of lightning bolts rumbled. The ancient blood lightning spear floated in the center of the sea of clouds. Dark clouds and lightning surged into the spear. The power of the universe nobility level weapon, the ancient blood lightning spear, was completely activated. Billions of blood lightning shot out, and universe engravings spread out. At this moment, countless living beings in ancient Viewing City fainted from the terrifying aura of the blood lightning ancient spear. Dragon and the others could not help but frown when they felt the pressure emitted by the blood lightning ancient spear. They were worried for Chu Zhou. Chapter 917. Eradicating the Race. 3. Chu Zhou himself was very calm. The Calamity Cloud Array combined with the power of the blood lightning ancient spear was indeed beyond his expectations. If it was before heading to the Demon God Mountain range, he would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. But now he could totally do it. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you underestimate our Bolin family. Do you think our Bolin family can become one of the 10 great families of ancient Viewing City for no reason? Wrong. Our Bolin family relied on our strength to become one of the 10 great families of ancient Viewing City. Today, you'll die. Westing's ferocious and murderous voice came from the surging dark clouds. Boom. In the next moment, the blood lightning ancient spear turned into a blood-colored lightning that tore through the sky and shot towards Chu Zhou at high speed. At this moment, the entire ancient Viewing City shook violently, as if it was about to shatter from the aura of the blood lightning ancient spear. However, just as ancient Viewing City was about to collapse, cosmic engravings spread throughout ancient Viewing City and stabilized it. At this moment, Chu Zhou also attacked. With a thought, he summoned the Book of Dharma. The Book of Dharma emitted endless dazzling light. It was a mixture of light. In the light, were 5-colored divine light, reincarnation light, pale light, chaos light, and vast sword beams. All kinds of lights intertwined, forming a majestic and resplendent light like the sun. It was as if a sun had fallen and landed in ancient Viewing City. In the blink of an eye, in everyone's eyes, a sun-like light collided with a blood-colored lightning bolt. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. Circles of illuminate exploded, sweeping through the entire ancient Viewing City. Under normal circumstances, under such an illuminate impact, all living beings below the Universe Lord realm in ancient Viewing City would probably die. However, the countless cosmic engravings in ancient Viewing City lit up at that moment. All the impacting illuminates turned into gusts under the effect of the countless profound cosmic engravings. This allowed countless living beings in ancient Viewing City to escape. Almost everyone stared at the sun-like light and the blood-colored lightning. The blood-colored lightning was sent flying back into the sea of clouds in just an instant. Then, the ball of sun-like light crashed into the sea of clouds. Boom! In an instant, another earth-shattering bang sounded, shaking countless people's eardrums. Under the shocked gazes of countless pairs of eyes, the entire Bolin family was instantly engulfed by the sun-like light. Then, a huge pillar of light soared into the sky and broke a huge hole in the sea of clouds. After a long, long time, all the light disappeared. The situation of the Bolin family was clearly presented before everyone's eyes. The entire Bolin family disappeared. There was only a bottomless pit. Silence. The wind howled, and other than the sound of the wind, there was no other noise in the entire ancient Viewing City. It seemed exceptionally quiet. Everyone was stunned. He stared blankly at the bottomless sinkhole. The Bolin family, one of the 10 great families of ancient Viewing City, was actually finished just like that? No one in the Bolin family was left alive, including Westings and the other 4 universe lords of the Bolin family? At that moment, many people's hearts trembled. Chapter 918. The pain of the enemy is my happiness. 1. The ancient Viewing City. When people saw that the original Bolin family had turned into a bottomless pit, they were instantly shocked and speechless. One of the 10 great families of ancient Viewing City, the Bolin family, was gone just like that? And all of this was because of that figure. Everyone looked at Chu Zhou's figure through their divine senses and their hearts trembled. The ones who felt it the most were the other 9 families of ancient Viewing City's 10 great families. Since Chu Zhou could destroy the Bolin family, could he also destroy these families? At this moment, the experts of the 9 great clans were deeply afraid of Chu Zhou. How is this possible? Twyla and Sadista were also dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Chu Zhou would definitely die under the attacks of the Calamity Cloud Array and the Lightning Ancient Spear. Unexpectedly, not only did Chu Zhou not die, he even destroyed the entire Bolin family with a single strike. If the Bolin family was destroyed, wouldn't Chu Zhou's next target be their Saint Nar family? At the thought of this, their expressions instantly changed. They immediately informed all the experts of the Saint Nar family and prepared to use the Saint Nar family's foundation at any time without any hesitation. Chu Zhou flew to the sky above the sinkhole. His hands constantly tore through the void before reaching into the depths of the dimensional void to rescue the spoils of war left behind by the Bolin family. At the same time, his body was like a black hole, devouring the life elementium that filled the void. This time, he wanted to test his strength. Therefore, he took out the Book of Dharma and activated its power with all his might. Unexpectedly, the power released by the Book of Dharma was stronger than he had imagined. He directly destroyed the entire Bolin family with a single strike. Be it Westings and the other Bullen family's universe lords, or the other members of the Bullen family, they were all instantly reduced to ashes. This made it impossible for him to collect the corpse. A large amount of life elementium was lost in vain. Fortunately, there was still a portion of life elementium in the void that had not dissipated yet. In addition, the Bullen family and everyone else's bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Their divine kingdoms and worlds would also fall into the nearby spatial torrent and begin to rapidly collapse. Chu Zhou took action now because he hoped to rescue the divine kingdoms or worlds that had yet to collapse in time. A moment later, he retracted his left hand from the spatial wave and brought out an ancient spear that was intertwined with blood and lightning. His eyes lit up. Without a doubt, this was the Bullen family's universe nobility level weapon. The blood lightning ancient spear. Not bad, not bad. Chu Zhou smiled. Universe nobility level weapons were priceless treasures. However, this ancient blood lightning spear was worth it this time. He continued to salvage. A moment later, he salvaged 2 more collapsing divine kingdoms and several collapsing worlds. What a pity! 4 universe lords died, but we only rescued 2 divine kingdoms. As he spoke, he was a little dissatisfied. He used the dimensional space profound to imprison and compress the fished divine kingdom and world. Then, he stored them in his divine kingdom and dealt with them in the future. In ancient viewing city, many people watched Chu Zhou collect the spoils of war with envy. Especially when they saw Chu Zhou put away the blood lightning ancient spear, many universe lords were tempted. However, after seeing that bottomless pit, none of them had the courage to attack. Next family, the Saint Nar family. After collecting the spoils of war, Chu Zhou, Dragon, and the others immediately flew towards the Saint Nar family. Isn't it enough for Chu Zhou to destroy the Bullen family? Is he preparing to destroy the Saint Nar family as well? Many people saw Chu Zhou and the others' actions and recalled what Chu Zhou and the others had said when they entered the city. They were instantly in an uproar. The entire ancient viewing city erupted. A large number of living beings gathered towards the Saint Nar family. Not long after, the Saint Nar family was surrounded by people. After Chu Zhou and the others arrived at the Saint Nar family, they started fighting without a word. Dragon, Sol, Chang'e Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liujin, and the others all attacked the Saint Nar family without hesitation. A huge energy shield rose from the Saint Nar family and blocked the attacks of the dragons and the others. A huge energy shield rose from the Saint Nar family and blocked the attacks of the dragons and the others. Chu Zhou, what do you mean? Twyla appeared above the Saint Nar family and stared at Chu Zhou and the others with a murderous aura. What do you mean? Chu Zhou sneered. Future, do you think I won't be able to find out just because you hid and ambushed me? You're underestimating our human intelligence system. Twyla's expression froze slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have evidence that I ambushed you? Why do I need evidence? I just need to know that it's you. Chu Zhou sneered and did not take out the broken Dawn scepter. He knew very well that it was useless even if he took out the scepter of Dawn. Twyla could say that he had accidentally lost the scepter of Dawn and was used by others to ambush Chu Zhou. In short, there were too many excuses. Evidence needed to be convincing. It was too troublesome. In the universe, there was no need for evidence for many things. One only needed to know the truth. Twyla's face darkened. He originally wanted to stall Chu Zhou with evidence and temporarily force Chu Zhou and the others back. Then, he would consider a foolproof method to deal with Chu Zhou and the others. Chapter 919. The pain of the enemy is my happiness. 2. However, Chu Zhou's attitude was too firm. There was no evidence at all. After confirming the truth, they were about to fight. Hehe, young man, you're too arrogant. Are you planning to destroy our Saint Nar family just by guessing? Sadista appeared with many experts from the Saint Nar family and stared coldly at Chu Zhou. I don't think your Saint Nar family is any different from the Bullen family, Chu Zhou said calmly. However, everyone could sense the monstrous killing intent in his words. How dare you? How can the Bullen family compare to our Saint Nar family? Chu Zhou, how dare you attack our Saint Nar family? You're courting death. Chu Zhou, this is the ancient viewing city. It's not a place for you to be arrogant. Many experts of the Saint Nar family were furious and roared at Chu Zhou with livid expressions. Chu Zhou glanced at the Saint Nar experts indifferently. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Suddenly, he made his move. He calmly stretched out a palm and spread his fingers, slowly pressing down on the energy shield that enveloped the Saint Nar family. When Twyla and the other experts of the Saint Nar family saw Chu Zhou's actions, they revealed looks of disdain. Their family's energy shield had almost reached the strength to withstand universe nobility's attacks. Chu Zhou, a universe lord, wanted to break through the energy shield with his bare hands. This was simply a joke. In fact, it wasn't just Twyla and the other experts of the Saint Nar family. Many universe lords of ancient viewing city who knew about the Saint Nar family also felt that Chu Zhou couldn't break through the energy shield. And yet, these people's expressions quickly froze. When Chu Zhou's palm pressed on the energy shield, an extremely ferocious energy suddenly erupted like a flood. Boom! Where his palm pressed down, the energy shield shattered, turning into a huge hole. Then, the entire energy shield shattered like a mirror. Countless pieces of the shield fell like glass shards. This is impossible! Twyla and the experts of the Saint Nar family exclaimed. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure appeared in front of the group of Saint Na family experts like a ghost. He simply grabbed with his palm, and a terrifying power erupted. His 5 fingers directly shattered a large area of the void. More than a dozen Saint Nar family experts, including 3 or 4 universe lords, were instantly turned into blood mist. Furthermore, all of the blood mist rapidly entered his body. In just an instant, more than half of the Saint Nar family's experts had died. Twyla and Sadista were furious. Chu Zhou, you're courting death! Twyla let out a long roar. The 12 colorful wings on his back quickly extended and pierced into the clouds. Chains of order descended from the 12 wings. Layers of void were penetrated by the chains of order. Almost at the same time, the 12 colorful wings on Sadista's back became incomparably huge, covering the entire sky of ancient viewing city. Endless light and countless chains of order fell from the colorful wings. This father and son are really powerful. In ancient viewing city, countless experts looked at the father and son duo, Twyla and Sadista, who had displayed their strength. Their expressions changed. The power fluctuations emitted by this father and son were too terrifying. It was like a vast ocean, as if it wanted to shatter the entire world. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's gaze, 24 colorful wings that blotted out the sky slashed fiercely at Chu Zhou's figure like 24 colorful heavenly blades. Wherever the colorful wings passed, the void was destroyed. There were even phenomena of earth, wind, fire, and water. It was as if the 24 colorful wings were splitting heaven and earth. The terrifying energy fluctuation made all living beings below the advanced grade Universe Lord feel despair and fear. However, facing the 24 colorful wings that seemed to split the sky and earth, Chu Zhou only raised his eyelids and did not care. His gaze locked onto the remaining Saint Nar Universe Lords. In the blink of an eye, the 24 terrifying colorful wings had already slashed a meter away from Chu Zhou in a flash. At this moment, a strong pale light suddenly bloomed from Chu Zhou's body. The entire Saint Nar family turned into a still pale world instantly. The 24 terrifying colorful wings stopped a meter away from Chu Zhou. Twyla, Sadista, and all the members of the Saint Nar family also stopped moving. In the eyes of many living beings in ancient viewing city, the entire Saint Nar family seemed to have become a static 3-dimensional world. This is time freeze. Space-time law, this is space-time law. Gasp! Chu Zhou actually grasped the space-time law. Moreover, his space-time law can even stop an advanced-grade Universe Lord. At that moment, many people in ancient viewing city looked at the Saint Nar family that had turned into a static world. They were all dumbfounded and their scalps tingled. In the pale, still world, Chu Zhou moved. He strolled leisurely towards a Saint Nar family Universe Lord. With a grab of his hand, the Saint Nar family Universe Lord instantly turned into ashes and all his life elementium was devoured by him. Then, he walked to another Saint Nar Universe Lord and reached out to devour another Saint Nar family Universe Lord. Thereafter, his gaze turned cold as he opened his mouth to everyone in Saint Nar. A terrifying devouring power instantly spread out. Apart from Twyla and Sadista, all the other experts of the Saint Nar family were reduced to ashes. All the life elementium in their bodies had been devoured and plundered by Chu Zhou domineeringly. When Chu Zhou was done, time stopped in the pale world. The 24 colorful wings followed the original trajectory and slashed down. Amidst the loud bang, the void where Chu Zhou was previously was slashed into chaos. However, Chu Zhou had long left his original position. Hence, the attacks of the 24 colorful wings all missed. Chu Zhou, you deserve to die. Twyla's eyes widened in anger. He stared at Chu Zhou as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Chu Zhou, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Sadista also let out a hoarse roar. He was like a lion king whose entire race had been wiped out, his heart burning with endless flames of aggro. Even though their bodies had been temporarily imprisoned and frozen by the power of the space-time law just now, they were advanced-grade universe lords after all. Their bodies and souls were also filled with the power of laws. This could offset a portion of the power of the law of time. Their minds were still active. Therefore, they had personally witnessed the entire process of Chu Zhou devouring the other Saint Nar family experts. It was also because they had seen everything with their own eyes that they were in so much pain and anger. They never expected Chu Zhou to have grasped the space-time law and have such deep attainments. With just one move, time freeze, he easily resolved the joint attack of the father and son and even took the opportunity to devour all the other experts of the Saint Nar family. Their race had stood tall in ancient viewing city for more than 10 billion years and had been glorious for countless years. Today, it was actually destroyed by Chu Zhou. How could they not feel pain? How could they not hate him? Chu Zhou looked at the extremely angry father and son duo, Twyla and Sadista. His expression was very calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Hehe, you guys look very miserable. That's right. How can it not be painful when your race is exterminated? Yes, I should sympathize with you, but how should I put it? I'm actually a little happy. I'm sorry. The pain of the enemy is my happiness. My sympathy seems to be lacking. Chu Zhou smiled at Twyla and Sadista nonchalantly. When Twyla and Sadista heard this, they, who were already extremely angry, instantly exploded. Chapter 920 Breaking Cognition, Universe Nobility Level Strength. Twyla and Sadista were furious. They stared at Chu Zhou, as if they wanted to skin him alive and cut him into pieces. Chu Zhou's expression was very calm in the face of Twyla and his son's angry gazes. In his eyes, this father and son pair were already dead. Suddenly, Twyla and Sadista each took out a drop of liquid that was filled with gentle holy light and swallowed it. Instantly, their auras soared crazily. Vast holy light emitted from their bodies, turning the entire sky above an ancient viewing city into a vast and boundless sea of light. Rumble! At this moment, the entire world was trembling violently. Almost all the living beings in ancient viewing city felt like a lonely boat in the boiling sea that could be swallowed by the tempestuous waves at any moment. Universe Nobility Level. Their strength has actually risen to the universe nobility level. How is this possible? What exactly was the liquid they swallowed just now? It actually allowed their strength to cross the barrier between a universe lord and a universe nobility. I've always heard that the Saint Nar family has an extraordinary background and a terrifying background. Now, I believe it. Even some extremely powerful cosmic races probably don't have those 2 drops of mysterious liquid. Is this the foundation of the Saint Nar family? It's indeed terrifying. In ancient viewing city, pairs of eyes looked at the 2 terrifying figures standing on the sea of light in shock. Many people felt that their worldview had been overturned. Everyone knew that the barrier between Universe Lord and Universe Nobility was difficult to cross. In the universe, it was almost never heard of any treasure that could instantly allow a living being's strength to cross the barrier between a Universe Lord and a Universe Nobility. However, this unbelievable thing had really happened before their eyes. What are those 2 drops of mysterious liquid? Many people could not help but think. Some Universe Lords even revealed a hint of greed in their eyes. If they could obtain that liquid, they could also experience the power of the universe nobility in advance and understand the mysteries of the universe nobility. This would be extremely beneficial for them to break through to the universe nobility realm. Oh no, the strength of Twyla and Sadista has actually risen to the universe nobility level. Is this the foundation of the Saint Nar family? Dragon and the others looked at the two figures standing in the sea of light and truly sensed how terrifying those two figures were. The two figures emitted an incomparably vast and majestic pressure that was far above that of universe lords. This made Dragon and the others worried for Chu Zhou. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liujin flew directly to Chu Zhou's side, preparing to fight Twyla and Sadista together with him. There's no need to worry. Their strength has broken through the barrier between universe lords and nobility level. But in the end, they relied on external objects to obtain the power of the universe nobility level. Their strength is only equivalent to the weakest universe nobility. Besides, so what if they're comparable to normal beginner universe nobility? I can still defeat them. Chu Zhou smiled and said calmly when he saw the worried expressions on Zhou Yu and the others' faces. When he spoke, he did not deliberately hide anything. Therefore, almost all the experts in Ancient Viewing City heard it. Instantly, there was an uproar in Ancient Viewing City. No one expected Chu Zhou to be so calm and confident after knowing that Twyla and Sadista had reached the universe nobility level. He even said that he was confident that he could defeat Twyla and Sadista. Chu Zhou, isn't this too arrogant? That's right. He's overconfident. Don't you know that universe lords and universe nobility are living beings from two completely different dimensions? No matter how powerful a universe lord is, he can't be a match for universe nobility. He's too full of himself. I guess his experiences in the universe ocean over the years have been too smooth. It's made him overly arrogant. He doesn't even care about universe nobility anymore. He's too full of himself. I guess his experiences in the universe ocean over the years have been too smooth. It's made him overly arrogant. He doesn't even care about universe nobility anymore. I know that as the number one prodigy of humanity and the disciple of King Bei Kang, he must have his own trump cards. But no matter what trump cards he has, I don't think he can defeat Twyla and his son, who have already reached the universe nobility level. Many universe lords communicated with each other in the ancient viewing city. They felt that Chu Zhou was too arrogant and would definitely suffer. Twyla and Sadista naturally heard Chu Zhou's words. They were not angry, but their faces revealed contemptuous smiles. They had the same thoughts as many people in ancient viewing city. Chu Zhou was too confident and had already forgotten the difference between a universe lord and a universe nobility. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, should I say that you ignorant? You clearly know that our strength has already climbed to the universe nobility level, but you still dare to say that you want to defeat us. Twyla laughed loudly and looked at Chu Zhou disdainfully. Whether he's ignorant or pretending to be stupid, he's going to die today. Sadista coldly locked his gaze on Chu Zhou. The surging and vast aura on his body was like a corporeal vast sea that pressed down on Chu Zhou. Whether I'm ignorant or not, you'll find out soon enough. Chu Zhou said calmly. With a thought, he summoned the Book of Dharma. The Book of Dharma above his head took a step forward and charged into the vast sea of light in the void. Rumble. The Book of Dharma flipped to the first page of the Five Elements chapter. Countless metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged out from the page. The five elementals surged and fused in the void, evolving into heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, continents, oceans, forests, mineral veins, volcanoes, and various strange living beings. All the phenomena intertwined and formed a scene of the five elements civilization. The incomparably grand image of the five elements civilization pressed down on Twyla and Sadista. The weight of civilization surpassed all matter. At this moment, under the suppression of the five elements civilization, the void was annihilated layer by layer. The boiling sea of light also had a large sea that constantly collapsed, turning into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other five elemental elements. The mysterious five elemental laws descended and rushed into the sea of light. They collided violently with the laws in the sea of light and fought for dominance. Twyla and Sadista's expressions changed. They did not expect Chu Zhou to take the initiative to attack, nor did they expect Chu Zhou to be so strong. In their perception, the power that Chu Zhou erupted with had completely surpassed the limits of a universe lord and reached the universe nobility level. Chu Zhou's strength had actually reached the universe nobility level? Twyla and Sadista were dumbfounded. Chu Zhou's strength has also reached the universe nobility level. At that moment, in ancient viewing city, countless people could not help but be dumbfounded when they sensed the universe nobility level power that Chu Zhou had unleashed. What the hell was going on today? Twyla and Sadista relied on the mysterious liquid to cross the barrier between Universe Lord and Nobility level. It was fine if their strength rose to the Universe Nobility level. Even Chu Zhou's strength had reached the Universe Nobility level. Especially when Chu Zhou did not rely on any external items. What was wrong with this world? At this moment, many living beings in ancient viewing city felt that their worldview and understanding had been refreshed. Chapter 921. A single person suppressing an entire city. 1. The ancient viewing city. Many people revealed expressions of doubt when they saw Chu Zhou erupt with the power of the universe nobility level. Twyla and Sadista had relied on external objects to cross the huge barrier between universe lords and nobles. It was already shocking enough that their strength had reached the universe nobility level. Who would have thought that Chu Zhou could break through the barrier between a universe lord and a nobility level without the help of external objects? How is this possible? Twyla and Sadista were even more shocked. They found it hard to accept. However, Chu Zhou didn't care if Twyla and Sadista accepted it or not. He directly controlled the Book of Dharma to kill the father and son. 5 Elements Chapter, Samsara Chapter, Space-Time Chapter, Chaos Chapter. Sword Deo Chapter. The Book of Dharma opened page after page. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements surged, evolving into a vast 5-element civilization. Numerous reincarnation gears appeared in the sky. The big and small wheels rotated in unison, as if they wanted to drive the entire universe to rotate and reincarnate. The space-time river spanned the void, time freeze, space-time reversal, space-time acceleration, and other space-time law profounds. There was also a vast chaos sea that appeared. Huge chaos fists blasted out from the boiling chaos sea, shattering the vacuum and shocking the ages. There were also endless killing words that filled the void. All of them were dripping with blood and emitting ancient killing intent. Under Chu Zhou's full power, the power unleashed by the Book of Dharma was too powerful. The sea of light under Twyla and Sadista's feet collapsed under the suppression of the Book of Dharma. As for the two of them, they kept vomiting blood and flying back under the terrifying attacks of the Book of Dharma. 5 elemental laws, law of reincarnation, space-time law. He actually grasped 3 laws alone. Among them, there are taboo laws like the space-time law and law of reincarnation that surpasses the space-time law. How could such a person exist in this world? Twyla felt the power of laws suppressing him. He looked at Chu Zhou's figure in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The battle sword in his hand that was filled with the fluctuations of advanced-grade Universe Lord weapons was directly shattered by a vast and mighty force. Boom! Countless scarlet words suddenly converged into a scarlet sword beam that tore through the void and pierced through his body at lightning speed. A bowl-sized hole instantly appeared in Twyla's chest. At the same time, Sadista's figure was suddenly smashed into pieces by a huge chaotic fist that shattered the vacuum. Blood splattered across the sky. Tisk! When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. Chu Zhou's strength was actually so terrifying. He was actually suppressing Twyla and Sadista. Twyla and Sadista were no match for Chu Zhou at all. Everyone, save me! Twyla shouted in fear and asked the other 8 families of ancient viewing city for help. My lords, save me! Sadista hurriedly sent 3 divine senses to the 3 universe nobility guarding ancient viewing city. Who can't save you? Chu Zhou noticed Twyla and Sadista's actions and sneered. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he controlled the Book of Dharma to kill the father and son. Instantly, a mighty river of sword energy slashed towards Twyla. There was also a pale river of time and space that blasted towards Sadista, who was in pieces. However, a huge black gold umbrella suddenly appeared in the air and blocked in front of Twyla, blocking the sword energy river for him. There was also a fist-sized ball of purple demonic flames that blocked the river of time and space. It burned crazily and emitted rings of intense universe nobility level nomological fluctuations, preventing the river of time and space from approaching. We're saved! Twyla, who was in despair, couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief when he saw the huge black gold umbrella block the river of sword energy for him. If this huge black gold umbrella had appeared a little later, he had probably been minced into powder by the sword chi river just now. As for this huge black gold umbrella, he naturally knew which race's weapon it was. This was the standard weapon of the Black Umbrella clan, one of the top 10 clans in Full Moon Ancient City. The universe nobility level black gold umbrella in front of him should be the black umbrella race's ultimate treasure. The purple flame race has made their move. Sadista looked at the fist-sized ball of demonic purple flames in front of him, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He hurriedly reorganized his body and flew far away from the river of time and space. The Black Umbrella clan and the Purple Flame clan actually saved Twyla and Sadista. In the ancient viewing city, many living beings were alarmed when they saw the scene in the sky. The Black Umbrella clan and the Purple Flame clan were the two oldest and strongest clans among the 10 great clans of ancient viewing city. It was as if these two families had existed since the appearance of ancient viewing city. The power of these two families far exceeded that of the other 8 families. However, these two oldest families in ancient viewing city had always kept a low profile and rarely interfered in the battles in ancient viewing city. It was even to the extent that even if the other 8 families in ancient viewing city were destroyed, they rarely asked. It was as if he did not care about the rise and fall of the other families at all. Over the countless years, the 10 great families of ancient viewing city were not constant. Apart from the Black Umbrella clan and Purple Flame clan that had always stood tall, the other 8 great families had actually changed. Chapter 922. A single person suppressing an entire city. 2. Therefore, when they saw the Black Umbrella clan and the Purple Flame clan rescue Twyla and Sadista today, everyone was very shocked. No one would have thought that these two ancient families would interfere. The Black Umbrella clan. The Purple Flame clan. Chu Zhou looked at the huge black gold umbrella and a demonic purple flame. His expression darkened slightly. He wanted to settle scores with the Bullen family and the Saint Nar family in ancient viewing city, so he naturally had a detailed understanding of the 10 great families of ancient viewing city. Therefore, the moment he saw the black gold umbrella and the demonic purple flames, he knew that the two oldest families in ancient viewing city had taken action. You want to stop me? Chu Zhou glanced at the huge black gold umbrella and the demonic purple flames expressionlessly as he spoke coldly. Chu Zhou, this is ancient viewing city, not your human domain. Enough is enough. An old voice came from the black gold umbrella. You annihilated the Bullen family and nearly annihilated the Saint Nar family. Throughout the entire process, we did not interfere. This is already giving you and your teacher enough face. Don't push your luck. A cold voice sounded from the demonic purple flame. One could faintly see a cold purple-haired youth sitting in the center of the demonic purple flames. If we don't get rid of the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Forgive me for not obeying. Chu Zhou said coldly. He was on the verge of killing Twyla and Sadista. How was it possible for him to give up with just 2 sentences? Upon hearing Chu Zhou's disagreement and his intention to kill Twyla and Sadista, the black gold umbrella instantly emitted an extremely cold killing intent. Above the demonic purple flames, there was also deep killing intent. Chu Zhou, do you really think ancient viewing city can be bullied? Even though the 10 great families of ancient viewing city can't be said to be united, your actions of directly destroying the families of the 10 great families have already crossed the bottom line of ancient viewing city. The reason why I didn't attack you earlier was to give you and your teacher face. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude. The sound that came from the black gold umbrella was like a cold wind that could freeze one's soul, making one's body turn cold. What are you waiting for? Are you going to watch an outsider flaunt his might in our ancient viewing city and trample our 10 great families like mud? A cold shout came from the demonic purple flames. However, this cold shout did not seem to be aimed at Chu Zhou, but at others. Following that cold shout, 6 figures also arrived. These 6 figures all had shocking auras and were filled with oppression. The fluctuations emitted from their bodies far exceeded that of ordinary advanced-grade universe lords. One of the figures had a blood-colored sickle floating behind his head. He was like a death god walking on earth. Many people felt their souls ache when they looked at him, as if they were being cut apart. The other figure carried a black heavy sword the size of a door on his back, emitting a pressure that was as heavy as Mount Tai. The void seemed to be unable to withstand him anymore. It was suppressed by the aura on his body until it cracked layer by layer. Spiderweb-like cracks continuously spread in the void. The remaining 4 figures emitted an extremely powerful aura that was not inferior to the previous 2. Those 6 people are the heads of the Blood Sickle family, the Heavy Sword family, the Bar family, the Nile family, the Cavens family, and the Leeds family. Many universe lords instantly recognized the 6 people. The 6 families, together with the Black Umbrella family, the Purple Flame family, the Saint Nar family, and the Destroyed Bullen family. Heavens! Chu Zhou is going against the 10 great families of our ancient viewing city. A venerable said in shock. This isn't good. When Dragon and the others saw the scene in the sky, they frowned deeply. The 6 new chiefs stood silently behind the huge black gold umbrella and stared coldly at Chu Zhou. Some of them actually did not want to interfere too much. Chu Zhou's identity was not ordinary. Attacking Chu Zhou would cause huge trouble in the future. However, Chu Zhou had indeed crossed the bottom line of the 10 great families. Chu Zhou had casually exterminated the Bullen family and even wanted to exterminate the Saint Nar family. He had never considered the attitude of these families. If they did not pursue Chu Zhou today, it would be troublesome if someone followed suit in the future. In that case, the families in ancient viewing city would feel very insecure. Therefore, even if they didn't want to offend Chu Zhou, they still chose to appear. Chu Zhou, I'll give you another chance. Leave ancient viewing city immediately and swear never to step into ancient viewing city again. If you do what I said, I won't pursue what happened today. Otherwise, even if you're the #1 prodigy of humanity, even if your teacher is King Bei Kang, we'll still keep you here. A cold voice sounded from the black gold umbrella again. Twyla regained his courage when he saw that so many clan leaders had appeared. Moreover, he felt that the advantage was on their side now. Upon hearing that the owner of the huge black gold umbrella wanted to let Chu Zhou leave, he couldn't help but panic and hurriedly said, "Elder Black, we can't let him go." "Shut up!" As soon as Twyla finished speaking, he received a cold shout. There seemed to be a pair of murderous eyes in the black gold umbrella that glared at him fiercely. Twyla's heart turned cold and he didn't dare to say anything else. "Chu Zhou, I admit that you're very strong. But no matter how strong you are alone, it's impossible for you to be a match for so many families working together." Chapter 923. A single person suppressing an entire city. 3. We're already being magnanimous by letting you go. If you don't know what's good for you, we won't be polite anymore. The young man in the demonic purple flames said with a murderous aura. Chu Zhou smiled. Interesting. Bullying others with numbers? I haven't encountered such a scene in a long time. I really miss it. With that, 17 figures appeared behind him. Among the 17 figures, 9 emitted the aura of advanced grade universe lords, 3 emitted the aura of intermediate grade universe lords, and 5 emitted the aura of elementary grade universe lords. The most shocking thing was that these 17 figures looked exactly like Chu Zhou. In ancient viewing city, other than Dragon and the others, everyone was immediately dumbfounded when they saw the 17 universe lord figures that were identical to Chu Zhou. Oh! Oh my god! Could all of those 17 universe lords be Chu Zhou's clones? I must be seeing things. Otherwise, how could I have seen such a strange scene? How could someone condense 17 universe lord clones? I'm under an illusion. Many people were dumbfounded. The doppelganger unique skill was not a rare unique skill. In the universe, many creatures had cultivated doppelganger techniques and had more or less condensed 1 or 2 doppelgangers. However, condensing 3 clones was the limit for most clone-type absolute arts. Very few overlord-level clone-type ultimate techniques could condense 5 to 6 clones. No one has ever heard of a clone-type absolute art that could condense 17 clones. What was even more unbelievable was that almost all the clone-type absolute arts condensed a clone that was much weaker than the main body. It was already not bad to have 10% of the main body's strength. Therefore, many experts cultivated doppelganger unique skills not to strengthen their strength through doppelgangers, but to make it easier for them to do things after they had an clone. Chu Zhou had directly displayed 17 Universe Lord clones, including 9 advanced grade clones. This simply overturned everyone's understanding. What now? Chu Zhou looked indifferently at the huge black gold umbrella, the demonic purple fire, and the 6 family heads. The giant black gold umbrella, the demonic purple flames, the 6 family heads, and Twyla and Sadista, who were not far away, all felt endless pressure and fear at this moment. They never expected Chu Zhou to have such a terrifying trump card. 17 Universe Lord clones. Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. The total number of Universe Lords in these families was definitely more than Chu Zhou's clones. However, were they really going to fight Chu Zhou? If they really fought, even if they won, it would have been a hard win. The 10 great families would probably be on the verge of extinction after the battle. Furthermore, on Chu Zhou's side, other than the 17 Universe Lord clones, there were also the White Beast, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liujin, and other Universe Lords. This was, without a doubt, a difficult choice. Twyla and Sadista's eyes were filled with deep despair. They had never expected Chu Zhou to hide his strength so deeply. They knew very well that it was impossible for the Black Gold family and other families to risk heavy losses or even extermination to fight Chu Zhou for them. In this way, their outcome was almost certain. Die. When Chu Zhou saw that the owner of the huge black gold umbrella and the others had chosen to remain silent, he immediately attacked Twyla and Sadista without hesitation. Furthermore, his 17 clones and him had jointly activated the Book of Dharma to attack. Boom! The Book of Dharma turned into a resplendent sun and instantly struck Twyla, and then Sadista within a billionth of a second. The father and son were instantly killed. 2 balls of blood mist remained in the air. After Chu Zhou quickly devoured the blood mist, he quickly searched the spoils of war in the void. Then, he brought Dragon and the others and left ancient viewing city on the coiling dragon. The huge black gold umbrella, the demonic purple flames, the patriarchs of the 6 families, and countless experts of ancient viewing city looked at the gradually disappearing spaceship in silence for a long time. Without a doubt, what happened today would be recorded in the history books of ancient viewing city and even Fiend Mountain continent. It would also become an eternal humiliation for all the families in ancient viewing city. A single person suppressing an entire city. This was too shocking. Chapter 924. Intercepted halfway. 1. Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief after leaving ancient viewing city. Chu Zhou, what's going on? Dragon asked. Zhou Yu and the others also looked at Chu Zhou. They could all tell that Chu Zhou had left ancient viewing city in a hurry, as if he was worried about something. Chu Zhou glanced at Long and the others and said with a bitter smile, "Have you forgotten that there are still 3 universe nobility guarding ancient viewing city?" When Dragon and the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Could those 3 universe nobility be also paying attention to us? Soul asked in shock. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. They were hiding above the Saint Nar family just now. If I hadn't grasped the space-time law, I wouldn't have discovered them. Dragon and the others paled slightly. Then why didn't they stop us? Zhou Yu asked curiously. Perhaps he's afraid of our identities and backgrounds. Chu Zhou guessed. Dragon and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the reason, the 3 universe nobility in ancient viewing city did not attack in the end. That was enough. Chu Zhou closed his eyes slightly, his expression slightly solemn. After devouring Twyla and Sadista, he had also obtained some of their memories. From there, he learned some secrets about the Saint Nar family. The Saint Nar family was actually supported by the Holy Wings organization. The mission of the Saint Nar family was to find living beings who had comprehended the law of reincarnation on the Demon Mountain continent. Once they discovered anything, they would immediately kill them. Chu Zhou finally understood why Twyla had ambushed him. However, a new doubt arose in his heart. The Saint Nar family's mission must have been forcefully imposed by the Holy Wings organization. Why was the Holy Wings organization so hostile to living beings who had comprehended the law of reincarnation? Chu Zhou did not know much about the Holy Wings organization and could not figure out the reason for their actions. He simply stopped thinking about it and began to count the gains he had obtained from destroying the Bullen family and the Saint Nar family. He immediately looked at his attribute board. Attribute points, 360,000 trillion, plus 160,000 trillion. His attribute points increased by 160,000 trillion. Just barely. Strictly speaking, 360,000 trillion attribute points was not a small amount. It was enough to increase the comprehension of a law from 1% to 20%. It could also upgrade a Universe Lord level ultimate technique to the perfection realm. However, his comprehension of the 5 elemental laws, law of reincarnation, and space-time law had reached 30%. This was the limit of a Universe Lord. His comprehension of laws wanted to break through 30%. He had to break the barrier between Universe Lords and Universe Nobility. Before breaking through the barrier, he could not continue to increase his comprehension of laws. As for ultimate techniques, he either cultivated universe nobility level ultimate techniques or overlord level ultimate techniques. Moreover, he had already cultivated them to a certain level. These attribute points were not enough to upgrade the Book of Seven Calamities, Reincarnation Technique, Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, and other ultimate techniques. Among the many ultimate techniques he had cultivated, the only attribute points that could be increased were the Flowing Moon Movement Technique and the Six Radiance Shield. However, he was not prepared to upgrade these two absolute arts. As his strength continued to increase and he grasped more and more powerful ultimate techniques, the two universe nobility level ultimate techniques, Flowing Moon Movement Technique and Six Radiance Shield, became less and less useful to him. Attribute points were hard to come by. He was not prepared to continue wasting them on these two ultimate techniques. Attribute points are really never enough. Chu Zhou sighed. With a thought, a large pile of treasures appeared in front of him. Among them, the most obvious was the ancient blood lightning spear and a ring that was suffused with a faint green light. Chu Zhou activated a wisp of divine sense and wrapped it around the ring. Soon, he learned that the ring was called the Green Light Ring. Like the blood lightning ancient spear, it was a beginner universe nobility level weapon. In addition to the ancient blood lightning spear and the Green Light Ring, there were more than 10 universe lord weapons and battle suits. In addition, there were also many spirit liquids, materials, strange items, and so on. Chu Zhou began to identify these treasures one by one. Then, he distributed some to Dragon and the others to increase their strength. In ancient viewing city, above the Saint Nar family, three majestic spiritual consciousness collided and communicated. King of Wings, King of Thunder. Letting Chu Zhou go just like that seems to make our ancient viewing city's three kings look a little cowardly. I reckon that after today, our ancient viewing city's three kings will be mocked by the universe nobility of the other cities on the Demon Mountain continent as the three cowardly kings. A spiritual consciousness said. A cowardly king is a cowardly living king. In this day and age, nothing is more important than survival. The person who survives to the end is the winner. It's much better than showing off for a moment and dying in the end. Another spiritual consciousness replied indifferently. Hehe, I agree with the Wing King. The most important thing is to stay alive. Besides, the others may not know how terrifying King Bei Kang is, but the same can't be said for the three of us. Back then, we witnessed with our own eyes the scene of King Bei Kang crazily slaughtering dozens of universe nobility of the origin race. Tisk tisk, it makes me tremble just thinking about it. Dozens of advance-grade universe nobility were no different from ants in front of that crackpot. I don't dare to provoke that crackpot. Another spiritual consciousness said. Thunder King, you're right. We really can't afford to offend that old crackpot King Bei Kang. The spiritual consciousness that was the first to speak said, however, the Saint Nar family was supported by the Holy Wings organization. Now that the Saint Nar family has been destroyed by Chu Zhou under our noses, it's not easy for us to answer to the Holy Wings organization. Chapter 925. Intercepted halfway. 2. Explain what? The ancient viewing city is the territory of our three kings. We've already given them enough face by allowing their Holy Wings organization to support the Saint Nar family in ancient viewing city. The person who destroyed the Saint Nar family is human Chu Zhou. It has nothing to do with the three of us. We don't have to explain anything. A figure wrapped in lightning appeared and said coldly. Right. If the Holy Wings organization wants to pursue the matter, it has nothing to do with the three of us. Another figure with two grey wings that covered the sky appeared. The divine sense that spoke first pondered for a moment and said. We'll do as you say. Just inform the Holy Wings organization about the destruction of the Saint Nar family by Chu Zhou. We won't care about anything else. The figure wrapped in lightning suddenly said, Prison King. I think you don't have to worry at all. According to the information we received, the Holy Wings organization seems to be preparing to take action in the conspiracy against Chu Zhou. I'm not optimistic about the operation of the five peak races, the Freedom Alliance, the Primordial Alliance, and some top factions of our Demon Mountain continent. Humanity is one of the 6 pinnacle races after all. If anyone or any faction wants to deal with the number one prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou, it's impossible for humans to sit back and do nothing. As for King Bei Kang, it's even more impossible to ignore him. This time, the Holy Wings organization might suffer a huge blow if they attack Chu Zhou. They won't be in the mood to care about us anymore. The figure with 2 grey wings on his back nodded slightly and said, I think so too. If we can receive the news, humans will definitely receive the news too. I reckon that the human experts have actually arrived. They're just still hiding in the dark and haven't appeared. Already here. A black-robed figure appeared with a shocked expression. Just guessing, guessing, guessing. The figure with grey wings on his back was about to say his guess, but he suddenly could not continue. He looked behind the black-robed figure in horror. The black-robed figure and the figure wrapped in lightning immediately realized something when they saw the reaction of the grey figure behind them. They suddenly turned their heads and then, like the grey-winged figure, they fell into great fear. Unknowingly, a white-haired young man with weathered eyes had appeared behind them. Seeing the white-haired youth, the black-robed figure and the other 2 were like ants crawling on the ground witnessing a 9 heavens divine dragon. Trembling in fear. You know your place and you can survive. The white-haired young man said indifferently and disappeared into thin air. The black-robed trio almost went limp after the white-haired youth disappeared. After a long time, the fear in their hearts gradually disappeared. King Bei Kang, the god of slaughter actually came, the black-robed figure said with a trembling voice. Hiss, fortunately, we didn't do anything to Chu Zhou. Otherwise, the 3 of us would probably be corpses now. The figure wrapped in lightning said with a face full of luck. Looks like I was right. Humans won't sit back and watch Chu Zhou fall into a desperate situation. However, I didn't expect King Bei Kang, this god of slaughter, to come personally. This time, a lot of people will probably die. The grey-winged figure said in fear. That's right. This time, many people will probably die. The black-robed figure nodded in agreement. King Bei Kang appears again after 300 million years. I'm afraid the entire universe ocean will boil. After being silent for so long, King Bei Kang has probably become even more terrifying. The coiling dragon flew above a mountain range at a leisurely pace. Chu Zhou and the others were familiarizing themselves with the weapons they had just obtained. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's expression changed. He suddenly raised his hand, and a spatial shield hundreds of meters tall immediately appeared in front of the coiling dragon. Boom! A sharp spike that was flickering with green light ruthlessly stabbed into the spatial shield. The spatial shield shook violently and shattered. The spike continued to stab at the coiling dragon like a green lightning bolt. Dragon and the others felt the ripples emitted by the spike, and their expressions changed. The energy fluctuations emitted by the spike had shockingly reached the universe nobility level. It was very likely that universe nobility had attacked them. Finally, Chu Zhou muttered to himself. With a thought, the green light ring that he had just obtained on his left middle finger immediately surged with green light, forming another layer of green energy barrier outside the coiling dragon. The spike hit the green energy shield. This time, the spikes were unable to break through the green energy barrier. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others saw a mountain-sized green-gold scorpion appear in front of them. The spike just now was the scorpion tail of the green-gold scorpion. This is the Zerg race's green-gold venomous scorpion. Chu Zhou and the others immediately recognized the origin of the mountain-like green-gold scorpion. It was the ferocious and vicious green-gold venomous scorpion of the Zerg race. The green-gold venomous scorpion was born to devour poisonous metals. Its body was as hard as divine iron, and it was immune to most physical attacks of the same level. Their scorpion tails contained unparalleled poison. Its poison would not only harm the body, but also the soul. Even a world overlord level green-gold venomous scorpion's poison could threaten a universe lord. Chapter 926. Intercepted halfway. 3. It could be said that the green-gold venomous scorpion was an extremely terrifying creature of the Zerg race. The green-gold venomous scorpion in front of him was filled with energy fluctuations that were above advanced-grade universe lords, but it was also slightly weaker than universe nobility. The poison in the body of such a green-gold venomous scorpion was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Even if universe nobility was stabbed by the poisonous sting of the scorpion's tail, he would probably be in big trouble. Human Chu Zhou, come out and die! Spirit fluctuations came from the green-gold venomous scorpion's mouth. It seems that the plot against me is about to begin. Dragon, soul, Changa Saha, please enter my divine kingdom first. Chu Zhou stared deeply at the green-gold venomous scorpion and said to the dragon and the others. Be careful. Take care. The 3 of them knew that with their strength, they would only drag Chu Zhou down if they continued to stay outside. Hence, they nodded and entered Chu Zhou's divine kingdom. The three of you, I'm afraid will have to fight a bloody battle continuously. Chu Zhou smiled at Zhou Yu, Bing Xilan, and Shi Liuyun. Zhou Yu smiled. His ruby-like eyes emitted a scorching light. His 3,000 blood-colored hair moved even though there was no wind. It was as if he had transformed into a war goddess. His entire body emitted an incomparably intense warpath. I've been looking forward to such a scene for a long time. She chuckled and stuck out her scarlet tongue to lick her red lips. Her right hand grabbed at the air and suddenly grabbed the blade of war. We're companions. We'll follow the wind and rain. Bing Xilan smiled faintly and said gently, but there was a hint of grit in her tone. Hee. Assassination. Assassination technique, finally. I can finally show it to my heart's content. Shi Liuyun chuckled. His eyes, which used to be extremely lewd, suddenly became extremely cold, as if another slot had awakened and he was filled with killing intent. All right. Let's join forces and challenge the 4 rounds set up for us by the 5 peak races, the 2 alliances, and many top factions of the Demon Mountain continent. Chu Zhou's heart warmed slightly when he saw the reactions of the 3 of them. Then, he felt heroic. Boss, there's still me. Bai Bei also bounced on Chu Zhou's head to show her presence. Got it, you too. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and put away the coiling dragon with a thought. At this moment, the green-gold venomous scorpion attacked again. Its sharp and terrifying green-gold scorpion tail flowed with traces of nomological light. Then, it suddenly shot out like an ancient green-gold spear that pierced through the universe. With a bang, it shot onto the green light energy barrier. With a cracking sound, the green energy barrier shattered. Chu Zhou, the number 1 prodigy of humanity, the disciple of King Bei King. Your life is mine. The green-gold venomous scorpion emitted a vast spiritual fluctuation. Its mountain-like body pounced at Chu Zhou and the others like a bolt of lightning. Surging green poisonous clouds surged out of its body and instantly enveloped a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Wherever the poisonous clouds covered, mountains and forests would quickly melt into green poisonous water. Even the void was corroded by the green poisonous cloud, leaving ugly scars. At the same time, a scorpion tail that looked like an ancient green-gold spear pierced through Chu Zhou's head at lightning speed. You're a long way from killing me, Kimmons. Chu Zhou sneered. His right hand suddenly transformed into a huge chaos arm that was like a mountain range. With a bang, he grabbed the scorpion tail that shot over like a green-gold spear. Without any hesitation, he tore off the scorpion's tail. All. The green-gold venomous scorpion screamed and looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. He seemed to be wondering why Chu Zhou was so strong. At this moment, Bai Bei also attacked. Its figure disappeared into thin air, and then it appeared above the green-gold venomous scorpion like a ghost. The next moment, a pale light spread out from its body and enveloped the green-gold venomous scorpion. The green-gold venomous scorpion immediately stopped. Kill! Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. Her ruby-like eyes seemed to burn with monstrous flames as she held the blade of war. With a wave of rage, a path was split open in the green poisonous cloud. His figure followed that path and advanced at high speed. He slashed at the motionless green-gold venomous scorpion with lightning speed. Almost at the same time, Bing Xilan stretched out a white jade-like Qian finger and pointed at the green-gold venomous scorpion from afar. A translucent hexagonal snowflake shot out from her fingertip and instantly entered the green-gold venomous scorpion's body. In the next moment, a terrifying chill that could freeze one's soul erupted in the green-gold venomous scorpion's body. The green-gold venomous scorpion instantly turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Shi Liuyun suddenly appeared behind the ice sculpture. A peerless killing intent erupted, and the black dagger in his hand flashed like a black venomous snake. The head of the ice sculpture was pierced through by the dagger. Alt! A shrill scream came from the ice sculpture. It was obvious that the green-gold venomous scorpion had been severely injured by Chu Zhou and the others. A cold killing intent erupted in the eyes of Chu Zhou and the others. They were all prepared to kill the green-gold venomous scorpion. However, at this moment, a black vine suddenly broke out of the ground below and wrapped around the ice sculpture, pulling it down. Chu Zhou and the others wanted to attack, but extremely powerful attacks blasted towards them. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had no choice but to give up on killing the green gold venomous scorpion and dodge the attacks. As they dodged, they observed. In next to no time, they saw a figure with extremely vast fluctuations of the 9 laws appear before them. Among the 9 figures, Chu Zhou saw 2 familiar faces. Daphne of the demonic sunflower race, and Jigad of the origin race. There was also the prodigy of the primordial alliance who had fought in the demon world Shadowlow. As for the other 6, Chu Zhou did not know them, but he guessed that they were all top prodigies from the various large factions. Daphne, and Jigad, you really didn't die. Chu Zhou stared at Daphne and Njigad, killing intent condensing in his eyes. Daphne's pretty face was ice cold as she glared fiercely at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, you destroyed one of my Universe Lord clones. Today, you shall pay with your life. Hehe, Chu Zhou, do you think you can leave alive today? 5 peak races, 2 alliances and some top factions of the Demon Mountain continent want to kill you. How are you going to live? Njigad smiled darkly, and the dark aura around him surged. Chapter 927. Massacre. 1. Chu Zhou, you can't escape today. Njigad's dark aura surged, and his gloomy eyes emitted a ruthless killing intent. Last time, Chu Zhou had almost killed him. This was a lifelong humiliation to him. These days, he was constantly thinking about vengeance. Destroy my doppelganger and take your life. Daphne's figure flashed, and she directly revealed her true form, turning into a black demonic sunflower that was thousands of meters tall. Beams of nomological light fell from the demonic sunflower like waterfalls, shaking the heaven and earth. Shadowlow and the other 6 living beings also released earth-shattering auras and locked onto Chu Zhou. The green-gold venomous scorpion, Kimmins, who had been saved by the black vines, also broke out of the ground. Its huge mountain-like body floated in midair, and its green eyes swept across Chu Zhou and the others with hatred. Before he attacked Chu Zhou and the others, he had told Daphne and the others that he could deal with Chu Zhou and the others alone. Unexpectedly, he was almost killed by Chu Zhou and the others just now. If Daphne and the others hadn't appeared in time to save him, he would probably be a corpse now. This was simply a great humiliation. I want you dead. A ferocious roar came from Kimmon's mouth. An earth-shattering energy wave erupted from his body as he charged towards Chu Zhou and the others. This time, he was much more cautious than before. He used his full strength the moment he attacked. The void within 1,000,000 miles was instantly shattered by the aura emitted from his body. Countless spiderweb-like cracks spread in the void. The earth also rose and fell like a tide. Yeah, the big dumb insect is here again. Hit him. Bai Bei let out a cry and pounced at the green-gold venomous scorpion like a white bolt of lightning. Her 2 furry ears the size of cattail leaf fans flapped as she sent a spatial divine power at Kimmins. Kimmins had already experienced how terrifying Bai Bei was just now. When he saw the spatial divine power Bai Bei unleashed, he couldn't help but be extremely afraid. He directly summoned a nomological river that descended from the 9 heavens and enveloped his body to prevent himself from being imprisoned by the space-time law again. At the same time, he dodged the space-time divine power that attacked him while controlling his scorpion tail to stab at Bai Bei like a bolt of lightning. Bai Bei and Kimmins quickly exchanged blows in the void. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows. In the void of space, their after-images could be seen everywhere. Zhou Yu, Bing Selin and Shi Liujin also rushed up and fought Kimmins with Bai Bei. As an advance-grade universe lord of the space-time law, Bai Bei was almost invincible among her peers. With the help of Zhou Yu, Bing Selin and Shi Liujin, Kimmins was at a disadvantage. A moment later, Kimmins was covered in injuries. Green blood descended like a rainstorm. Is that the snow-white little beast that has grasped the space-time law? Daphne, Njigad, Shadowlow and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. They had long heard of Bai Bei and knew that she was an advance-grade universe lord of the space-time law. They had also tried their best to overestimate Bai Bei's strength, but Bai Bei was still far stronger than they had imagined. They had also tried their best to overestimate Bai Bei's strength, but Bai Bei was still far stronger than they had imagined. With the help of Zhou Yu and the others, coupled with the fact that Kimmins had been seriously injured previously, he was directly suppressed by Bai Bei and the others. I miscalculated. This little white beast is stronger than I expected. A huge demonic sunflower standing in the void suddenly shot out a black demonic light that charged towards Bai Bei. However, the demonic light was shattered by a chaos fist before it could hit Bai Bei. Daphne, I killed your clone last time. This time, I'm going to destroy your main body. As Chu Zhou spoke coldly, the chaos fog around him surged. He strode through the air and charged at the huge demonic sunflower at high speed, like a chaotic bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. Daphne looked at the figure charging over and then at the other Chu Zhou not far away. She immediately understood that the figure in front of her was only Chu Zhou's clone. Chu Zhou only sent a clone to deal with her? He even threatened to kill her? What did Chu Zhou take her for? Daphne felt that she had been underestimated. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The huge demonic sunflower true body sprinkled down waterfalls of nomological laws, causing the void below to be annihilated layer by layer. The heaven and earth that spanned billions of kilometers rumbled. Chu Zhou, you're going too far! Daphne shrieked. Countless black sunflower petals swept towards the chaos figure like a storm. Suddenly, the chaos figure transformed into a chaos giant that stood on earth and had a blue sky above its head. A chaos hand that blotted out the sky shattered countless sunflower petals forcefully before grabbing the demonic sunflower and pinching it. All. Daphne felt as if her body had been crushed, and a tidal wave of pain surged into her heart. Before anyone could activate their power to counterattack, she felt the world spin before she slammed into the ground. Boom! Earth sank for tens of thousands of miles. An incomparably huge demonic sunflower was grabbed by an equally incomparably huge chaos hand and smashed onto the ground. In an instant, the mountains and rivers in his line of sight collapsed and sank. Endless dust soared into the sky. Just as Daphne was blasted into the depths of earth by one of Chu Zhou's clones. Also forced back by Chu Zhou's clone. Chapter 928. Massacre. 2. How? How is this possible? How can he have so many avatars? Moreover, every avatar is so powerful. Anjigad and the others were about to go crazy. They had originally thought that if they attacked Chu Zhou, he would only die after saying a few words. They had originally thought that if they attacked Chu Zhou, he would only die after saying a few words. Chu Zhou was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Not only did Chu Zhou have an unimaginable number of clones, furthermore, the clones were also terrifying and powerful. They were actually not Chu Zhou's clones' match. This was unbelievable. Hehe, you think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Chu Zhou crossed his arms and sneered at the battle in front of him. The Book of Dharma floated above his head. All the pages of the Book of Dharma were opened. Beams of light kept shooting out from the pages, shooting out from the clones to increase their combat strength. It was also because of the Book of Dharma's power that his clones were able to suppress Daphne and company. Otherwise, his advanced grade Universe Lord clones would still be slightly weaker than Daphne and the others. Chu Zhou watched coldly for a while before looking into the distance. In the unknown distance, he could vaguely sense terrifying auras. There seemed to be many powerful existences spying on him from afar. Looks like these people in front of me are just appetizers. It's better to deal with them as soon as possible. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his body suddenly moved. He flew up and suddenly fused with the Book of Dharma, transforming into a light that shocked the heaven and earth. Boom! An extremely resplendent light suddenly pierced through a mechanical creature. The mechanical creature didn't even have time to scream before it shattered into countless pieces. Another ancient spear that was interwoven with blood and lightning suddenly traversed the void and nailed a living being with 4 wings of light into the air. Then, a green light intertwined with nomological patterns compressed and condensed into a light blade as thin as a cicada's wing. In an instant, it cut off the head of a creature that seemed to be carved from crystal. Another 5-colored wave appeared in the void and transformed into a vast 5-element civilization, crushing a 3-headed creature into meat paste. From the moment Chu Zhou personally took action, 6 foreign race living beings had died in his hands in just a few breaths. During this period, the green-gold venomous scorpion, Kimans, was also killed by Bai Bei, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liujin, and the others. In the blink of an eye, only Daphne, Anjigad, and Shadalo were left among the 10 alien creatures who had come to deal with Chu Zhou. At this moment, Daphne, Anjigad, and Shadalo were dumbfounded. They never expected that when they came into contact with Chu Zhou again, his strength had already climbed to an unimaginable level. His strength is already comparable to a true universe nobility. Shadalo looked at Chu Zhou's indifferent figure and felt a chill in his heart. Without a word, he took a blow from Chu Zhou's clone and fled with injuries. However, he had just fled less than 10,000 meters when he suddenly stopped in midair. Swoosh! Chu Zhou suddenly appeared in front of him. This is time freeze. Shadowlo looked at Chu Zhou's figure in despair. Chu Zhou expressionlessly pressed his palm on Shadowlo's head and shattered it into a bloody mist. Then, a black hole appeared in his palm and completely devoured Shadowlo's remnant body. Daphne and Njigad saw through their divine senses that even Shadowlo had been killed by Chu Zhou. They were instantly frightened out of their wits. Daphne and Njigad saw through their divine senses that even Shadowlo had been killed by Chu Zhou. They were instantly frightened out of their wits. Daphne and Njigad saw through their divine senses that even Shadowlo had been killed by Chu Zhou. They were instantly frightened out of their wits. This meant that it was very easy for Chu Zhou to destroy them. Swoosh! In an instant, Chu Zhou appeared in front of Daphne, who was covered in wounds. At this moment, Daphne returned to her human form. It had to be said that Daphne, who had transformed into a human, was a peerless beauty. Furthermore, she had an enchantment and dark temperament that made it easy for people to fall for her. In particular, Daphne was covered in injuries and looked extremely weak and pitiful. It could even arouse a man's protective desire. However, these were useless against Chu Zhou. When Chu Zhou looked at Daphne, his eyes were cold and filled with sharp killing intent. Daphne looked at Chu Zhou stubbornly. As the disciple of the Lord of the Universe Light, she had her own pride. Even if she died, she could not beg Chu Zhou for mercy. She couldn't embarrass her teacher. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhou attacked Daphne. He slapped her coldly, preparing to kill her. How dare you! Suddenly, Daphne let out a thunderous shout. A green leaf flew out of Daphne's body and blocked Chu Zhou's palm. Teacher! Daphne, who was already in despair, perked up when she saw the green leaf floating in front of her. She knew that her teacher, the Lord of the Universe Light, had made a move. Lord of the Universe Light! Chu Zhou looked at the green leaf that blocked his palm and his pupils constricted. This green leaf left a deep impression on him. In the demon world, he had personally seen a green leaf open a space-time passageway to the Mana race. Chapter 929. Massacre. 3. The Lord of the Universe Light was also suitable to deal with the Lord of Moment through the space-time passageway. It was obvious that the ancient and terrifying Universe Overlord, the Lord of the Universe Light, had intervened to stop him from killing Daphne. The power of the space-time law contained in this leaf doesn't seem to be too strong. Chu Zhou seriously sensed the power in the green leaf. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly activated the Book of Dharma and struck the green leaf. Boom! The green leaf's light was instantly dispersed by the Book of Dharma. Chu Zhou took the opportunity to attack Daphne. He instantly rushed in front of her and stretched out his right hand at lightning speed, grabbing Daphne's neck. How dare you! An extremely furious voice came from the green leaf. It was as if a high and mighty emperor had suddenly been provoked by a commoner. He was furious. Chu Zhou turned a deaf ear to the furious voice. He clenched his right hand tightly under Daphne's despairing and incredulous gaze. With a bang, Daphne was crushed into a bloody mist. Furthermore, he also activated a force to kill the souls in the blood mist. He wanted Daphne's soul to be destroyed. Human brat, you deserve to die! The green leaf suddenly burst into flames. A strand of hair-sized but incomparably condensed space-time power suddenly shot out from the green leaf and into the blood mist. Under Chu Zhou's gaze, the trace of space-time power disappeared with dozens of soul fragments. Human Chu Zhou, I, the Lord of the Universe Light, will remember you. Chu Zhou heard the voice of the Lord of the Universe Light that was filled with infinite killing intent. Chu Zhou knew that he had offended the ancient overlord, the Lord of the Universe Light, today. However, he did not take it to heart at all. Humans and the Mana race had always been enemies. The higher-ups of the human race and King Beigang's disciples were targets that the Mana race and the Lord of the Universe Light wanted to kill even if he did nothing. Since that was the case, why should he be afraid of the threat of the Lord of the Universe Light? It's a pity that I didn't have time to completely crush Daphne's soul into powder. However, even if the Lord of the Universe Light took away a portion of Daphne's soul fragment, it would be extremely difficult for Daphne to recover. Even if he recovers, it will take many years for him to regain his strength. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His gaze swept over to Njigad, who was being suppressed by one of his clones. Njigad had been paying attention to Chu Zhou. When he saw that even the Lord of the Universe Light couldn't stop Chu Zhou from killing Daphne, he felt numb. He knew that if he didn't escape quickly, he would die. However, with his current situation, it was basically impossible for him to successfully escape from Chu Zhou. Perhaps there's only one way. Njigad's mind raced as he thought of a solution. However, the price of that method was too high. Moreover, it was a narrow escape. However, when he saw that Chu Zhou was already flying towards him, he knew that there was no time to hesitate. Chu Zhou, if I don't die today, you will make affliction suffer for the rest of your life. Njigad suddenly wailed miserably. His entire body suddenly burned, turning into a huge black sun. Vast and surging energy swept through the sky like a tsunami. He's burning his body and soul. Chu Zhou couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Njigad turn into a black sun. He could tell at a glance that Njigad was burning his body and soul. Wasn't this courting death? Suddenly, a mask appeared in the black sun. A terrifying devouring power came from the mask and instantly devoured the entire black sun. Then, the mask tore through the universe and instantly disappeared. When Chu Zhou saw this, he could not help but frown slightly. He already understood Njigad's goal. Njigad had burned his body and soul to provide energy for the mask. Then, he activated the mask to tear apart the great cosmos and escape. It's just that, my body and soul have been burned. Even if a portion of my remnant soul remains, I don't think there will be much left. It's much more difficult for him to recover than Daphne, who only has a soul fragment left. The probability is also much lower. Chu Zhou knew that Njigad was nothing to worry about in the future. The probability of burning his body and soul like this leaving behind a remnant soul was too low. Even if he was lucky enough to leave behind a remnant soul, it was basically impossible for him to recover. He also admired Njigad. He was definitely a ruthless person. In order to fight for a chance to survive, he decisively burned his body and soul. Of course, if not for the mysterious mask on his body, it would be useless even if he burned his body and soul. Time to collect the spoils. Chu Zhou retracted all his clones and immediately began to devour the corpses. At the same time, he collected the treasures left behind by Daphne and the others. Daphne and the others had extraordinary identities. They had far more treasures than ordinary advanced-grade universe lords. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others obtained 3 universe nobility level weapons, more than 30 universe lord weapons, and dozens of universe lord battle suits. There were also many precious treasures that could assist the cultivation of universe lords, such as the fruit of life, the divine spirit liquid, and the soul cleansing marrow. There was also a large mountain of B-rank materials. It could be said that Chu Zhou and the others had become rich. Chu Zhou, we've made a killing this time. Zhou Yu and the others looked at the treasures in front of them and their breathing quickened. The wealth of these treasures was comparable to the wealth of dozens of normal advanced-grade universe lords. Moreover, it was basically impossible for ordinary advanced-grade universe lords to have universe nobility level weapons. They had obtained such a huge amount of wealth in a single battle. If it wasn't a huge profit, what was it? Chu Zhou smiled. He had indeed gained a lot this time. It could only be said that Daphne and the others were too rich. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's scalp went numb and he felt a bone-chilling coldness. He instinctively released his divine sense and swept it into the distance. He immediately saw that in the distance, a terrifying arrow beam instantly pierced through countless mountains and shot towards his location at the speed of light. At this moment, he felt that his soul had been locked onto by that terrifying arrow light. In his perception, wherever the arrow passed, nomological threads continuously wrapped around the arrow, causing the arrow to become stronger and stronger. At the same time, wherever the arrow rays passed, many nomological threads in the void were temporarily broken by the arrow rays. Dangerous! Chu Zhou's scalp went numb and alarm bells rang in his heart. Chapter 930. Killing a Universe Nobility. 1. From Chu Zhou's point of view, a meteor-like arrow quickly pierced through mountain after mountain and shot towards him. Before the arrow light arrived, an overwhelming killing intent had already spread over. The entire world seemed to have turned into a dark doomsday world. Dangerous! Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't care less about anything else and directly stored Zhou Yu and the others, who had yet to react, into his divine kingdom. Then, he used spatial teleportation and teleported elsewhere. In a flash, the arrow beam that seemed to be able to penetrate the universe had already shot to Chu Zhou's original location. With a bang, a large area of space was directly annihilated. At this moment, Chu Zhou, who was deep in the dimensional void, realized that after the arrow beam destroyed a large area of space, it still chased after him relentlessly. Did it lock onto me? Chu Zhou's gaze darkened slightly. With a thought, billions of layers of folded space suddenly appeared in front of him. Lines of nomological laws suddenly appeared on the arrow light, emitting a peerless sharpness. Billions of layers of folded space were actually pierced through in an instant. As expected, it's difficult for the laws to match the laws. Only the laws can resist the laws. Chu Zhou was calm and composed. His thoughts were compatible with the space-time law. Space-time imprisonment. A vast spatial nomological power descended, and the space-time where the arrow beam was directly imprisoned. The arrow that was moving at high speed suddenly stopped. Chu Zhou's expression changed slightly. He sensed that although the arrow light had stopped, there was a majestic power inside the arrow light that was about to erupt. Without a word, he stretched out his hand and pulled in the dimensional space, tearing open a spatial rift that led to the outside world and then entered. Just as Chu Zhou's figure disappeared, the still arrow suddenly exploded. It released endless light and destructive power. It was like an explosion of the sun. The sealed space was instantly torn apart. The surrounding space was also blasted into pieces. If Chu Zhou had not left in time, he would definitely have been affected by this terrifying explosion. Outside, Chu Zhou sensed the explosion in the depths of the space and his heart sank slightly. The opponent this time was tricky. His gaze suddenly focused on the mountain opposite him. At this moment, a living being had appeared at the peak of the mountain. The creature looked like a huge green mantis. He held a huge bow in his hand and carried an arrow bag on his back. A pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas emanated from his body. "My name is Heavy Arrow King. I'm here to kill you," the green mantis said coldly. This was a universe nobility. Chu Zhou thought to himself and took a deep breath. He had long thought that his strength was comparable to a beginner universe nobility. However, this was the first time he had faced a universe nobility head-on. "The Heavy Arrow King? You can't kill me," Chu Zhou said calmly. With a thought, he summoned the Book of Dharma. The Heavy Arrow King didn't say anything else and attacked. An arrow that seemed to exceed the speed of the world instantly tore through the heaven and earth and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou did not take it head-on. He used space-time imprisonment again and instantly imprisoned the arrow beam. Then, he teleported dozens of kilometers away. The arrow light in the confinement exploded with a bang. A huge sun appeared between heaven and earth. Mountains turned into ashes in an instant. Heavy Arrow King's body was like lightning as he chased after Chu Zhou. He kept drawing his bow and knocking arrows. Arrows that looked like meteors chasing after the moon pierced through the void. Space-time imprisonment, space-time reversal, space-time acceleration, space teleportation. Chu Zhou kept using various space-time profound and dimensional space profound to dodge the arrows. In the void, there were many after-images. Numerous arrows that were restricted also exploded continuously. One bright sun after another appeared in the world. The surrounding billions of kilometers of heaven and earth fell into a huge commotion. The void shattered and the earth sank. Mountains, rivers, forests, and so on turned to dust. In just a few dozen breaths, the billions of miles of heaven and earth seemed to have encountered a doomsday havoc and turned into endless ruins. The huge commotion of the battle alarmed many living beings on the Demon Mountain continent. They activated their divine senses to check the situation. Universe nobility is fighting. Terrifying. One of them seems to be the Heavy Arrow King of the Zerg race. Tisk. The Heavy Arrow King is chasing after Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou can actually match universe nobility. Seeing the battle between the Heavy Arrow King and Chu Zhou, many people were extremely shocked. Chu Zhou kept teleporting in the void, dodging the arrows that shot over. At the same time, he was also preparing to counterattack. Kill. He saw an opportunity and suddenly activated the Book of Dharma to attack Heavy Arrow King. The pages of the Book of Dharma quickly flipped. 5 elemental civilization, reincarnation gears, long rivers of time and space, the sea of chaos, endless scarlet killing characters, and so on appeared one after another and attacked Heavy Arrow King. How is this possible? He's a universe lord, but his strength has actually reached the universe nobility level. Heavy Arrow King's expression changed drastically. Chu Zhou was already very surprised that he could continuously dodge and defend against his attacks. Chu Zhou had actually unleashed a universe nobility level attack. This was simply unbelievable. Boom! The Heavy Arrow King used the longbow in his hand to block the attack. His entire body was pressed down and smashed into a mountain. Heavy Arrow King, you were actually suppressed by a universe lord. You're simply embarrassing us, universe nobility. Chapter 931. Killing a universe nobility. 2. A 9-leaf clover that was hundreds of meters tall suddenly appeared in the void. This 9-leaf clover was completely silver in color. The 9 leaves were like 9 sharp swords. On the surface of each leaf, dense mysterious runes flickered. A terrifying sharp aura swept out from the 9 leaves grass. It's the Mana race's 9-leaf sword king. It's here as well. When the living beings who were paying attention to this place saw the 9 leaves grass, many of their expressions changed. The 9 leaves sword king's true form was 9 leaves grass. He was an extremely powerful universe nobility of the Mana race. This 9 leaves sword king had caused several shocking massacres in the universe. It had once caused 3 cosmic races that had conflicts with the Mana race to be wiped out. Billions of living beings had died under its hands. Therefore, it made many universe nobility in the universe wary. 9 leaves sword king. When Chu Zhou saw the sharp 9 leaves grass, his expression changed drastically. He had some understanding of the Mana race. He also knew how terrifying the 9 leaves sword king was. Swoosh! Chu Zhou activated the space-time law without hesitation and transformed into a blurry light that fled at full speed. He knew that even if he could match a beginner universe nobility, an existence like the 9 leaves sword king was not something he could contend against. Where are you going? The 9 leaves sword king laughed coldly. He turned into an after-image and gave chase. The 9 silver leaves that were hundreds of meters tall were like 9 sharp swords as they stretched out in the void and moved in unison. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook violently. 9 boundless sword chi rivers slashed down from the 9 heavens. The sea of clouds was shattered. In the void, 9 endless black abysses were slashed out. The earth below was directly slashed and sunk. The boundless earth continued to shatter and sink. Endless dust and sand soared into the sky, covering the sky. All the living beings who witnessed this attack felt their scalps tingle and their faces turn pale. Chu Zhou frantically activated the Book of Dharma and summoned countless metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He summoned dense reincarnation gears, the river of time and space, and countless chaos fists. He summoned densely packed killing words that constantly blocked the sweeping sword beams. At the same time, he also continuously used various space-time profound to dodge the sword chi's attacks. He also activated the green light ring and condensed a green barrier around his body to protect himself. It could be said that in order to dodge and defend against the 9 leaves sword king's attack, Chu Zhou had almost used all his skills. In the end, he survived the 9 leaves sword king's terrifying attack. However, he was also in a sorry state. It was unknown how many times he had been sliced by the sword chi. Dense bloodstains covered his entire body and he was almost dismembered. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the Chaos Dharma body and his body was strong enough. At this moment, he had already turned into a pile of minced meat. This person is too strong. He's not an ordinary universe nobility. I'm far from his match. Chu Zhou endured the intense pain as if he had been cut into pieces. He rushed into the earth and fled from the depths of the earth. He's not dead. When the 9 leaves sword king saw Chu Zhou escape into the depths of the earth, he could not help but exclaim softly. It was beyond its expectations that Chu Zhou was not dead. See? This Chu Zhou is not an ordinary universe lord. The Heavy Arrow King flew to the 9 leaves sword king's side and said. He also felt rather embarrassed about being suppressed into the gravel by Chu Zhou's attack just now. However, seeing that the famous 9 leaves sword king could not kill Chu Zhou in one move, he felt much better. It's not that I'm not strong, but Chu Zhou is unusual. Humph, he can't escape. The 9 leaves sword king snorted coldly. A silver leaf suddenly slashed down at the earth below. In an instant, an extremely long thread like sword chi slashed the ground. Rumble! The earth cracked, and a huge abyssal crack spread crazily on the ground. In an instant, the abyssal crack spread to the end of the sky. The entire earth seemed to have been cut in half. Chu Zhou, who was fleeing deep in the ground, suddenly felt his scalp tingle. He sensed a huge danger. Without hesitation, he summoned the blood lightning ancient spear and activated it with all his might to block above his head. At the same time, he also activated the power of the green light ring with all his might and condensed a solid green energy barrier. With a crack, the blood lightning spear was actually cut off by a terrifying sword chi. Then, the sword chi slashed down on the green energy barrier. The green energy shield shattered. At the same time, the green light ring on Chu Zhou's finger shattered. After destroying 2 king-tier weapons in a row, the remaining sword aura became much weaker. In the end, it was shattered by the Book of Dharma. Looking at the broken blood lightning ancient spear and the shattered green light ring, Chu Zhou's heart ached. These 2 king-tier weapons were destroyed just like that. 9 Leaves Sword King, one day, I will refine you into weapons. Chu Zhou gritted his teeth and kept the broken ancient spear and ring into his divine kingdom. Following that, he activated the Book of Dharma with all his might and summoned a blurry river of time and space. He entered the river of time and space. Boom! The river of time and space tore through the air and instantly disappeared. Just as the river of time and space disappeared, the 9 Leaves Sword King and Heavy Arrow King descended to the spot where Chu Zhou was just now. He escaped again. 9 Leaves Sword King. Chapter 932. Killing a Universe Nobility. 3. Who was it? He failed to kill Chu Zhou with 2 consecutive moves. This severely damaged its reputation as the 9 Leaves Sword King. This Chu Zhou is indeed not simple. You and I attacked, but we couldn't kill him. He even escaped. The Heavy Arrow King exclaimed. This was the first time he had encountered such a universe lord. He can't escape. We've already set up an inescapable net. Even if he has grasped the space-time law and the law of reincarnation, he won't be able to escape death today. The 9 Leaves Sword King said coldly. He directly shattered the void and entered the void, chasing after Chu Zhou's remnant aura. The Heavy Arrow King moved and followed. Billions of kilometers away, Chu Zhou stepped on the river of time and space and flew out of the depths of space in a sorry state. As soon as he appeared, he immediately devoured and refined the fruit of life, divine spirit liquid, soul cleansing marrow, and other treasures he had obtained from Daphne and the others. With these treasures, he tried his best to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he turned into a human-shaped black hole and crazily devoured the cosmic energy in the void to recover the energy in his body. The cosmic energy surged into his body like a storm or a huge wave. His injuries and energy were rapidly recovering. However, in less than 10 breaths, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up and couldn't help but curse, "Bastard, you don't even give me time to catch my breath." In the sky, a huge mechanical wing was cutting diagonally towards him. Dense nomological light descended like countless rays of light, enveloping and suppressing the earth. Even if Chu Zhou thought with his toes, he knew that a mechanic master's universe nobility had arrived. You're just a universe nobility. I've already fought the Heavy Arrow King and the 9 Leaves Sword King. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He sneered, before turning around and fleeing. He stepped on the river of time and space and disappeared in an instant. What a joke! The machinery race universe nobility in front of him was clearly not an ordinary universe nobility. Furthermore, he did not know if any other universe nobility had arrived. If he didn't escape now, should he stay here and wait for death? Boom! The huge mechanical wings struck the spot where Chu Zhou had been just now. Instantly, space exploded and everything was annihilated. A terrifying light swept across billions of kilometers. You can't escape. A living being with 2 mechanical wings on its back appeared. With a cold snort, it shattered the void and chased after Chu Zhou's remnant aura. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Are you guys born in the year of the dog? Why are you chasing me so closely? Chu Zhou cursed as he stepped on the river of time and space and moved rapidly in the void. On the earth below, huge crystal hands that were like ancient mountain ranges broke out of the ground and grabbed at Chu Zhou. However, the river of time and space was too fast. Every time the crystal hands grabbed it, they would leave after images. It was only when Chu Zhou's figure completely disappeared that the huge crystal hands were willing to stop. Not long after, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, Chu Zhou cursed as he fled in front. Behind him was a 9-headed fire dragon that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. He relied on the river of time and space to escape the pursuit of the 9 fire dragons. At this moment, the news of Chu Zhou being pursued by universe nobility like Heavy Arrow King, 9 Leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestation King, Heaven Crystal King, and 9-headed Dragon King had already spread throughout the Demon Mountain continent. There were also many living beings who had personally witnessed the process of Chu Zhou being pursued. In the Demon Mountain continent, countless living beings were in an uproar. Many living beings did not expect the 5 pinnacle races to be so determined to kill Chu Zhou. At the same time, they sent universe nobility to kill him. What was even more unbelievable was that not only did Chu Zhou not die quickly under the joint pursuit of so many universe nobility, but he also escaped time and time again. He was alive and kicking. He did not look like someone who was being hunted at all. What was even more caught between laughter and tears was that Chu Zhou even gave some universe nobility nicknames during his escape. For example, he called the 9 Leaves Sword King Little Scum, the Myriad Manifestations King Little Chicken, and the 9-headed Dragon King Little Worm. Hearing these nicknames, many people smiled strangely. Someone saw that when Chu Zhou called the 9 Leaves Sword King, the Myriad Manifestations King, and the 9-headed Dragon King by their nicknames, their faces darkened and they flew into a rage. Chapter 933. Reverse the Universe Nobility. Number 1 Universe Lord in the Universe. 1. The Demon Mountain Continent. The sun was setting, and the afterglow shone on a figure. At the edge of the cliff, Chu Zhou was dressed in blood-red clothes. His body was like a black hole as he absorbed the cosmic energy with all his might to make up for his consumption. Blood gushed out, and the pain was like a tide. Chu Zhou's gaze was calm, completely unaware. They must have some way to quickly locate me. Otherwise, every time I appear, someone will quickly find me and not give me any time to recover. Chu Zhou thought about his encounters in the past 2 days and fell into deep thought. Over the past 2 days, the 5 pinnacle tribes and other factions had launched a large-scale siege on him. Apart from universe nobility, the various factions also sent a large number of universe lords and world overlords to surround him. Universe lords and world overlords were very difficult to threaten him. However, it could continuously deplete his strength and stall him, buying time for the arrival of universe nobility. Hence, his situation was becoming more and more difficult. Suddenly, a huge spatial door appeared in the sky. A black wave surged out of the spatial door. These black waves spread out in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the sky like dark clouds. On a closer look, it was actually countless Zerg race beings. Chu Zhou is there. Kill him. Spiritual fluctuations spread out. In an instant, the Zerg race army that covered the sky like dark clouds swept towards Chu Zhou. Here we go again, 1. Chu Zhou's gaze turned cold. Rumble rumble rumble. The densely packed Zerg race army wrapped around the cliff where Chu Zhou was like dark clouds. That scene made one's scalp tingle. However, in the blink of an eye, a shocking killing intent soared into the sky. Beams of extremely dazzling sword light pierced through the dark clouds that enveloped the cliff. More and more sword lights shot out. In the end, it was as if billions of sword lights shot out and illuminated the heaven and earth. Screams rose and fell. One by one, the Zerg race living beings were pierced by the sword light and turned into blood mist. In less than 10 seconds, the Zerg race army that enveloped the cliff like dark clouds turned into a blood mist. The surging blood mist kept surging into the figure sitting cross-legged at the edge of the cliff. In the blink of an eye, all the blood mist disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. Attribute points, 1,060,000 trillion, plus 100,000 trillion. He looked at his attribute board. His attribute points increased by another 100,000 trillion. His total attribute points reached 1.06 trillion. I need about 10 million attribute points to break the barrier between Universe Lord and Universe Nobility. I'm about 9 million trillion attribute points short. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou continued reading. 1000 Bodies Holy Scripture, 36 clones. 23 Advanced Grade Universe Lord clones, plus 14, 3 Intermediate Grade Universe Lord clones, 9 Elementary Grade Universe Lord clones, 1 World Overlord clone. Description: 4 Elementary Grade Universe Lord clones and 1 World Overlord clone are in the human domain. In the past 2 days, he had been hunted down. It was not as if he had not done anything. he condensed another 14 advanced grade Universe Lord clones. The Divine Kingdom he obtained from killing Twyla and company in ancient Viewing City, as well as the Divine Kingdom he obtained from killing Daphne and company, had all been refined into the World Heart. He condensed the 14 advanced grade Universe Lord World Hearts into advanced grade Universe Lord clones. His overall strength skyrocketed. I wonder if I can kill a beginner Universe Nobility with 23 advanced grade avatars, 3 intermediate grade avatars, and 5 elementary grade Universe Lord avatars. As he thought of this, a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. In the past 2 days, he had had enough of being chased by the Universe Nobility and army of the Zerg race and many other factions. He decided to take revenge. At the very least, he would give the Zerg race and other factions a painful blow. I'm definitely not a match for an advanced grade Universe Nobility like the Nine Leaves Sword King. It would be great if I could meet a beginner Universe Nobility. He muttered to himself as he stood up and prepared to leave. He could not stay in one place for too long. Otherwise the Universe Nobility and army of the various factions would soon be encircled. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. A familiar figure suddenly tore through the air and appeared opposite him. This figure was a green mantis the size of a small mountain. Who else could it be but the Heavy Arrow King of the Zerg race? Should I say that I can't forget it? Will there always be an echo? Chu Zhou looked at the Heavy Arrow King opposite him with a hint of surprise. Heavy Arrow King was a beginner Universe Nobility. It was perfect for killing. When the Heavy Arrow King saw Chu Zhou, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He was the first Universe Nobility to find Chu Zhou in this encirclement operation, but he failed. This made him feel embarrassed. For the past 2 days, he had been frantically searching for traces of Chu Zhou. It was to personally kill Chu Zhou and save face. At this moment, he found Chu Zhou again. This made him feel that the heavens had not let him down. Chu Zhou, you were lucky enough to escape 2 days ago. This time, you will definitely die. The Heavy Arrow King laughed coldly. With a swoosh, he had already drawn his bow to the fullest. An arrow was knocked to the bowstring. Rumble. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from the bow. Substantial nomological threads appeared from the void of space and continuously wrapped around the bow. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing. At this moment, Chu Zhou could clearly sense that he had been locked onto by the Heavy Arrow King's arrow. It seemed that no matter where he fled to, that sharp arrow could even catch up to him and pierce through his body, destroying his soul. Chu Zhou stood on the cliff. An overwhelming pressure came at him, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. Chapter 934. Reverse the Universe Nobility. Number 1 Universe Lord in the Universe. 2. Chu Zhou smiled. Heavy Arrow King, I've been very aggrieved these 2 days. I was just about to kill a Universe Nobility to resolve the depression in my heart. Since you came knocking on my door, I won't stand on the ceremony, he said loudly. The next moment, the Book of Dharma appeared above his head. Ha ha ha, what a joke! You actually want to kill a king? When the Heavy Arrow King heard that Chu Zhou wanted to kill the king, he almost burst into laughter. A Universe Lord actually wanted to kill a king. It was simply wishful thinking. He must be crazy. He looked at Chu Zhou with disdain, as if he was looking at a clown. Chu Zhou did not say anything else. With a thought, 31 clones appeared around him. What? The number of his clones has increased again. A total of 31 Universe Lord clones. The Heavy Arrow King's pupils constricted when he saw the 31 clones suddenly appear around Chu Zhou. Of course, he knew about Chu Zhou. He knew that Chu Zhou cultivated a mysterious clone technique and had many clones. However, according to his understanding, Chu Zhou had once displayed 17 clones in ancient Viewing City. But now, Chu Zhou has displayed a total of 31 Universe Lord clones. Moreover, there were 23 advanced grade Universe Lord clones. This made his heart tremble. Chu Zhou had actually condensed so many clones of the same level as him. How terrifying was this? If one day, Chu Zhou successfully advanced to Universe Nobility or even Overlord, then if he also had so many clones of the same level. That scene was simply unimaginable. At this moment, he was glad that the Zerg race and other factions had issued an order to kill Chu Zhou. Otherwise, if Chu Zhou continued to grow, he would definitely be a huge threat to the various races and factions. It was even more threatening than King Bei Kang. The killing intent in the Heavy Arrow King's eyes gradually became sharper. Chu Zhou was too much of a threat. He would never allow Chu Zhou to continue living. Kill! Heavy Arrow King hollered and loosened his grip on the arrow. Boom! A shocking bolt of arrow light instantly shot towards Chu Zhou. At this moment, the sky that spanned billions of kilometers shattered. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Die! Chu Zhou and the 31 Universe Lord clones also shouted and injected all their strength into the Book of Dharma. In a billionth of a second, the Book of Dharma transformed into a boundless sun. The living beings in the surrounding cities saw the dazzling light. The shocking arrow light collided with the boundless sun in an extremely short period of time. A huge energy torrent soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and destroying space. There was an almost imperceptible click. The Heavy Arrow King's expression changed drastically. Disbelief was written all over his face. He actually saw his arrow being shattered by a dazzling book. How is this possible? He shouted in disbelief as a dazzling book landed heavily on his body. He was sent flying 300,000 miles by a book in an instant. Along the way, he shed blood and broke 9 greater than 600 mountains. Finally, with a loud bang, it fell onto a plain like a meteorite, shattering the plain into pieces. A sinkhole appeared in the middle of the plain. Heavy Arrow King lay at the bottom of the sinkhole. His body was in tatters. He was breathing more than he was breathing. Chu Zhou stepped on the river of time and space and caught up in an instant. He stepped heavily on Heavy Arrow's remnant body. This is impossible. This is impossible. Heavy Arrow King muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. He seemed to be completely unaware of the feet that were stepping on him. Can't you accept the fact that you were defeated by the Universe Lord? Chu Zhou looked at Heavy Arrow King indifferently and immediately understood that it was difficult for him to accept this brutal reality. In the past, there might not have been a Universe Lord who defeated a Universe nobility. But today, there is. As he spoke coldly, he suddenly lowered his body and grabbed the Heavy Arrow King's head with lightning speed. The next moment, his palm turned into a black hole and devoured the Heavy Arrow King's entire body. Attribute points, 2,060,000 trillion, plus 1 million trillion. A notification from the attribute board appeared in his mind. After devouring the Heavy Arrow King, his attribute points increased by 1 million trillion. However, Chu Zhou ignored the notification on his attribute board. He seemed to have fallen into a state of excitement. He had actually killed a universe nobility. And not the kind that would take advantage of others. He had killed a universe nobility with his own strength. This meant too much to him. This meant that his strength was enough to kill a king. His strength was comparable to a universe nobility. Compared to killing a king, these were two completely different concepts. He finally calmed down after a long time. He quickly collected the Divine Kingdom, bows, and other spoils of war before disappearing on the river of time and space. About 5 to 6 minutes later, dozens of kilometers away, a group of rocks suddenly grew heads, hands, and feet, turning into stonemen. The group of stonemen quickly flew to the sinkhole in the middle of the grassland. They looked at the mottled blood at the bottom of the sinkhole and the broken limbs of the Zerg race in a daze. Did we see wrongly just now? The Heavy Arrow King of the Zerg race was sent flying here by Chu Zhou's weapon. Then, Chu Zhou, who was chased here, was completely killed. A stone man said in disbelief. I hope I saw wrongly too. But in fact, we personally witnessed the process of the Heavy Arrow King being killed by Chu Zhou. Another stone golem said with a trembling voice. What kind of freak is this Chu Zhou? He actually went against a universe nobility as a universe lord. It's too shocking. Universe lords and universe nobility are life forms from two completely different dimensions. Over the years, even the most monstrous universe lords can only contend against the weakest universe nobility. Moreover, the so-called contending can only save one's life against a universe nobility. I've never heard of a universe lord who can resist a universe nobility. That's right. This Chu Zhou is too heaven-defying. He's even more terrifying than his teacher, King Bei Kang, back then. The group of stone men trembled. These stone golems came from the golem race of the crystallizer race. They had been sent to this area by the higher-ups of the crystal race to search for traces of Chu Zhou. However, they did not expect to witness such a terrifying scene with their own eyes. Let's report the situation as soon as possible. Chu Zhou's strength is beyond our imagination. This group of rockmen quickly left the sinkhole. Not long after, the Crystal Race sent Heaven Crystal King to the Demon Mountain continent and received news from a group of stone golems. When Heaven Crystal King received the message, he was immediately shocked. He immediately sent the news to the Nine Leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestations King, Nine-Headed Dragon King, and other temporary allies. Many of the upper echelons of the factions who had participated in the pursuit of Chu Zhou quickly learned that the Heavy Arrow King had been killed by Chu Zhou. The upper echelons of these factions were shocked. No two may keep counsel, putting one away in this world. The news of the Heavy Arrow King being killed by Chu Zhou quickly spread among the universe lords and world overlords of these factions. Soon, the living beings in more than 10 cities near the Demon Mountain continent received the news. For a moment, many living beings were in an uproar. Heavens! Chu Zhou is going to defy the heavens. He actually went against a universe nobility as a universe lord. This is an unprecedented feat. King Bei King is already ferocious enough. I didn't expect his disciple, Chu Zhou, to be even more ferocious. A new King Bei King has been born. From now on, Chu Zhou can be called the #1 universe lord in the universe. With such combat power, it's impossible for any universe lord in the universe to be comparable to him. Tisk tisk, back then, King Bei King was reputed to be the #1 universe nobility in the universe. Now, Chu Zhou has also become the #1 universe lord in the universe. This pair of master and disciple are both peerless geniuses. Shocking! Boiling! A huge storm gradually swept out from the dozen or so nearby cities and spread throughout the entire Demon Mountain continent. Compared to the shock and excitement of the outside world, the Nine Leaves Sword King, Heaven Crystal King, Myriad Manifestations King, Nine-Headed Fire Dragon King, and the other leaders of the various large factions were not in a good mood. Chu Zhou's act of defying the universe nobility as a universe lord made them feel a deep threat. Chu Zhou must die. That's right. We have to kill Chu Zhou no matter the price. Let's mobilize all the troops. It's impossible for Chu Zhou to defy the Heavy Arrow King without paying a price. Now is the best time to kill him. Set up an inescapable net and carry out a carpet search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the entire Demon Mountain continent and flip it over, we have to find him and kill him. Soon, the Nine Leaves Sword King and the other major factions reached a consensus. The armies of the Zerg race, the Machinery race, the Crystal race, the Mana race, the Origin race, the Freedom Alliance, the Primordial Alliance, the Holy Wings organization, and other factions moved out one after another to search for traces of Chu Zhou. In addition, the Nine Leaves Sword King and the others were in charge. They were also prepared to take action at any time. Once they discovered traces of Chu Zhou, they would immediately charge over. Chapter 935. The Powerful Humans Descend. 1. Chu Zhou was dressed in blood-red clothes and stood atop a mountain of corpses with the Book of Dharma above his head. He looked around, his killing intent boiling. The Zerg Race Army, the Mechanical Army, the Crystal Race Army, the Mana Race Army, the Origin Race Army. The armies of the various factions charged towards the mountain of corpses where Chu Zhou was like a tide. Looking down from the sky, the corpse mountain where Chu Zhou was like a black dot the size of a sesame seed. The dense army was like a vast tide. Wave after wave of tides washed over a black dot. That scene was soul-stirring. The black dot seemed like it would be swallowed up at any moment. Killing intent surged from Chu Zhou's body as densely packed corpses fell like a rainstorm. Chu Zhou had already lost count of how many living beings he had killed. Tisk! An advance-grade universe lord of the Zerg race suddenly flew out of the army. He held a bone spike in his hand and stabbed at the back of the Zerg race like a bolt of lightning. Chu Zhou suddenly turned around and pointed at the other party. He activated the space-time imprisonment profound. A wisp of pale white light suddenly shot at the Zerg race advance-grade universe lord. The Zerg race advance-grade universe lord immediately stopped in midair. Pu! A beam of sword chi flew over and instantly pierced through the forehead of the Zerg race's advance-grade universe lord. Blood splattered. There was another body on the ground. Rumble! At this moment, 5 to 6 figures with berserking auras flew out of the army and charged at Chu Zhou like ferocious tigers capturing sheep. Before he arrived, 5 terrifying nomological fluctuations suppressed him. On the battlefield, corpses were directly crushed into blood mist by the fluctuations of the 5 nomological laws. Die, all of you! Chu Zhou's gaze was cold as he turned around again and activated the Book of Dharma with all his might. A huge reincarnation gear shot out from the Book of Dharma. Rumble slash! The wheel of reincarnation only spun once before the law of reincarnation was activated. Suddenly, translucent souls flew out of the 5 to 6 ferocious figures that pounced at Chu Zhou and were devoured by the reincarnation gear. Then, 5 or 6 figures fell onto the mountain of corpses under Chu Zhou's feet. He had already lost his life. Their souls had already been forcefully obliterated by the reincarnation gear. However, after killing these 5 to 6 living beings, Chu Zhou's face turned as pale as paper. As for the injuries on his body, they were even denser and innumerable. Teacher, why aren't the reinforcements you mentioned here yet? I can't take it anymore. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly in his heart and his body was about to fall. At this moment, not only did he feel endless pain, he also felt endless fatigue. His eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He felt that as long as he closed his eyes now, he would immediately fall asleep. Ever since they killed the Heavy Arrow King, the 5 pinnacle races and other forces seemed to have gone crazy. Not only did the army move out, but they also searched for him crazily. Moreover, once they discovered him, they would immediately swarm forward and kill him without caring about the casualties. Apart from that, the 9 Leaves Sword King and the other universe nobility were also chasing after him crazily. Over the past few days, he had lost count of how many battles he had experienced and how many lives he had killed. He only knew that he was either fighting or fleeing. He didn't get any chance to rest or recover at all. He was also tired. All the power in his body had almost been exhausted. Moreover, the accumulated injuries on his body were also very serious. Ha ha ha, his power has been exhausted. Our chance is here. Kill him quickly. If we capture him, we can obtain a huge amount of merit points. We're going to make a contribution. In the army, many experts saw Chu Zhou falling from the distance and sensed that the energy fluctuations emitted by Chu Zhou were rapidly weakening. They could not help but be overjoyed. They all knew that Chu Zhou could not take it anymore. More than 10 universe lords instantly rushed out of the army and pounced at Chu Zhou. Looks like I can only get Bai Bei to take out the space-time treasure box. Chu Zhou looked at the dozen or so figures charging over with a pale face and prepared to use his last trump card. Bai Bei had the space-time treasure box, which was his last trump card. Bai Bei activated the treasure-level space-time treasure box and killed these dozen or so universe lords without any problem. In fact, Bai Bei still had the strength to activate the space-time treasure box to bring him away. The reason why he had been using this trump card was because a treasure like the space-time treasure box was not easy to activate. Bai Bei could only barely use it once with its strength. After activating the space-time treasure box, Bai Bei would probably take a few days to recover her strength. This was also the reason why he had never used this trump card. However, now that he was facing a life and death crisis, he couldn't care less. Ha ha ha, you foreign race clowns, how can it be so easy to kill the #1 prodigy of humanity? A loud laugh that resounded throughout the world suddenly sounded. The dozen figures that were charging towards Chu Zhou suddenly burned on their own, turning into torches. They screamed miserably and fearfully. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ashes. There was also a circle of blazing red flames that spread out with a bang. Groups of troops that charged towards the mountain of corpses were reduced to ashes. A dignified figure appeared in Chu Zhou's line of sight. This figure was an old man with a dignified expression. He was about 5 meters tall and had 2 dragon horns on his head. He had a red beard on his chin. Chapter 936. The Powerful Humans Descend. 2. Lord Torch Dragon. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He had seen this figure on Mount Pantheon. It was Zhou Yu's teacher, the Torch Dragon King. Little guy, you're not bad. Torch Dragon King stroked the crimson beard on his chin and looked at Chu Zhou with admiration. He had actually arrived long ago. He only wanted to see how far Chu Zhou could go and if he could compare to King Bei Kang back then. That was why he had not appeared. In the end, Chu Zhou's performance made him very satisfied and even shocked. Not only did this little fellow escape the pursuit of the 9 Leaves Sword King and the other universe nobility, but it also withstood wave after wave of attacks from the foreign race army. The most shocking thing was that he actually killed the Heavy Arrow King. This performance had completely surpassed King Bei Kang when he was a Universe Lord. Lord Torch Dragon, if you had been any later, I might have turned into a corpse. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha. Torch Dragon King laughed heroically. Actually, we arrived long ago. We just wanted to see how far you could go, so we didn't appear. We've been watching your performance. Well, you didn't let us down. Your performance was even better than your teacher's back then. Chu Zhou's expression froze when he heard this. It turned out that the powerful humans had arrived long ago. She just wanted to see his performance, so she didn't appear for a long time? Lord Torch Dragon. You guys are too much. I've been chased by the universe nobility and army of the Zerg race and other large factions until there's no way out. I've been on the verge of death many times, but you're actually watching a show. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes and complained. Torch Dragon King stroked his red beard and smiled indifferently. Little fellow, you are King Bei Kang's disciple. How can you be easily defeated? We have been hiding in the dark and watching your performance because we believe in you. True experts are all killed from bloody storms. After this training, I believe that it will be much easier for you to advance to universe nobility in the future than other universe lords. Chu Zhou was speechless. He cursed in his heart. You guys think too highly of me. He was actually relieved that a universe lord like him would have so many universe nobility to compete with the alien army. Boom! At this moment, the phantom of an ancient mammoth suddenly appeared above the battlefield. This ancient mammoth phantom was too big. It was like a magnificent ancient mountain range. Its huge body covered half the sky, casting a large shadow. There was also an extremely ancient and desolate aura emanating from the ancient mammoth phantom. It was as if the overlord of Earth from an endless era had reappeared in heaven and earth. On the ground, the densely packed foreign race army looked at the mammoth phantom that was like an ancient mountain range in fear. The aura emitted by this ancient mammoth phantom caused many people's bodies to continuously crack. Even a universe lord would find it difficult to contend against it. Mammoth King, he's the Mammoth King of the human race. Run! A universe lord recognized the origin of the ancient mammoth phantom and could not help but exclaim. Many foreign creatures were shocked. The Mammoth King was one of the top universe nobility among humans. Even though it could not compare to King Bei Kang and Green King, it could still be ranked in the top 30 among the human kings. This was a terrifying existence on the same level as the Nine Leaves Sword King. Therefore, when they found out that the ancient mammoth phantom in the sky was transformed from the Mammoth King, the armies of the Zerg race and other major factions collapsed and began to flee crazily. At this moment, the towering ancient mammoth phantom suddenly stomped down fiercely. Boom! The earth in his line of sight was all sunk by a huge foot, sinking more than 100 meters. A terrifying circular illuminate swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the armies of the various factions exploded and died. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Tisk! Chu Zhou looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but gasp. This Mammoth King was too powerful. Suddenly, he remembered who the Mammoth King was. At this moment, more human experts appeared. This time, you didn't receive a single cent and came to kill me. You're exaggerating. A wretched old man with more than 10 large golden chains muttered as he turned into a blur and pounced into a group of fleeing foreign race beings. In an instant, tens of thousands of heads flew up, and headless corpses spurted out blood. Even though Chu Zhou observed carefully, he did not see how the wretched old man killed people. Such an assassination technique, such a nouveau riche temperament. Could he be Shi Liujin's teacher, the Universe Lord? Chu Zhou stared at the wretched old man who kept saying that he had suffered a huge loss. He almost instantly confirmed his guess. Ice Illusion God Realm. A woman shrouded in cold mist suddenly clasped her hands together. A strange energy fluctuation instantly swept through a group of alien creatures. In an instant, a cold mist surrounded the group of outsiders, and countless illusions of icebergs appeared. A moment later, the cold fog disappeared, and the group of foreign race creatures turned into ice sculptures. The ice sculptures were vivid and lifelike. Even though I've seen Universe Lord Yunmen's Ice Illusion Divine Realm that kills people in their dreams more than once, it's still amazing. The Torch Dragon King praised. She's the Universe Lord Yunmen. Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. That's right, she's your little friend Bing Selin's teacher. Torch Dragon King smiled. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Torch Dragon King was Zhou Yu's teacher, Mammoth King was Dragon's teacher, Universe Lord Gold was Shi Lai Yujin's teacher, and Universe Lord Cloud Dream was Bing Selin's teacher. In that case, could it be that all the teachers of their small group had come? At this moment, a blue-clothed woman with a unique aura appeared on the battlefield. The woman in blue was like a dream. She smiled as she walked on the ground. Wherever she passed, blue lotuses grew on the ground. Wherever the blue lotus appeared, the foreign race creatures fell silently. Moreover, there was a hint of satisfaction on their faces. It was as if he had died in a beautiful dream. Such a strange scene made one shudder. Even a top universe nobility like Torch Dragon King turned serious when he saw the blue-robed woman. Master Lanruo's illusion is really getting more and more superb, he exclaimed. The teacher of Chang'e Saha. Chu Zhou was also shocked by the blue-robed woman's illusion. Then, he realized that the woman in blue was Chang'e Saha's teacher Master Lanruo. Rumble. In another direction, a meteor shower suddenly descended. Ha ha ha, I'll burn you bastards to death. A fiery red-haired old man laughed wildly in the sky as he summoned an endless meteor shower. In an instant, large areas of the foreign race army were burned to ashes. Even some foreign universe lords could not escape the fate of being burned to death. The aura of the old man surrounded by scarlet flames was somewhat similar to Torch Dragon King, but it was even more violent. As for Torch Dragon King, he was dignified and calm. He should be Soul's teacher, Universe Lord Chi Huo. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou was basically certain that other than Bai Bei, all the teachers in their small group were here. In that case, my teacher should be here too. He couldn't help but feel delighted. Over the years, even though he would occasionally meet his teacher in the mirror universe. However, in the end, there was still a difference from reality. This time, he could finally see his teacher in reality. Human experts were all on the battlefield, chasing after the fleeing foreign race army. Without another word, Chu Zhou sat down cross-legged. His body was like a black hole as he crazily devoured the corpses and life elementium on the battlefield. This was a good opportunity to harvest attribute points. He would not miss it. Instantly, the densely packed corpses on the battlefield turned into ashes. A large amount of life elementium surged into Chu Zhou's body like a torrent. His attribute points increased rapidly. At this moment, the universe nobility of the Nine Leaves Sword King, Heaven Crystal King, Myriad Manifestations King, Nine-Headed Fire Dragon King, and many other factions also led a large number of experts to attack Chu Zhou. Chapter 937. The North Blue King descends, the alien race trembles. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the corpse mountain and transformed into a human-shaped black hole. Rolling devouring power spread out from his body. With the corpse mountain as the center, it went from near to far. One corpse after another seemed to have been weathered by the wind and turned into dust. The changes on the battlefield naturally could not be hidden from Torch Dragon King and the other human experts. Chu Zhou is devouring the flesh and blood essence of the corpse. Is that going to work? It's quite useful for low-level living beings to devour the flesh and blood essence of high-level living beings. However, if they devour the flesh and blood essence of living beings of a lower level than them or of the same level as them, it won't be of much use. It might even contaminate their origin. It's better to absorb the cosmic energy directly. As an advanced grade universe lord, the flesh and blood essence of these corpses shouldn't be of much use to Chu Zhou. All the human experts looked at Chu Zhou in confusion. Including the two universe nobility, Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King, none of them could understand Chu Zhou's actions. A moment later, all the corpses on the battlefield turned to dust. Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Attribute points, 4,060,000 trillion, plus 2 million trillion. Seeing that his attribute points had increased by another 2 million trillion, he could not help but smile. He was getting closer and closer to 10 trillion. Thank you for saving us. Chu Zhou stood up and said gratefully to Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, and the other human experts. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so polite. Torch Dragon King laughed heroically. The Mammoth King also smiled and said, the dragon said that you've given him a lot of help over the years, allowing him to touch the threshold of becoming a universe lord. As the dragon's teacher, I should thank you. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lanruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, and the others also greeted Chu Zhou in a friendly manner. Chu Zhou looked at these people and recalled that many of them were the masters of Dragon and the others. With a thought, he released Dragon and the others from the Divine Kingdom. When Dragon and the others saw their teacher, they immediately became excited. Teacher, if you had come a little later, you wouldn't have been able to see your cutest disciple. Zhou Yu walked in front of Torch Dragon King and tugged at his scarlet beard. You think you're cute? If you don't cause trouble for me one day, I'll be happy. Torch Dragon King glared at Zhou Yu angrily. However, when he sensed that the power on Zhou Yu's body seemed to be much stronger than the last time they met in the human holy temple, a hint of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face. Teacher. Bing Selen bowed respectfully to her teacher, Universe Lord Yunmen. Universe Lord Yunmeng smiled and said, time flies. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years have passed. Little girl, you're a Universe Lord now. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Bing Selen recalled everything that had happened after she became Universe Lord Yunmeng's disciple. She couldn't help but feel grateful for her teacher's care and guidance over the past 1,000,000 years. Teacher, I won't let you down. She tried her best to nod. Shi Lai Yujin flew to a figure with a dozen gold chains and a nouveau-riche aura. Old man, you're here. He smiled wretchedly. Little brat, I was worried that something would happen to you this time. I had no choice but to put down the big business in my hands and rush here. This time, I went against my own principles. I didn't take a single cent and killed someone. I suffered a huge loss. The Universe Lord slapped Shi Lai Yujin's shoulder and shouted. Teacher! Teacher, you still have principles. Shi Lai Yujin looked at his teacher in surprise. Didn't his teacher always have a flexible bottom line? As long as the money was right, everything was negotiable. Since when did principles become such a rare thing? What are you talking about? The Golden Universe Lord glared at him. In any case, I suffered a huge loss this time. My good disciple, you have to compensate me for my loss. You know the price I'm offering. For the sake of master and disciple, I'll give you a 40% discount and transfer 10 billion universe credits to you. The corners of Shi Lai Yujin's mouth twitched. He looked at his teacher in disbelief. No, teacher, you even want to earn money from your disciple. He was so anxious that even his words were fluent. Bullshit. Isn't the disciple's money money? The Universe Lord looked at Shi Lai Yujin with disdain, as if he was looking at a fool. Shi Lai Yujin, what you said makes sense. Chu Zhou was speechless when he saw this. He finally understood why Shi Lai Yujin was so greedy. Like teacher, like disciple. Dragon, Soul and Chang'e Saha also communicated with their teachers one by one. The scene was harmonious, as if it was a large-scale family recognition scene. A ripple appeared in the sky. Chu Zhou, Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King and the others suddenly turned solemn and looked up at it. In an instant, the sky suddenly distorted, and a huge spatial door appeared. The first thing that flew out of the spatial door was a 9-leaves grass. The silver 9-leaves grass had 9 sword-shaped leaves that were filled with endless sword chi. A terrifying sword intent soared into the 9 heavens. Behind it was an automaton life form that carried 2 mechanical wings which covered the sky. Streaks of waterfall like divine light fell from the 2 mechanical wings, causing the entire world to rumble. It was as if the entire world could not withstand that huge energy. The third living being that appeared was a living being that seemed to be carved from crystal. It had 3 heads, 3 legs and 6 arms like a crystal god. Chapter 938. The North Blue King descends, the alien race trembles. 2. Then, a 9-headed fire dragon flew out of the spatial door. This 9-headed fire dragon was incomparably huge, like an ancient mountain range. Half of its body was floating in the air, and the other half was hidden in the clouds. 9 majestic dragon heads looked down at the world. Raging flames coiled around the dragon's body. Whether it was the aura, the size, or the oppressive and terrifying energy fluctuations, it made people deeply feel the terror of the 9-headed fire dragon. Several more terrifying figures filled with the aura of universe nobility appeared from the spatial door. Then, a tide-like army surged out of the spatial door and lined up in the sky like billions of heavenly soldiers, covering half the sky. 9-leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestations King, Heaven Crystal King, 9-headed Fire Dragon King. All of them are not simple characters. Torch Dragon King looked up at the figures in the sky and said with a solemn gaze. Yes, it's not simple. The Mammoth King nodded heavily. It seems that many important people will die today. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lan Ruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, and the others also wore grave expressions. However, they did not panic. Even the enemy had far more universe nobility and universe lords than them. In the sky, 9 Leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestations King, Heaven Crystal King, 9-Headed Fire Dragon King, and the other universe nobility saw Chu Zhou protected by Torch Dragon King and the other human experts. Their expressions could not help but sink slightly. The Torch Dragon King. King Mammoth. The 9 Leaves Sword King and the other universe nobility stared fixedly at Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King. The Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King were both top universe nobility among humans. They were famous in the entire universe. They naturally knew each other. In fact, many of them had even fought Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King. Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, Chu Zhou must die today. The 9 Leaves Sword King said coldly. The 9 sword-shaped leaves trembled, and a shocking sword intent shot into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds. Who do you think you are? How dare you decide the fate of our race's prodigies? The Torch Dragon King's answer was abnormally tough. He was 5 meters tall and had 2 dragon horns on his head. He pointed at the sky as if he wanted to poke 2 holes in the sky. He clasped his hands behind his back and faced the 9 Leaves Sword King calmly. An invisible pressure emanated from his body. The 9 Leaves Sword King was furious. Torch Dragon King clearly did not take him seriously. Everyone was a top universe nobility. His reputation in the universe was not inferior to Torch Dragon King's. How could he accept being underestimated by him? Torch Dragon King. You're courting death. The 9 Leaves Sword King attacked directly. Boom. The 9 sword-shaped leaves shook violently. Infinite sword chi appeared and gathered into 9 sword rivers that were billions of kilometers long, traversing the sky. The sea of clouds in the sky was torn apart by the 9 sword rivers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 9 sword rivers descended from the sea of clouds like 9 incomparably huge and sharp sword beams that slashed towards Torch Dragon King and the others. Humph. 9 Leaves Sword King, your true form is 9 leaves grass. It's also a good material for refining weapons. Today, I'll directly refine you into a weapon. Torch Dragon King snorted coldly. He didn't seem to have done anything. He suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared directly below the 9 and punched upwards. With a bang, billions of kilometers of heaven and earth shook violently. It was as if a primordial behemoth with boundless strength had flipped over, wanting to flip the entire world over. At this moment, a fist wrapped in fiery red divine chains became the only one in heaven and earth. The 9 sword rivers were directly shattered by that punch. Kill. After shattering the 9 sword rivers with a punch, Torch Dragon King soared into the sky like a fiery meteor and took the initiative to attack 9 Leaves Sword King. You want to refine me into a weapon? I also want to refine you into a human stick. The 9 Leaves Sword King roared ferociously and summoned 9 vast seas of sword chi to fight Torch Dragon King. Soon, they charged into the sea of clouds. Earth-shattering collisions and explosions continuously sounded from the sea of clouds. In a short period of time, countless huge holes appeared in the sea of clouds. Earth-shattering collisions and explosions continuously sounded from the sea of clouds. In a short period of time, countless huge holes appeared in the sea of clouds. The 2 mechanical wings on Myriad Manifestations King's back flapped and he turned into an afterimage as well. He charged into the sea of clouds and attacked the Torch Dragon King with the 9 Leaves Sword King. King Mammoth, you won't be able to save Chu Zhou today. Heaven Crystal King, 9-Headed Fire Dragon King, and the other universe nobility descended and surrounded Chu Zhou and the others. Whether we can save him or not, it's not up to you. It's up to us. The Mammoth King said in a deep voice. An unparalleled pressure emanated from his body. An indomitable ancient mammoth phantom appeared behind him. Heaven Crystal King and 9-Headed Fire Dragon King looked at each other and joined forces to attack Mammoth King. Kill! The Mammoth King roared, and its body flew up violently, fighting with the Heaven Crystal King and the 9-Headed Fire Dragon King. Terrifying battle fluctuations caused the surrounding void to shatter inch by inch. Chu Zhou and the others had no choice but to quickly teleport 5,000 kilometers away. But soon, Chu Zhou and the others were surrounded by several universe nobility. Even though Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King are powerful, you humans only sent 2 universe nobility. You're underestimating us too much if you want to save Chu Zhou from us. A universe nobility with 2 resplendent holy wings on his back sneered. Chu Zhou, surrender. In that case, we'll naturally leave. You human experts won't have to suffer heavy casualties because of you. Another universe nobility said coldly. It's time to end it. You should be proud that a mere universe lord has made us mobilize so many universe nobility. Another universe nobility said. The 3 universe nobility and the foreign race army surrounded Chu Zhou and the others. This made Chu Zhou and the others look like they were in danger. However, Chu Zhou, Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lan Ruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, and the others were all very calm. Several alien race universe nobility were a little surprised when they saw Chu Zhou and the others' reactions. However, seeing that they were about to take down Chu Zhou, they could not choose to retreat because of such a simple reason. The 3 universe nobility attacked at the same time. They condensed a huge energy hand and grabbed at Chu Zhou and the others. And yet, before the energy hands could approach Chu Zhou, a sword light as thin as a thread flashed. In an instant, one energy hand after another was destroyed. In addition, the heads of the 3 universe nobility also flew up. There was also a dense army of foreign races that was instantly beheaded. A cold white-haired young man arrived in the air and landed in front of Chu Zhou and the others. Teacher! Chu Zhou exclaimed in surprise when he saw the white-haired young man. Lord Bei King! Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lan Ruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, and the others all bowed. King Bei King nodded slightly at Chu Zhou and the others before looking at the beheaded universe nobility. King Bei King, you're actually here. Several decapitated universe nobility were still alive. The heads stared at King Bei King in fear. King Bei King, do you think you can save Chu Zhou just because you're here? King Bei King, you came at the right time. Today's killing trap is not only targeted at your disciple, but also at you. Since you're here, stay here today. King Bei King, you and your disciple will be buried here today. After the universe nobility recovered from their fear, they said with killing intent. Noisy! King Bei King said indifferently. In the next moment, countless sword chi shot out from the heads of the universe nobility. It was as if the heads had turned into a small sun. The universe nobility heads wailed in fear. A few seconds later, all the heads of the universe nobility turned to dust. As for their headless corpses, they fell to the ground one after another and completely lost their lives. It was obvious that these universe nobility were completely dead. After killing the 3 universe nobility, King Bei King's figure moved and disappeared into thin air. 10 seconds later, 2 miserable screams came from the clouds. The 9 Leaves Sword King and the Myriad Manifestations King fell like meteors and crashed into the ground. A few breaths later, 2 more screams sounded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. 2 corpses fell in the torrential rain of blood. The 2 corpses belonged to Heaven Crystal King and 9-headed Fire Dragon King. After King Bei King appeared, in less than 5 minutes, 5 universe nobility were killed and 2 were severely injured. Instantly, the foreign race army on the battlefield fell into fear and trembling. Chapter 939, The Unparalleled King Bei King. 1. Teacher is so powerful. Chu Zhou looked at the cold white-haired figure and was shocked. He had heard countless legends about his teacher. He also knew that his teacher had shocked all the races in the universe and was feared by them. However, this was the first time he had seen his teacher make a move. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful his teacher was. 9 Leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestations King, Heaven Crystal King, 9-headed Fire Dragon King, and other universe nobility were all advanced grade universe nobility, and they were the stronger ones among the advanced grade universe nobility. However, these universe nobility were like living beings from 2 different dimensions compared to his teacher, King Bei King. His teacher, King Bei King, was completely a unique existence. In less than 5 minutes, his teacher, King Bei King, had killed 5 universe nobility and severely injured the 9 Leaves Sword King and the Myriad Manifestations King. It was so strong that it made one tremble. Bei King, he's stronger than before. Torch Dragon King flew down and landed beside Chu Zhou. If I didn't clearly sense that he was still a universe nobility, I would have suspected that he would have become a universe overlord long ago. The Mammoth King also flew down from the clouds and said with a face full of emotion. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lan Ruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, and the others all looked at King Bei Kang in amazement. It had been hundreds of millions of years. King Bei Kang, who had once made all the races in the universe revere and fear him, had returned again. Dragon and the others were also shocked. Like Chu Zhou, they had heard of King Bei Kang's legend countless times, but this was the first time they had seen him attack. And the scene just now made them understand why all the races in the universe were so respectful and afraid of King Bei Kang. This was a unique existence among the universe nobility. He was an overlord who was not an overlord. King Bei Kang. 9 Leaves Sword King and Myriad Manifestations King looked up at the cold white-haired figure in the sky. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness and fear. The difference was too great. They were severely injured by King Bei Kang with just one move. If not for their strength, they might have already become corpses like Heaven Crystal King, 9-headed Fire Dragon King, and the other universe nobility. Damn it, this pervert has become even more perverted after being silent for hundreds of millions of years. The 9 Leaves Sword King cursed softly. I think he's already half a step into the Overlord realm. The Myriad Manifestations King said in a deep voice. Humph, he wants to step into the Overlord realm? Dream on. The 9 Leaves Sword King sneered sinisterly. The various large factions have set up this killing trap not only for Chu Zhou, but also for him. Today, this pair of master and disciple will be buried here. That's right. The Myriad Manifestations King said coldly. Once this pair of master and disciple becomes overlords, they will definitely be a huge threat to our various large factions. They must all die today. King Bei Kang took a step forward and instantly appeared above the 9 Leaves Sword King and Myriad Manifestations King, preparing to deal with these two universe nobility. However, at this moment, the void around him suddenly exploded. 6 incomparably powerful figures flew out from the shattered void. Each of the 6 figures was seething with divine light, and each of them was wrapped in profound and unfathomable chains of order. It was as if 6 suns were crossing the sky, emitting endless light, illuminating the entire Demon Mountain continent as bright as day. 6 terrifying auras crushed the eternal blue sky, causing all the living beings on the Demon Mountain continent to feel the terrifying pressure of Mount Tai. At this moment, the entire Demon Mountain continent was trembling. Even the sea hundreds of billions of kilometers around the Demon Mountain continent was trembling violently. On the Demon Mountain continent, countless living beings knelt down uncontrollably. Even if they were conscious, they could not control their bodies. Their bodies betrayed their wills under the deterrence of the 6 terrifying auras. They were so afraid that they instinctively knelt down. There are 6 supreme existences descending in that direction. Gasp, are 6 overlords descending? What's going on? Why are there 6 overlords descending? With so many overlords descending, could they have sunk our Demon Mountain continent? In the Demon Mountain continent, countless living beings looked in the direction of Chu Zhou and the others in fear. In the eyes of countless living beings, there were 6 balls of light that were as vast as the sun in that direction. The expressions of Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, and the other human experts changed when they saw the 6 figures suddenly appear beside King Bei Kang. Not good, it's the aura of an overlord. Those 6 people are overlords, the Torch Dragon King said anxiously. The Mammoth King focused on perception and heaved a sigh of relief after a while. They're not overlords, but 6 overlord clones. The Torch Dragon King was slightly taken aback when he heard that. He calmed down and used perception on the 6 figures. Soon, he also sensed that the 6 figures did not have bodies. They were just pure energy condensation. They were indeed not overlords, but energy avatars condensed by overlords. However, even so, he still looked nervous. The Overlord clone also possessed a portion of the Overlord's power. Its strength far exceeded that of universe nobility. King Bei Kang's situation was still very dangerous. When Chu Zhou heard the words of Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King, he couldn't help but become nervous. He was worried for his teacher, King Bei Kang. Why are there 6 Overlord clones here? The Torch Dragon King's expression was solemn. I'm afraid that this is a trap set up by the Zerg race and other factions. Not only do they want to kill you, but they also want to kill your teacher. Humph, don't even think about it. The Mammoth King snorted coldly and directly rushed towards King Bei Kang's position, wanting to support him. Chapter 940, the unparalleled King Bei Kang. 2. Torch Dragon King was the same. He soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning and flew towards King Bei Kang. Ha ha ha, Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, King Bei Kang is doomed today. The same goes for you. That's right. Everyone who comes here today will die. The Nine Leaves Sword King and the Myriad Manifestations King flew over and stopped Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King. Soon, they began to fight fiercely. At the same time, after the Nine Leaves Sword King and the other universe nobility appeared, the foreign race army that had not taken action all this while also charged towards Chu Zhou and the others like a surging tide. Chu Zhou and the others' expressions changed drastically. Is he trying to kill all of us here? Chu Zhou looked at the 6 overlord clones that surrounded his teacher in the distance. He looked at the Nine Leaves Sword King and the Myriad Manifestations King who were fighting fiercely with Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King. He looked at the foreign race army that was surging towards them like a tide. His eyes gradually turned cold as killing intent condensed. When he was devouring the corpses on the battlefield, he was also devouring the cosmic energy. He had almost recovered to his full strength. Kill. With a thought, he summoned the Book of Dharma. Countless scarlet words flew out of the Book of Dharma and landed in the densely packed alien generals. Then, every word kill turned into one sword chi that was 10,000 meters tall. Countless foreign creatures were pierced and killed by the sword chi. Huge flowers of blood bloomed. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, Master Lanruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, Dragon, and the others were all fighting the alien army. In the Demon Mountain continent, many powerful living beings watched this battle from afar through their divine senses. Originally, when they saw King Bei Kang appear, kill 5 universe nobility in the blink of an eye, and severely injure the Nine Leaves Sword King and the Myriad Manifestations King, these people thought that the plan of the Zerg race and other factions was about to fail. However, when they saw the 6 overlord clones suddenly descend and surround King Bei Kang, these people changed their minds in shock. Gasp! The Zerg race and other factions are really generous. They actually prepared 6 overlord clones. This time, even King Bei Kang won't be able to escape. The Zerg race and other factions are too scheming. On the surface, they want to kill Chu Zhou. In fact, they want to kill King Bei Kang and Chu Zhou. The upper echelons of the human race probably didn't expect the Zerg race and other factions to be so scheming. Therefore, only King Bei Kang, Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, and the other 3 universe nobility, as well as many human universe lords, came to support Chu Zhou. Now that the 6 overlord avatars have appeared, the situation has changed drastically. I'm afraid King Bei Kang and the other human experts will be wiped out. Tisk tisk, if King Bei Kang and the others are completely wiped out, the losses to humanity will be huge. The living beings on the Demon Mountain continent who were paying attention to this place all felt that the Zerg race and other factions had schemed too deeply. As for Chu Zhou and the other human experts, they were doomed. On the battlefield, King Bei Kang's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the 6 overlord clones that surrounded him, his face fearless. Is this killing trap including me? He said calmly. The 6 overlord avatars did not say anything. The divine light on their bodies suddenly boiled. Chains of order shot out from their bodies like lightning, instantly interweaving into a 3-dimensional cage in the void, trapping King Bei Kang in the middle. In the next moment, the chains of order bloomed with brilliance. Waves of vast and surging nomological power collided and surged in the cage, giving birth to terrifying destructive power. Rumble! The space in the cage collapsed and was destroyed. One could vaguely see the destruction of countless macro worlds. Endless destructive power swept towards King Bei Kang in the middle of the cage like a tsunami. At this moment, King Bei Kang moved. At this moment, King Bei Kang moved. The endless word kill quickly combined to form a scarlet sword in his hand. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent that could kill through heaven and earth and exterminate all living beings erupted from the scarlet killing sword. This killing intent was too terrifying. It broke through the cage almost instantly and spread throughout the entire Demon Mountain continent at lightning speed. The entire Demon Mountain continent turned blood red. Countless living beings seemed to see endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They saw countless corpses of gods and devils falling from the sky, and they saw worlds with dead living beings walking towards desolation. A peerless killing intent filled the hearts of countless living beings on the Demon Mountain continent. It made countless living beings feel fear and despair. On the battlefield, be it Torch Dragon King, Mammoth King, Nine Leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestations King, Chu Zhou, or the Tide-like foreign race army, they were all shocked by the peerless killing intent. All of them instinctively stopped fighting and looked at the cage. Room. A scarlet beam of sword chi broke through the cage and shot into the sky. King Bei Kang's figure followed the sword chi pillar of light and leaped up, escaping the cage. Then, he slashed at an overlord clone with a lightning-like sword. There was a loud bang. The overlord clone instantly flew 50,000 kilometers away. As he flew backward, he shattered layer after layer of space. That's impossible. When the Nine Leaves Sword King saw this scene, he could not help but shout. Tisk! The Myriad Manifestations King's pupils constricted as he gasped. Teacher, not only did he escape, but he also sent an overlord clone flying with a single strike. Chapter 941, The Unparalleled King Bei Kang. 3. Chu Zhou's eyes widened. This. Bei Kang's strength has already reached this stage. The Torch Dragon King was also shocked. At this moment, all the living beings who witnessed the scene just now were extremely shocked. The Overlord clone also had a portion of the Overlord's power. Therefore, even if it was a clone, its strength was something universe nobility could not compare to. Now, not only did King Bei Kang easily break through the cage set up by the 6 Overlord avatars with a single strike, but he also sent one Overlord avatar flying with a single strike. How could anyone not be shocked? What did that tell him? This meant that even though King Bei Kang was still a universe nobility, his combat strength had already reached the Overlord level. This was unbelievable. Roar! The Overlord avatar that was sent flying let out a beast-like roar. It seemed that King Bei Kang's actions had completely angered it, and it returned at lightning speed and threw a punch at him. At the same time, the other 5 Overlord clones also attacked King Bei Kang. Against the siege of the 6 Overlord clones, an ordinary advance-grade universe nobility would probably be instantly killed. However, King Bei Kang calmly waved the scarlet killing sword and blocked the attacks of the 6 Overlord clones. Each of his swords had the terrifying power to split the sky and earth. Swords tore through the void and even cut through space as chaos surged. Some sword lights crossed the Demon Mountain continent and shot into the universe ocean. In an instant, the sea surface that spanned billions of kilometers turned into nothingness. The 6 Overlord avatars were also incomparably powerful. Each of their attacks seemed to be able to destroy 3,000 worlds, causing the entire Demon Mountain continent to tremble. Many experts of the Demon Mountain continent were afraid that their attacks would land on the continent and sink it. The battle between King Bei Kang and the 6 Overlord clones was too berserking. Even the aftermath of their battle was unbearable for universe lords and even universe nobility. Therefore, be it Chu Zhou and the others or the foreign race army, they had no choice but to temporarily stop fighting and stay away from the area where King Bei Kang and the 6 Overlord avatars were fighting. Chu Zhou and the others stopped and looked into the distance. When they saw the area where King Bei Kang and the 6 Overlord avatars were fighting, space shattered and turned into a chaotic world, they could not help but be shocked. Is this the power of an overlord? Chu Zhou exclaimed. Universe nobility was still too insignificant compared to an overlord. Even a top universe nobility like the Nine Leaves Sword King was completely insufficient when compared to King Bei Kang and the 6 Overlord clones. Even though the Overlord avatar is not as strong as an overlord, the combined strength of these 6 overlords is probably not inferior to a low-level overlord. Bei Kang can actually fight against the 6 overlord clones. This means that his strength is at least at the elementary overlord level. The Torch Dragon King exclaimed repeatedly. This is a good thing. This means that we humans have another de facto overlord. The Mammoth King smiled. In the end, the most important criterion for how strong a creature wasn't its cultivation realm, but its actual combat strength. Even though King Bei Kang was still a universe nobility, his actual combat strength had already reached the overlord level. Then he would be the de facto overlord. Every overlord was the stabilizing force of the race. Humans had another overlord. How could the Mammoth King not be happy? Dragon and the others, as well as many human universe lords, were also extremely excited. It was a joyous occasion for all mankind to have another overlord. Compared to Chu Zhou and the others, the Nine Leaves Sword King, Myriad Manifestations King, and many foreign race experts had ugly expressions. They originally thought that after setting up such a peerless killing trap, it would be fine if King Beikang didn't come, but if he did, he would definitely die. He never expected that King Beikang, who had appeared again after 300 million years, would actually become so much stronger. He was actually so abnormal. Even the 6 overlord avatars could not take him down. On the Demon Mountain continent, many powerful living beings who were using their divine senses to spy on the battlefield were also shocked. Is this King Beikang, who was once known as the #1 universe nobility of humanity and even the #1 universe nobility in the universe? He's indeed unbelievably powerful. Some living beings who had seen King Beikang for the first time said in shock. 300 million years ago, he was already abnormal enough. Now, he's even more abnormal. He's a universe nobility, but he's actually not at a disadvantage when fighting the 6 overlord avatars. Is he still a universe nobility? With his strength, he's probably just a step away from becoming a universe overlord. Humanity is going to have another universe overlord. This is not good for us. The disciple is abnormal, and the teacher is also abnormal. Both master and disciple are monsters. Many living beings watched King Beikang fight the 6 overlord avatars from afar. They found it difficult to calm down, nor could they. They could not help but think of one word looking at the white-haired figure, unparalleled. Chapter 942, God and Demon as One, King Beikang becomes a universe overlord. 1. Boom, boom, boom. King Beikang and the 6 overlord clones fought fiercely. Wherever they were, billions of space-time collapsed. A surging energy storm swept towards the entire Demon Mountain continent. At this moment, the entire Demon Mountain continent rose and fell like a tide. Countless living beings felt suffocated. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the scene in the distance in shock. A battle of this level far exceeded their imagination. No, Beikang's aura seems to have changed. The Torch Dragon King suddenly said. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked when they heard this. They stared fixedly at King Beikang's figure. They suddenly realized that King Beikang's white hair was rapidly turning black as ink. There were even wisps of black gas emanating from his body. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely dark killing aura erupted from King Beikang's body. The day instantly turned into night. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others felt an extremely terrifying dark killing will. At this moment, King Beikang's aura completely changed. It was as if he had become a demon god who had slaughtered billions of people. Is this still Lord Beikang? Why do I feel that Lord Beikang has become a completely different person? Lord Beikang in such a state is too terrifying. Dragon and the others, as well as many human universe lords, could not help but shudder when they saw the terrifying figure filled with demonic nature. Lord Torch Dragon, Lord Mammoth, what's wrong with my teacher? Chu Zhou asked in shock. I don't know either. The Torch Dragon King said with a frown. The Mammoth King also shook its head. When Chu Zhou saw the reactions of the Torch Dragon King and the Mammoth King, he could not help but worry for his teacher, King Beikang. How did King Beikang become like this? The 9 Leaves Sword King frowned. He felt that something had happened to King Beikang. However, King Beikang in this state made him feel even more terrifying. In his perception, at this moment, King Beikang was like a peerless demon god condensed from endless killing will, born for slaughter. King Beikang's aura and strength stats have both undergone a complete change. Something must have happened to him. The myriad manifestations King said with a solemn expression. In the Demon Mountain continent, many powerful existences who were spying on the battlefield were extremely shocked when they saw the changes in King Beikang. They had never heard of King Beikang displaying such a state. Could King Beikang have made a brand new breakthrough in the hundreds of millions of years of silence? Roar! The black-haired King Beikang suddenly let out a roar that seemed to come from ancient times. His body expanded rapidly. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 10 million meters. A huge dark demonic body towered into the clouds. It was as if the entire world was about to be shattered. His perfect demonic body stood tall in the chaos. His knees sank into the chaos sea, and his chest rushed into the depths of space-time. He was majestic, huge, and majestic. Endless dark killing aura swept out from the majestic demonic body and swept across the entire Demon Mountain continent. At this moment, everyone trembled. Holy shit! The Torch Dragon King had always been solemn, but at that moment, he could not help but curse. Bei Kang actually hit it so deeply. I've never seen him in such a state. Bei Kang's power has already reached the overlord level in this state. The Mammoth King exclaimed, I know that Bei Kang's strength far exceeds mine, but I've always thought that he's inferior to me in terms of divine body. I now know that his attainments in the divine body are also so terrifying. It is too crazy. Bai Bei, who had been lying on Chu Zhou's head, stammered. Boss, your teacher is too exciting. I admire him. Those 6 overlord clones feel like weak chickens before his terrifying demonic body. It spoke excitedly and suddenly took out a roasted beast leg from its world. As it ate, it muttered. This is a real man. Boss, work harder and let your chaotic divine body become stronger as soon as possible. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes. How could he not want to upgrade his chaos divine body? It was just that he did not have enough attribute points. Teacher's strength seems to have become stronger. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Chu Zhou looked up at the majestic and boundless demonic body, still worried. However, even if he was worried, he could not do anything. After the black-haired King Bei Kang displayed his majestic and boundless demonic body, he directly attacked the 6 overlord clones. In an instant, the chaotic world shattered. The 2 overlord clones were sent flying by a huge fist. The other 4 overlord clones attacked the demonic body together, but they only forced the demonic body back a few steps. Boom! The black-haired King Bei Kang roared angrily. He stretched out a demonic hand that blotted out the sky and ruthlessly struck an overlord clone. It actually broke the overlord avatar into 2. Tisk! Seeing this scene, countless people felt their scalps tingle. Powerful! Too powerful! However, after the black-haired King Bei Kang destroyed 1 overlord clone, he completely angered the other 5 overlord clones. The 5 overlord clones instantly transformed into 5 energy giants that stood tall in the chaos. The 5 energy giants unleashed a destructive force at the black-haired King Bei Kang at the same time. The terrifying power fluctuation caused more than half of the living beings on the entire Demon Mountain continent to vomit blood. This time, the black-haired King Bei Kang was sent flying 1,000,000 kilometers. Chapter 943, God and Demon as One, King Bei Kang becomes a universe overlord. 2. The 5 overlord avatars and the overlord avatar that had been blasted apart and reattached moved in unison. In an instant, they crossed 1,000,000 kilometers of the void and surrounded the black-haired King Bei Kang again. In the next moment, the 6 overlord clones transformed into 6 huge suns. Endless chains of order and endless nomological runes flew out of their bodies and quickly drowned the black-haired King Bei Kang's majestic demonic body. Rumble! In the next moment, the 6 overlord clones transformed into 6 huge suns. Endless chains of order and endless nomological runes flew out of their bodies and quickly drowned the black-haired King Bei Kang's majestic demonic body. The 6 overlord clones seemed to want to forcefully refine the black-haired King Bei Kang. At this moment, King Bei Kang's aura changed again. In an instant, the dark aura on the black-haired King Bei Kang's body quickly retreated. His jet black hair had also turned blonde. A mighty holy golden light emitted from his body. The dark sky also turned golden. That majestic demonic body also became a holy body. A huge golden sword the size of an ancient mountain range appeared in the golden-haired King Bei Kang's hand. Crackle! The golden-haired King Bei Kang waved his huge golden sword and immediately destroyed endless space-time. He broke through the restraints of the 6 overlord clones and escaped at lightning speed. Everyone was stunned when they saw the change in King Bei Kang. Crazy, too crazy, Bai Bei muttered. First turning into a great demon, then into a holy. Is this the fusion of a demon and a god? The Torch Dragon King, as expected, Bei Kang is hiding something. He confirmed his guess. God and devil as one. What a powerful force, and what a strange law. The Mammoth King seemed to have thought of something, and a look of deep shock appeared on its face. This nomological power is completely different from the law of termination that King Bei Kang once cultivated. However, it seems to be even more terrifying. In the 300 million years of Bei Kang's silence, everyone thought that he had fallen. Who would have thought that he would cultivate a new law in the past 300 million years? Moreover, he has reached this level. Many human universe lords, dragon, and the others were moved when they heard the Mammoth King's words. Generally speaking, after cultivating a nomological law to the peak of the universe nobility realm, one would deepen their comprehension of this nomological law and break through to become an overlord. No one expected that King Beikang would actually abandon the law of termination that he was most proficient in and cultivate an even more mysterious unknown law. Moreover, his strength had surpassed his peak. One being as god and demon? Is this teacher's true strength? Chu Zhou looked at the holy figure and immediately felt much more at ease. One being as demon god? When did King Beikang have such power? A trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the Nine Leaves Sword King and the Myriad Manifestations King. They all knew King Beikang's information like the back of their hands. However, none of the information they knew said that King Beikang had the power of the demon god as one. In fact, the Nine-Leaf Sword King and the others were not the only ones confused. In the Demon Mountain continent, all the powerful existences who were spying on this place were confused. They had also never heard of King Beikang having such power. After the golden-haired King Beikang escaped from the 6 overlord avatars, he did not immediately attack them again. Split! The golden-haired King Beikang shouted solemnly. The black-haired King Beikang suddenly split from his body. The golden-haired King Beikang and the black-haired King Beikang stood back to back. The power of divinity and demonic nature emitted from the golden-haired King Beikang and the black-haired King Beikang respectively. It was majestic and chaotic. Originally, everyone thought that the golden-haired King Beikang had split into the black-haired Queen Beikang to prepare to join forces and deal with the 6 overlord clones at the same time. However, everyone was wrong. The auras of the golden-haired King Beikang and the black-haired King Beikang suddenly intertwined, forming a huge golden-black pillar of light that pierced through endless space. Extreme God, extreme demon, twin as one, God and demon as one. The golden-haired and black-haired King Beikang shouted at the same time. They fused together again in the golden-black pillar of light. However, the situation seemed to be completely different this time. Divinity and demonic nature intertwined crazily. They seeped into each other and fused with each other. A huge golden-black sun appeared in the void of space. Then, a golden-black nomological torrent rushed out of the golden-black sun. With a bang, it broke through space and rushed into the depths of space and time. In the next moment, a peerless and domineering pressure swept out from the golden-black sun. The entire Demon Mountain continent's void boiled. In the depths of the souls of all living beings on the Devil Mountain continent, a majestic figure that looked like a god or a demon appeared. Behind the majestic figure, a huge golden-black sun floated. The moment they saw that majestic figure, all the living beings could not help but worship him. Overlord! Beikang has become an overlord. The Torch Dragon King felt the boundless and incomparably deep pressure. His expression was alarmed before he shouted in ecstasy. That's great! Beikang has finally become an overlord. The Mammoth King also lost its composure and shouted in surprise. What? Teacher has become a universe overlord. Chu Zhou was shocked and pleasantly surprised. The human universe lords, dragon, and the others were stunned for a moment before they were pleasantly surprised. This was unbelievable. King Beikang had actually become a universe overlord at this time. Moreover, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. How did this happen? The Nine Leaves Sword King, the Myriad Manifestations King, and the many foreign race armies were all extremely terrified when they saw the majestic figure that appeared in the depths of their souls. They never expected that not only did King Beikang not die in the unparalleled killing trap set up by the various factions, but he also became a universe overlord. At this moment, a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Oh no! King Beikang was already abnormally strong. Now, he has even become a universe overlord. In that case, would they still be able to survive? In the sky, the huge golden-black sun suddenly crashed towards the 6 overlord avatars. A mighty force that possessed both divinity and demonic nature shook the void. The 6 overlord avatars raised their hands at the same time, wanting to block the golden-black sun that was pressing down. However, in less than a breath's time, their hands shattered. The golden-black sun pressed down unstoppably, crushing the 6 overlord avatars into pieces. The 6 overlord avatars disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone felt suffocated. After advancing to an overlord, King Beikang was really too powerful. There was no need for any ultimate techniques or moves. Just the golden-black sun condensed from its power directly crushed the 6 overlord avatars. This was countless times stronger than King Beikang before he advanced. Run! Seeing the 6 overlord avatars being crushed by the golden black sun, the 9 Leaves Sword King and the myriad manifestations king were scared out of their wits. Without another word, they tore through the void and fled into the depths of the void, fleeing crazily. As for the foreign race army that had been left behind, they couldn't care less. However, just as they entered the void, 2 huge energy hands stretched out like lightning from the golden black sun. A golden one. A black one. The golden and black energy hands reached into the spatial rift torn open by the 9 Leaves Sword King and the myriad manifestations king at the speed of light. In the next moment, 2 miserable screams sounded from the depths of the void. The 2 huge hands, one gold and one black, retracted from the depths of the void. Everyone could clearly see the 9 Leaves Sword King and myriad manifestations king's bodies in the golden and black hands. The 9 Leaves Sword King is dead. The myriad manifestations king is dead too. On the ground, the dense alien army instantly collapsed when they saw the corpses of the 9 Leaves Sword King and the myriad manifestations king. Like locusts, the foreign race army fled in all directions. At this moment, the golden black sun floating high in the sky suddenly shot out endless golden black sword chi. The overwhelming golden black sword chi enveloped the earth like a waterfall. Countless foreign creatures were pierced by the golden black sword chi. In the blink of an eye, all the foreign race armies lay on the ground, turning into corpses. Chapter 944, Attribute Points Increase by 23 Quintillion, 1. A huge black gold sun floated in the sky. Endless black gold sword chi shot out from the black gold sun and enveloped heaven and earth like a waterfall. The tide-like foreign race army was pierced by the black gold sword rain and fell like dust covering the earth. In the blink of an eye, all the foreign race armies were turned into corpses. The surging blood gathered into rivers of blood and lakes of blood. A moment later, the black gold sword rain disappeared. The huge black gold sun in the sky also disappeared. King Beikang's figure appeared in front of everyone again. His appearance did not seem to have changed much, but his eyes were one gold and one black. His white hair had also turned half gold and half black. His temperament had also undergone a huge change. At this moment, his entire body emitted an opposing and contradictory aura. Holy and demonic nature combined into one. He was like a god yet like a demon yet like a god. The pressure exuding from his body became even more shocking. Even the living beings billions of miles away felt a heavy pressure on their souls. Hoo! The energy storm that had yet to calm down whistled through the void. However, there was no sound of any living being. This heaven and earth seemed exceptionally quiet at this moment. Countless people looked at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the ground, at the 4 to 5 universe nobility corpses floating in the blood, and at the terrifying figure floating in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They could not help but be stunned and speechless. Silence. Dead silence. This battle was too cruel. Too many people had died in this battle. There were no less than 10 universe nobility, no less than 50 universe lords, and countless living beings below the universe lord realm. Among them were the 6 overlord avatars. Just the thought of the number of experts who had died this time made one's scalp tingle and their bodies turn cold. Many famous races in the universe only had 1 or 2 universe nobility and a dozen universe lords. In other words, the number of great beings that died was comparable to the number of great beings that were wiped out by 4 to 5 great beings of the universe in this battle. How could they not be terrified? Is this King Beikang? Many living beings who were spying on the battlefield from afar looked at King Beikang's figure in the Demon Mountain continent. They felt unprecedented reverence. The 3 universe nobility of ancient Viewing City Jail King, Lightning King, and Wing King were also paying attention to this battle. Tisk. Fortunately, we didn't attack Chu Zhou. Otherwise, we would have already become corpses. That's right. As expected, the way to live is the way to go. Living a low-key life and not stirring up trouble is the way to live longer. I was just lucky. At that moment, the 3 kings of ancient Viewing City had lingering fears and secretly felt lucky. If they attacked Chu Zhou in ancient Viewing City or agreed to the Holy Wings organization's suggestion to join this siege, today would be their death anniversary. Beikang. An angry roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the void. A majestic overlord-level pressure seeped into the endless space and time. With a loud bang, a huge pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. There are other overlords. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. They hurriedly activated their divine senses and looked at the pitch-black crack. They could vaguely see that in the endless distance inside the pitch-black crack, 12 figures with a sun floating behind their heads were colliding violently. Even though they were separated by endless space and time, they could still feel the terror of the 12 figures. Each figure emitted a heavy pressure that was as majestic as the sea. Everyone gasped. After all living beings advanced to the overlord level, the laws they comprehended that reached the overlord level would automatically gather into a sun behind their heads. This sun was also known as the law of the sun. For example, the black gold sun that King Beikang had just displayed. The law of the sun was the symbol of an overlord. Without a doubt, the 12 figures fighting in the depths of spacetime were the 12 universe overlords. It was obvious that this battle was not as simple as it seemed. It was not only the alien army, universe lords, universe nobility, and overlord clones that participated. Even true universe overlords were involved. However, a true universe overlord's battlefield was not on the Demon Mountain continent, but in the depths of space-time. Clearly, the 6 foreign race overlords were stopped by the 6 human overlords. Even the true overlords have joined the battle. Fortunately, those 12 overlords are fighting in the depths of space-time. If they fought on our Demon Mountain continent, our Demon Mountain continent would probably have collapsed by now. Many experts of the Demon Mountain continent looked at the 12 figures with the law of the sun floating behind their heads in the depths of space-time. They broke out in cold sweat and secretly rejoiced. The Demon Mountain continent was naturally sturdy enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist the erosion of the universe ocean. However, no matter how firm the Demon Mountain continent was, there was a limit. Perhaps the Demon Mountain continent could withstand the battle of 3 to 4 overlords. However, it would definitely not be able to withstand the battle of the 12 overlords. If 12 overlords fought on the Demon Mountain continent, it was foreseeable that the Demon Mountain continent would definitely collapse and turn into cosmic dust. Looks like the Zerg race and other factions' killing intent towards us is stronger than we imagined. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he felt a chill in his heart. In order to kill them, the Zerg race and other factions had mobilized 6 overlord clones. It was already unimaginable. Chapter 945, Attribute Points Increase by 23 quintillion. 2. Who would have thought that 6 true overlords would be mobilized? If not for the 6 human overlords stopping the 6 foreign race overlords, the master and disciple would have probably turned into ashes. At this moment, Chu Zhou's heart was filled with desire for strength again. He did not want to experience such a scene again. This made him feel that life and death were beyond his control. He had to become stronger to completely control his own fate. The Torch Dragon King patted Chu Zhou's shoulder and seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Chu Zhou, as one of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe, it's not easy for us humans to say that. Both you and your teacher are the most precious talents of our human race. If the Zerg race and other factions want to set up a trap to kill you, how can we, the human race, agree? Hehe, the Zerg race has universe nobility and overlords, but we humans don't." The Mammoth King also smiled and said, "Zhu Long is right. If it weren't for the fact that Beikang is strong enough, we would all trust him and know that he's enough to wipe out everything. Then, it wouldn't just be me and Zhu Long who are here today. The other universe nobility will also descend." When Chu Zhou heard the Torch Dragon King and Mammoth King's words, he was slightly touched. He was very grateful for what the higher-ups of the human race had done for him. This made him feel a stronger sense of belonging to humans. This time, he fully realized how powerful humans were. The fact that humans could become one of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe was not just for show. Humanity's foundation and strength were so powerful that countless cosmic forces trembled. "Beikang, you deserve to die." In the depths of space-time, the overlords of the 6 races looked over angrily from an endless distance. Chu Zhou and the others could clearly feel their anger. "Ha ha, they went for wool and came home shorn." Torch Dragon King sneered. This time, they suffered too many losses. It's normal for them to be angry. Chu Zhou and the others also laughed. At least 10 universe nobility died, at least 50 universe lords died, and there was an extremely large army. Such a loss was an incomparably huge loss even if it was distributed to many factions like the Zerg race. Therefore, Chu Zhou and the others understood the anger of the 6 foreign race overlords. However, the more heavy the enemy's losses, the happier Chu Zhou and the others were. I deserve to die. King Bei Kang glanced indifferently at the 6 foreign race overlords in the depths of space and time. His 2 strange eyes, one golden and one black, shot out golden and black lightning. In the next moment, his figure moved and turned into a shadow. He directly rushed into the spatial rift and attacked the location of the 6 foreign race overlords. However, the 6 universe overlords disappeared the moment Bei Kang rushed into the spatial rift. It seemed like they didn't want to fight with numbers. You're shouting so loudly. So you're a coward. Soul said disdainfully. Chu Zhou and the others could not help but laugh when they heard that. In the spatial rift, King Bei Kang saw the 6 foreign race overlords disappear without a trace. His figure instantly stopped, then he turned around and returned to the battlefield. Chu Zhou and the others went forward to congratulate him. Teacher, congratulations on becoming a universe overlord. Chu Zhou said happily. King Bei Kang smiled. That's right. We've finally come this far. Ha ha ha, Bei Kang, you really hit it well. All of us were deceived by you. The Torch Dragon King laughed loudly. Ever since you suddenly fell silent 300 million years ago, many people thought that you had fallen. I didn't expect you to secretly cultivate a brand new law and cultivate this law to the overlord level so quickly. This time, everyone who thinks you're fallen has been ruthlessly slapped in the face by you. King Bei Kang smiled faintly and did not speak. He never took it to heart about the misunderstandings that many people once had about him. He had never thought of slapping himself in the face. Bei Kang, the new nomological law you comprehended is very unique. I've never seen or heard of it. What kind of nomological law is it? The Mammoth King asked curiously. Chu Zhou and the others also listened attentively. They also sensed that the new laws that King Bei Kang had comprehended were very strange and mysterious. They were different from any laws they knew. In the universe, no one could tell how many laws there were. The more common laws were the 5 elemental laws, chaos laws, light and darkness laws, life and death laws, power laws, war laws, judgment laws, redemption laws, order laws, karma laws, and so on. There was also the space-time law, the law of fate, and other taboo laws. There was also the most mysterious law of reincarnation and the law of balance. Other than the laws on it, there were many other laws. There were some laws that no one had ever comprehended, so no one discovered or knew about them. The new nomological law that King Bei Kang had comprehended was something that Chu Zhou and the others did not know. King Bei Kang looked at everyone's curious gazes and didn't hide anything. This is a strange law that I comprehended after my soul mutated 300 million years ago. This is a type of opposing law. It has both divinity and demonic nature. Divinity and demonic nature are both opposing and mutually reinforcing. I call this law the law of gods and demons. The law of gods and demons? When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that this nomological name was indeed very compatible with King Bei Kang's nomological stats. Everyone had seen it just now regarding the power of the law of gods and demons. Today is a joyous day. We humans are going to have another master of Bei Kang. That's right. Sir Bei Kang, becoming a universe overlord is a major event for us humans. The group of people quickly fell into excitement. No matter which race it was, the birth of a universe overlord was a major event that would be recorded in the history books of that race. It was the same for pinnacle races like humans. The universe overlord was too powerful. Any universe overlord was the pillar of their race. Chu Zhou and the others knew that the higher-ups of the human race would soon hold a celebration for King Bei Kang. Chu Zhou, I'll leave these corpses to you. At this moment, King Bei Kang, or rather, the Lord of Bei Kang, said to Chu Zhou. Thank you, teacher. When Chu Zhou heard this, he could not help but perk up. He swept his gaze across the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the ground, unable to contain his joy. If he devoured all the corpses of the foreign race experts here, he would probably obtain unimaginable attribute points. Chu Zhou's figure moved and immediately turned into an afterimage as he flew to the center of the battlefield. In the next moment, he transformed into a huge black hole with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. A terrifying devouring power emanated from the black hole. In an instant, countless corpses, rivers of blood, and lakes of blood floated up on the battlefield and surged towards the black hole. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The black hole kept devouring the densely packed corpses and surging blood. The human experts, Dragon, and the others looked at Chu Zhou enviously. This mountain of corpses and sea of blood was not only a corpse, but also an unimaginable wealth. Every corpse here was an elite of the Zerg race and other factions. He had some treasures on him. The treasures on the corpses of the universe lords and universe nobility were especially tempting. Without a doubt, all the treasures on these corpses added up to a huge amount of wealth that even universe overlords would be tempted by. Originally, these foreign race creatures were basically killed by King Bei Kang. This incomparably huge sum of wealth also belonged to King Bei Kang. However, King Bei Kang had given this huge sum of wealth to Chu Zhou. How could they not be envious? Chu Zhou, who had transformed into a black hole, devoured the life elementium in the corpses while transferring the treasures in each corpse to his divine kingdom. Half a day later, all the corpses and blood on the battlefield disappeared. Chu Zhou obtained a huge amount of attribute points. In his divine kingdom, there was also a huge mountain range formed by countless treasures. Attribute points, 27.06 quintillion, plus 23 quintillion. Chu Zhou looked at the new attribute points on his attribute board and fell into ecstasy. This time, I actually gained 23 quintillion attribute points. My total attribute points have reached 27.06 trillion. That's great. 10 quintillion is enough to break the barrier between universe lords and universe nobility. I can advance to universe nobility now. Chapter 946, Advancing to the Universe Nobility Realm. Attribute points, 27.06 quintillion, plus 23 quintillion. Chu Zhou was overjoyed looking at the attribute points on his attribute board. Breaking through the barrier between Universe Lord and Universe Nobility required about 10 quintillion attribute points. His current attribute points were enough to meet the requirements. It's time to advance to Universe Nobility. Chu Zhou did not hesitate. With a thought, he let the attribute board break the barrier between Universe Lord and Universe Nobility. Boom! The attribute board shook, and a mysterious force surged out. It engulfed every cell and soul in his body. He had completely modified his body and soul. At this moment, every cell in his body was like a sapling that had encountered rain after a long drought, crazily devouring the mysterious power. His soul was also constantly strengthened by the mysterious power. The essence of his life was sublimating and evolving. At a certain moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the depths of his body, as if some mysterious shackles had broken. In an instant, he felt like a bird that had rushed out of its cage. He felt free and unrestrained. The barrier between Universe Lord and Universe Nobility has shattered. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that every cell and soul in his body was communicating with the great cosmos without any obstacles. They were freely absorbing the cosmic energy. This act of absorbing cosmic energy became the instinct of the body and soul. He did not need to deliberately control the crowd control. In other words, from now on, even if he did nothing, the energy in his body would continue to increase, becoming more and more majestic and vast. As expected, Universe Nobility level life forms and Universe Lord life forms are two completely different lives. However, I only have a portion of the characteristics of a Universe Nobility now. I'm not a true Universe Nobility yet. I have to increase my comprehension of nomological laws and upgrade my nomological sparks to be considered a true Universe Nobility. With this thought in mind, he deliberated for a moment and let the attribute board increase the law of reincarnation. His attribute board shook again. A large amount of mysterious power swept through his entire body. At the same time, the law of reincarnation was activated by the attribute board. In the sky above the Demon Mountain continent, the wind and clouds changed drastically. The entire sky of the Demon Mountain continent suddenly became distorted and blurry. Countless cogwheel phantoms larger than the sun appeared. Especially the cogwheel shadow in the center. It gave people the feeling that it was bigger than 100 suns. Giant wheel phantoms, large wheels, and small wheels were slowly rotating. Boom! At this moment, all the living beings on the Demon Mountain continent, no matter who it was, heard the sound of gears turning on the soul level. Traces of mysterious power spread through the souls of countless living beings. Then, is that reincarnation? Countless living beings muttered. Other than living beings above the Universe Lord level, all the other living beings suddenly fell asleep. Reincarnation. Many experts above the Universe Lord level looked up at the huge gears that seemed to be slowly driving the entire universe and were extremely shocked. The legend of reincarnation had been circulating in the universe for countless years. Many people knew that reincarnation was mysterious and difficult to reach. Not many people had seen the real reincarnation. But at this moment, they felt as if they had seen reincarnation. Perhaps, reincarnation was like this. Chu Zhou summoned reincarnation. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liuyun, Torch Dragon King, and the other human experts looked at the gear phantom that covered the entire sky and Chu Zhou's figure. Their expressions changed. Among them, only Chu Zhou controlled the power of reincarnation. Without a doubt, this reincarnation was summoned by Chu Zhou. Reincarnation. King Bei King looked up at the mysterious gear phantoms with an extremely solemn expression. The law of gods and demons he had comprehended was a very powerful law. However, he knew very well that it was still far inferior to the law of reincarnation. The law of reincarnation was a power that could make anyone revere it. Boom! Suddenly, in the sky, the largest gear phantom shook violently and shot out an incomparably vast reincarnation pillar of light. The reincarnation pillar of light blasted through billions of spacetime and enveloped Chu Zhou. At this moment, countless insights into the law of reincarnation surfaced in Chu Zhou's mind. The reincarnation nomological sparks appeared above his head. After the nomological sparks appeared, they immediately began to devour the reincarnation divine power in the pillar of reincarnation, as well as the countless reincarnation runes and law of reincarnation threads in the pillar of light. The reincarnation nomological sparks trembled violently, and the internal structure seemed to be transforming rapidly. Threads of mysterious aura swept out like a storm. At a certain moment, the reincarnation nomological sparks suddenly erupted with divine light. A universe nobility reincarnation aura swept through every corner of the Demon Mountain continent like a storm. Chu Zhou's entire body emitted an illusory reincarnation divine light. Behind him, countless spinning reincarnation gear phantoms appeared. No! No way! Chu Zhou has advanced to the universe nobility realm. The Torch Dragon King seemed to have dementia as he looked at Chu Zhou's figure in a daze. Disbelief was written all over his face. Mammoth King, Universe Lord Yun Meng, Gold Universe Lord, Master Lanruo, Universe Lord Chi Huo, and other human experts seemed to have all been petrified. Chapter 947, Advancing to the Universe Nobility Realm. 2. They looked at Chu Zhou blankly and could not say a word. He advanced to Universe Nobility so quickly? It's many years faster than expected. King Bei King also revealed a slightly surprised expression. On the other hand, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liuyun reacted much more calmly. They had seen too many miracles on Chu Zhou. He was already used to it. It didn't matter if they saw each other again. Are you kidding me? It hasn't even been 10 years since Chu Zhou became a Universe Lord, and he's already become a Universe Nobility. Unbelievable. What kind of freak is this? He's less than 100 years old and less than 10 years after becoming a Universe Lord. Such a young Universe Nobility is probably the first in the history of our universe. In the Demon Mountain continent, many powerful existences above the Universe Lord realm were also shocked at this moment. In the void, Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He could not help but be excited when he felt the power in his body increase by more than 2 times. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Universe Nobility. Attribute points, 6 quintillion. Rule/law. 5 elemental laws, 30%, metal and wood laws have fused more than 60%. Law of reincarnation, 40%. Space-time law, 30%. I've finally become a universe nobility. Looking at the information on his attribute board, Chu Zhou's heart surged. Universe nobility, also known as Divine King, was definitely a high-end power in the universe. When an overlord did not appear, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the entire universe. According to the information he knew, there were only a few hundred universe nobility in the entire human race. Becoming a universe nobility was definitely an impressive achievement. Furthermore, he had relied on the law of reincarnation to enter the universe nobility realm. His strength was much stronger than universe nobility of the same level. Unfortunately, after breaking the barrier between universe lords and universe nobility and raising the comprehension of the law of reincarnation to 40%, my attribute points were almost exhausted. Chu Zhou looked at the remaining 6 quintillion attribute points on his attribute board and sighed softly. However, he quickly composed himself. No matter what, advancing to universe nobility today was a joyous matter. He retracted the nomological sparks and restrained the power fluctuations on his body with a thought. In the sky, the huge reincarnation gear gradually disappeared. Chu Zhou, you're really a terrifying monster. The Torch Dragon King and company came to Chu Zhou's side and looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Chu Zhou's advancement speed had completely exceeded their understanding. What else could it be but a monster? Everyone, there's no need to be like this. I'm just a little more talented than you. Chu Zhou smiled and teased. He was already used to such gazes. The Torch Dragon King and the others rolled their eyes. Just a little? It should be 100 million times more. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid that certain existences won't be able to help themselves and attack. The law of reincarnation is too tempting. At this moment, King Bei Kang said solemnly. Certain existences? Could he be talking about the Universe Saint? Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. Indeed, the law of reincarnation was also very tempting to the Universe Saint. In the past, the Lord of Reincarnation of humans was the law of reincarnation in their bodies. They were coveted and surrounded by many Universe Saints and had no choice but to choose reincarnation. Now, Chu Zhou had also comprehended the law of reincarnation to the level of a universe nobility. It was normal for a Universe Saint to be tempted. After figuring this out, Chu Zhou and the others did not dare to stay here any longer. King Bei Kang tore apart the great cosmos and brought Chu Zhou and the others across the universe. After Chu Zhou and the others disappeared, the entire Demon Mountain continent was in an uproar. During this period of time, too many major events that could be recorded in history had happened on the Demon Mountain continent. First, Chu Zhou was besieged by many universe nobility and armies from the Zerg race and other factions. Not only did Chu Zhou not die, but he also went against the universe nobility and killed countless foreign race armies. After that, the human experts appeared. King Bei Kang appeared and killed many universe nobility and army. However, there was still a killing trap in the killing trap. The 6 Overlord clones appeared and surrounded King Bei Kang. Unexpectedly, King Bei Kang became a universe overlord and killed the 6 Overlord clones before destroying the remaining universe nobility and army. In the end, Chu Zhou also advanced to universe nobility on the battlefield. At this moment, it had been less than 10 years since Chu Zhou advanced to universe lord. These shocking events happened one after another. It was as if lightning had exploded, causing countless students on the Demon Mountain continent to be dumbfounded. The commotion and uproar on the Demon Mountain continent was only the beginning. It could be imagined that when the news of what happened on the Demon Mountain continent spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the universe ocean and the myriad races in the universe. After King Bei Kang left the Demon Mountain continent with Chu Zhou and the others, he found a human base closest to the Demon Mountain continent and used the interstellar teleportation portal in the human base to leave the universe ocean. The planet Azure Dragon. It was one of the 8 logistics bases in the human domain at one of the Zeo stars. It was also a fixed transport point for the cosmic army. A large number of cosmic troops were constantly transported to the myriad race battlefield. Bruce, have you heard the news from the 10,000 race battlefield? The guard of the interstellar portal, Sarah, said excitedly to his companion beside him. Sarah was a 4-eyed man with 4 eyes on his face. At this moment, his 4 eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. Chapter 948, Advancing to the Universe Nobility Realm. 3. The Bruce he was talking about was a 3-tailed tribe member with 3 snake tails behind him. Sarah, have you forgotten that I've always been more well-informed than you? How can I not know what happened on the 10,000-year battlefield? Bruce said to Sarah angrily. I knew you knew. Sarah didn't care about Bruce's tone and said excitedly, Lord Bei Kang is indeed the former number 1 universe nobility of our human race. After 300 million years, he appeared again and could actually fight against the 6 Overlord clones. Moreover, he even advanced to become a universe overlord. Bruce's expression was no longer calm when he heard this. His eyes revealed a trace of admiration. When I was young, Lord Bei Kang was my idol. As expected, Lord Bei Kang will not disappoint. He has finally become an overlord. Sarah said, Lord Bei Kang has become the overlord. This is a joyous occasion for us humans. What's shocking is that not only has Lord Bei Kang become an overlord, but his disciple, Chu Zhou, has also become a universe nobility. You have to know that before Chu Zhou entered the Myriad Race battlefield, he was only a world overlord. A year after entering the Myriad Race battlefield, Chu Zhou became a Universe Lord. After that, he advanced to the Universe Nobility realm in just 6 years. This advancement speed is simply unimaginable. Bruce also exclaimed, Lord Chu Zhou is indeed an unprecedented freak. A Universe Nobility who's not even 100 years old is unprecedented. Fortunately, he's human. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Sarah told Bruce about King Bei Kang and Chu Zhou. He was extremely excited and exclaimed repeatedly. In fact, not only them, but all the staff on planet Azure Dragon who knew the news were talking excitedly. Suddenly, circles of water rippled on the interstellar portal. A group of figures with shocking auras walked out. I'm back. It's been more than 6 years. We've finally returned to human territory. That's right. We've been in danger every day after wandering in the universe ocean for so many years. Even though it was very exciting, it's still comfortable to stay in the territory of humans. Chu Zhou, Long, Sol, Chang'e Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liuyun and the others walked out of the water curtain. Sensing the familiar aura of the human domain, they revealed relaxed expressions. Recalling the bloodbath in Universe Ocean over the years, they felt as if they were in a dream. King Bei Kang and the other human experts smiled faintly when they saw Chu Zhou and the others' reactions. They had experienced the feeling and reaction of returning from the 10,000 race battlefield many times and were already used to it. Dragon, Sol, Chang'e Saha, let's split up here. Contact me if anything happens. Chu Zhou bade farewell to the 3 of them. The 3 of them nodded slightly. They belonged to different forces and had their own places to go. It was time to separate. In any case, they could contact each other through the Mirror Universe network at any time. It was not a big deal to separate. Soon, Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, and Shi Liuyun boarded King Bei Kang's spaceship and left planet Azure Dragon. Dragon, Sol, and Chang'e Saha also left with their teachers. Sarah, Bruce, and many planet Azure Dragon staff only realized who they had seen after Chu Zhou and the others disappeared. All of them were filled with regret. They should have gone up to greet him long ago. Chapter 949, Peerless Master and Disciple. I'm back. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, and Shi Liuyun looked at the ancient city that seemed to cut through heaven and earth in front of them and felt as if a lifetime had passed. After 7 years, they had returned to Emperor Shi Holy City again. 7 years ago, they were still world overlords. And now, 3 of them had become universe lords, and Chu Zhou had become a universe nobility. An old man in white walked out of Emperor Shi Holy City quickly. Lord Bei Kang, everyone, the 6 overlords, as well as many universe nobility and universe lords, are already at the Sacred Academy. The white-robed elder said respectfully to King Bei Kang. Got it. Let's go to the Sacred Academy. King Bei Kang said indifferently and strode into Emperor Shi Holy City. Chu Zhou and the other 3 hurriedly followed behind. Other than Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, and Shi Liuyun all looked nervous. On the way back, Torch Dragon King and the others had already told them that after they returned to Emperor Shi Holy City, the higher-ups of the company would definitely let them go to the Sacred Academy to meet. They were also the higher-ups of the company after they became Universe Lords. He also needed to get to know the other higher-ups of the company and integrate into the higher-ups circle. However, when they heard that the 6 overlords and many universe nobility were all here, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, and Shi Liuyun could not help but feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, Chu Zhou had a calm expression. The Torch Dragon King and the others could not help but smile when they saw their reactions. Back then, they had gone through the same thing. As for the calm Chu Zhou, they ignored him. In their hearts, King Bei Kang and Chu Zhou were not normal people. Teacher, tell us about the 6 overlords of the company. As Zhou Yu walked, she approached Torch Dragon King and begged softly. Chu Zhou, Bing Selan, and Shi Liuyun immediately pricked up their ears. They only knew that the company had 6 overlords, but they had never seen them with their own eyes and did not know them well. The Torch Dragon King glanced at Zhou Yu, Chu Zhou, and the others' reactions and smiled. Okay, I'll talk to you guys. He paused for a moment and said, you should know the titles of the 6 overlords of the company, right? Chu Zhou said, I know. I've seen some information about them on the internet. The 6 overlords are, Caged Dragon Master, Wild Wave Master, True Night Master, Camel Mountain Master, Heart Light Master, and Spring and Autumn Master. Zhou Yu and the others agreed. They had also learned about the titles of the 6 overlords of the company from the company's intranet. That's right. These are the 6 overlords of our company. The Torch Dragon King nodded slightly. You already know their titles. I'll tell you something else about them. The Caged Dragon Master created his own Caged Dragon Divine Body. His Divine Body is unparalleled. Not only is his Divine Body the strongest among the 6 overlords of our company, but his Divine Body is also the strongest among the overlords of the entire human race. He can withstand the attacks of overlord-level weapons with just his bare hands. Master of Crazy Waves created his own ultimate technique, the Divine Control Seal. Not only is the Divine Control Seal peerlessly domineering, but it can also absorb the blood energy of living beings to increase its power. There was once a cosmic race with several universe nobility guarding it that offended the borders of our human race. Master of Crazy Waves used the Divine Control Seal from more than 10 galaxies and destroyed tens of trillions of living beings from that race with a single strike. The Lord of True Night is one of the powerful peak overlords of our human race, an invincible overlord below the saints. He is also the stabilizing force of our Mirror Universe company. Master of Camel Mountain, his weapon, 100,000 Camel Mountain, is the heaviest weapon among all the overlord-level weapons of our human race. It is refined by 100,000 universe god mountains that are larger than the sun. It can be combined into one mountain or split into 100,000 sub-mountains. It is endlessly mysterious. The Master of Heartlight is one of the highest achievements in the Dao of illusion among humans. With a thought, he can affect the consciousness of all living beings in a galaxy, causing all living beings in the entire galaxy to fall into endless illusions. The Lord of Spring and Autumn, like the Lord of True Night, is one of the peak overlords of humanity. He has grasped the true essence of Spring and Autumn reincarnation. With a thought, Spring blooms, and with a thought, Autumn falls. The wonders of Spring and Autumn reincarnation are not inferior to the rotation of time and space. Chu Zhou and the others listened attentively as they walked. Gradually, they had a preliminary understanding of the 6 overlords of the company. Torch Dragon King knew that Chu Zhou and the others were newbies and did not know much about the company's upper echelons. In order to help Chu Zhou and the others integrate into the company's upper echelons as soon as possible, he told Chu Zhou and the others about the situation of the 6 overlords. Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, and the others spoke occasionally as well. Chu Zhou and the others remembered what Torch Dragon King and the others had said. Gradually, they had a rough idea of the composition of the company's upper echelons. In addition to Caged Dragon Master and the other 6 overlords, there were also more than 30 universe nobility led by Green King, as well as 400 to 500 universe lords. After Chu Zhou and the others understood, they could not help but secretly exclaim. Their Mirror Universe Corporation was indeed terrifyingly powerful to be able to become one of the giant factions of humanity. Such strength was already better than more than 99% of the powerful races in the universe. Lord Bei King, everyone, we have arrived at the Sacred Academy. Chapter 950, Peerless Master and Disciple. 2. The white-robed elder stopped in front of a building with an ancient style. Chu Zhou and the others looked up and saw the words Sacred Academy written on the horizontal plaque on the door of the building. As core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation, they naturally knew what the Sacred Academy was. The Sacred Academy was the center of Emperor Shi Holy City. It was also the place where the upper echelons of the Mirror Universe Corporation discussed important matters. Chu Zhou carefully sized up the Sacred Academy and vaguely sensed that there were invisible forces hidden on the buildings of the Sacred Academy. The entire Sacred Academy was like a sleeping primordial behemoth. It looked calm on the surface, but once someone attacked, they would probably wake up from their slumber and show their ferocious side. Chu Zhou felt a vague sense of danger from the Sacred Academy. He could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Of course, he knew that the Sacred Academy was not a simple place for the higher-ups of the Mirror Universe Corporation to discuss important matters. Even an overlord would probably be in danger of dying if he wanted to barge in. This wasn't the first time King Bei Kang, Torch Dragon King, Universe Lord Yun Meng, Universe Lord Gold, and the others had come to the Sacred Academy. They were familiar with the place. Chu Zhou and the other 3 looked at each other and followed him in. Chu Zhou and the others had only taken a step into the Sacred Academy when they realized that they had appeared in a huge ancient courtyard. There were many strange stone trees in the courtyard. These stone trees seemed to be sculpted from stone. Not only were their trunks made of stone, but even their leaves were made of stone. There were 6 huge thrones on the right side of the courtyard. On each throne sat a majestic figure. In addition, figures were sitting cross-legged on the stone trees, the ground, and the void in the courtyard. That scene looked relatively relaxed and casual. Swoosh! 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 Chu Zhou and the others had just stepped into the courtyard when more than 500 sharp gazes swept towards them. Zhou Yu, who had always been unafraid of the heavens and the earth, felt his scalp go numb under the fierce gazes of those pairs of eyes. He stood uneasily. Bing Selin and Shi Liujin's performance was worse than Zhou Yu's, and their faces were covered in sweat. On the other hand, Chu Zhou had a calm expression. He was also a universe nobility now. In this courtyard, he was ranked in the top 40. There was nothing to be afraid of. Most of the sharp gazes in the Sacred Academy were focused on King Beikang and Chu Zhou. Sensing the Overlord level energy fluctuation on King Beikang and the Universe Nobility level energy fluctuation on Chu Zhou, many people were moved. Even though all of them had already learned from the internet that King Beikang had already become a Universe Overlord and Chu Zhou had also become a Universe Nobility. However, even though he knew, he was still very shocked after personally confirming it. Beikang, you're one step ahead of me again. The Green King looked at King Beikang's figure and suddenly clenched his fists in the crowd. A hint of gloom flashed across his dignified eyes. 300 million years ago, ever since King Beikang began to fall, he, who had always been suppressed by King Beikang, had put in all his effort to cultivate. His strength had become stronger and stronger, and his reputation had become greater and greater. Later on, he finally surpassed King Beikang and became the #1 universe nobility in the Mirror Universe Corporation. Originally, he thought that King Beikang had already become a cripple. It was impossible to turn the tables after being surpassed by him. However, King Beikang surpassed him again and became a universe overlord before him. Beikang, I won't lose. You haven't paid the price for your mistake back then. How can I lose to you? The Green King silently stared at King Beikang. He roared crazily in his heart, as if a demon was roaring in his heart. Ha ha ha, Beikang, you've finally become a universe overlord. The caged dragon master sensed the overlord level fluctuation on King Beikang and could not help but laugh out loud. I knew you wouldn't let us down. Come, you should have taken this seat a long time ago. He waved his hand, and a huge throne appeared beside him. There were only 6 thrones in the entire courtyard. The newly appeared throne stood side by side with the 6 thrones. What it meant was self-evident. Okay. King Beikang nodded, strode to the newly appeared throne, and calmly sat down. Ha ha ha, that's great. Our company has another universe overlord. It's not easy. It's been billions of years and our company has only gained one more overlord. From now on, King Beikang should be called the Beikang Master. All the universe nobilities and universe lords, except for the Green King, were very excited when they saw King Beikang sitting on the throne. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, Bing Selin, Shi Liujin, the 4 of you are not bad either. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. However, you were still in the universe ocean at that time. Therefore, it has been delayed until today. The caged dragon master looked at Chu Zhou and the others with a hint of admiration in his eyes. When Zhou Yu, Bing Selin and Shi Liujin heard the caged dragon master praise them in front of so many universe nobility and universe lords, they immediately felt dizzy as if they were drunk. Chu Zhou smiled calmly. Chu Zhou, you are the youngest universe nobility in the history of humanity. I look forward to your future. At this moment, the true Night Master, who was dressed in gold and black clothes and had a black sun floating behind his head, suddenly spoke to Chu Zhou. Your teacher is a legend. I believe you are also a legend. Wild Wave Master also smiled at Chu Zhou. Camel Mountain Master, Heart Light Master, Spring and Autumn Master, and the other universe overlords also praised Chu Zhou, expressing their high hopes for him. Many universe nobility and universe lords in the Sacred Academy did not find it strange seeing the 6 universe overlords praising Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was worth it. This pair of master and disciple are truly peerless master and disciple. In the future, they will definitely leave an incomparably glorious page in the history books of our human race. Many universe nobility and universe lords glanced at King Beikang and Chu Zhou and could not help but exclaim in their hearts. Even the tens of thousands of races in the entire universe had never seen such a stunning master and disciple, what more in the human race. In the crowd, behind Green King, Miller looked at Chu Zhou, who had become the center of attention, with mixed feelings. After he became a universe lord in the universe ocean, he thought that he had finally caught up to Chu Zhou and had a chance to continue competing with him. However, as he continued to learn about Chu Zhou and learned that Chu Zhou had done earth-shattering things one after another, he gradually gave up on competing with him. After advancing to the Universe Lord realm, not only did he not close the distance between him and Chu Zhou, but he also became larger and larger. How could he still have the will to compete with Chu Zhou? When he learned that Chu Zhou had advanced to the Universe Nobility realm on the Demon Mountain continent, he was dumbfounded. Chu Zhou had only advanced to the Universe Lord realm 6 years ago, but he had already advanced to the Universe Nobility realm? Moreover, Chu Zhou was not even 100 years old. This was a pervert among perverts. Miller had completely recognized the gap between him and Chu Zhou. He no longer dared to compete with Chu Zhou. However, even though he had already given up on competing with Chu Zhou, he still felt complicated when he saw Chu Zhou's glory with his own eyes. After the caged dragon master and the other 6 overlords met Chu Zhou, they chatted with him for a while before leaving. Even though King Beikang did not like to socialize, he still brought Chu Zhou to meet many universe nobility and universe lords to help his disciple expand his connections. Torch Dragon King, Universe Lord Yun Meng, and Universe Lord Gold did the same thing. They brought their disciples Zhou Yu, Bing Selen and Shi Liujin to meet and befriend many universe nobility and universe lords. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, Shi Liujin and the others were not lone travelers. They knew the importance of connections. Therefore, he took this opportunity to befriend universe nobility and universe lords and exchange contact information. As for Green King, he took a deep look at King Beikang before leaving with Miller. King Beikang looked at Green King's back from afar. He couldn't help but recall the memories of roaming the universe with Green King many years ago, taking risks together, joining the Mirror Universe Corporation together, growing up together, and so on. However, what was originally a life and death best friend had become a sworn enemy. Sigh. Green King. He sighed softly in his heart, feeling melancholic. Lord of Thousand Faces. I've already become an overlord. It's time for us to settle our scores. Suddenly, the figure of the Lord of Thousand Faces appeared in King Beikang's mind. The monstrous aggro that had been dormant for hundreds of millions of years suddenly surged in his heart like a tsunami.